Interlude. A long time ago? Star Wars, April 15th, 2024. Swords of light flashed through the night, crashed together, sparked and withdrew, then crashed again. Warriors human, Twi'lek, Nori, Sith, Wookiee, and other races battled against massive beasts with eye stalks jutting from the sides of their heads and wide mouths lined with rows of knife-sharp teeth. Laser fire rained down from towering mechanical monstrosities and gutted entire city blocks in bursts of flame. Starships looped and wheeled and chased each other through a sky filled with smoke. Darker than the air was the Force itself. The savagery of the invaders and the desperation of the invaded combined to create a storm blacker and more dangerous than anything ever known. It was a vision of war more savage than anything a Jedi could have imagined before the Rakata came. It was agony to endure the vision, but Tasha Rio forced herself to hold on. Countless lives, perhaps the survival of the Jedi themselves, could depend on it. She forced herself to see every detail and commit to memory every face wrenched in anger or pain, the snapping jaws of every Rakata flesh raider, and most of all the city in which they fought. She searched for familiar buildings, even as they were toppled by explosion after explosion. When she recognized enough, she finally let herself withdraw. Escaping the dream was almost as bad as the dream itself. She returned to a body writhing in sweat-damp green robes, lying on a round bed in her chambers. When she sat upright, she forced herself to breathe slowly and calm her pounding heart. During her years of training as a Jedi seer, her masters had taught her how to hold on to the details of a retreating vision. She did that now, even as her mind revolted against what she saw. When she was certain she'd mentally assembled the dream fragments as best as she could, Tasha rose from her bed and left the chamber with staggered steps. Every hallway of her father's fortress was familiar to her from a young age, and she followed well-worn corridors to the chamber that had become, over the past few months, a war room from which the defense of Shikakwa was commanded. It was something she'd never imagined when she was younger. She'd been born into one of the most prominent criminal families on Shikakwa, 7th planet of the Titan system. Once her Force abilities had been detected, she'd been taken to the Jedi itself, but Shikakwa had always been home, and her father, Valnus Rio, had always prodded her to leave her studies and become his heir. War had ravaged the planet in the years immediately after her birth, but the world she'd known had always been peaceful, and she'd never doubted that it would continue to rebuild for years to come. Then the visions had started, promising pain and ruin unlike anything her people had seen before. Then the Rakata themselves had arrived, and for the past 10 months, they'd been waging war all across the Titan system, taking the outermost planets and trying to force their way to Titan itself. The Jedi had repulsed them once, but the Rakata had regrouped on Skagora and initiated another thrust to take Shikakwa, which would in turn be stepping stone for their final prize. Tasha's home had become a battleground. Every dream and vision had become a nightmare. She'd gone weeks without sound sleep, lost weight, and felt constantly enervated, but she knew there was no escape. She tried to tell herself she was doing her part for the war effort in defending against the Rakata as best she could. There was no joy in her dreams, but the agony she suffered were less than the Jedi warriors, like her Uncle Hawk, who were taking the fight directly to the enemy, who were bleeding and dying and being consumed by their own anger. When Tasha reached the war room, she found it mostly empty. It was late at night on this part of the planet and, it seemed, there were no battles currently raging. She was unsurprised, however, to spot her father standing over a map at the room's central table, scowling at what he saw. She came around to face him and saw the bags under his eyes. He'd been getting as little sleep as her nowadays. Unlike his brother and daughter, Valnus had been neither blessed nor cursed with the Force. He was stolid, hard-headed, and practical, and had been reluctant to let her train on Titan at all. She knew he was not at all happy that Shikakwa had become the prime battleground in what he saw as the Jedi's war. "Father," she said, "I saw something important." His eyes flicked up to her. "A vision." "That's right. You need to know about it. The Jedi Masters do too." He exhaled and planted fists on the table. As a practical man, he'd been reluctant to draw battle plans based on anyone's Force visions, even his daughter's, But as the fight for Shikakwa intensified, he'd learned to use any tool that presented itself. Another battle, he asked. I saw them coming at us with the full army. Flesh raiders, annihilator machines, aircraft. She swallowed. They'll attack Gardelin. His eyes narrowed. Gardelin. Are you sure? I know that city, Father. I saw it being smashed to rubble in my dream. She closed her eyes and summoned fragments of memory as her teachers had shown her. The Grand Clock Tower, the arena on the hillside, and the gardens by the river. They'll all burn. Valnes didn't seem convinced. He stabbed a finger at the map. We thought they were going after Vulcan next. Our reconnaissance spotted them marshaled in the wetlands 50 kilometers south of that city. It's Gardelin, Father. I know it. He studied the map. She could tell he was making hard calculations, and she waited until he said, if they attack Gardelin, they'll have to draw forces from the encampment near Vulcan. It's their nearest base, and I don't think they'd draw their supply lines any thinner than they have to. He was coming up with a plan. Good. Then we'll intercept them on the way to Gardelin. Perhaps. He tapped the spot on the map marking the encampment near Vulcan. But if we know their forces will be weak here, it's the perfect time to strike. But what about Gardelin? We can't add some defenders. We need more than some to stop the offensive I saw in my vision. Her father's face went hard. The imperative isn't to stop these Rakata, it's to destroy them. If they're using as many troops as you say, we'll be able to send in our own offensive and annihilate their base near Volkiden. Without supplies or good defensive redoubts, what's left of their army will be vulnerable. Even if they do take Gardelin. They weren't taking it, Father, they were destroying it. Then they'll have nothing to defend themselves with, no place to make a stand when we come to crush them. We have to crush them, Tasha, or they'll crush us. She saw his hard logic. It made her want to weep. This was a war of the most brutal attrition. Thousands had died already, both among the Jedi and Shikakwa's natives. Leaving Gardelin exposed to allow a strike at their weakened base might drive the Rakata off this world sooner, but it was still a deliberate choice to surrender thousands more lives. Tasha swallowed and said, we have to tell the masters about this plan. I know. I can't so much as breathe without the Jedi's approval. Her father scowled and drummed thick fingers on the tabletop. But I don't think it will be too hard to get. Ranger Brock is resting right now, but I'll wake her up. Once she agrees, I'm sure the master will. He was probably right on that score. As the war had grown desperate, the Jedi had been increasingly thrown off the balance they'd sustained more centuries. Rangers and warriors were being drawn more and more to the darkness within them, unleashing anger and aggression to counter the Rakata's own. But while the Rakatan armies had been trained solely to use the dark, it was an unfamiliar thing to the Jedi, who struggled with this awesome but dangerous power. Whatever way this war ended, the Jedi would be changed forever, and Tasha couldn't see how it would work out for the good. Valnes got on the comm and woke up the other Jedi staying in Fortress Rio. Less than 10 minutes she appeared, and Tasha was surprised to find her fully dressed. Lannery Brock was a human woman about 5 years older than Tasha, tall with long brown hair that spilled over the shoulders of her brown jacket and red scarf. She wore black boots and a metal sword slanted from her left hip. She'd come ready for anything. Valnes saw it too. No need for battle just yet, Ranger Brock. Let us explain the situation. They did just that. Tasha repeated the contents of her vision, and her father reiterated his plan to let the Rakata attack Gardelin and leave their backs undefended. He tersely outlined his reasoning. Lannery Brock listened, eyes narrowed, thinking. In the end, she agreed with a tiny nod. Tasha had expected that. She didn't know Lannery well, but the older woman had once been a ranger who'd crisscrossed the Titan system alone. Like her uncle Hawk, she'd experienced her share of danger. Like Hawk, like all of them, the war against the Rakata had taken its toll on her. If her eyes had ever had a light of adventure in them, it was gone now. When everything had been said, Lannery asked, do you know when the battle will come? Tasha shook her head. Maybe days, maybe hours. I can never tell. Valnes grunted. I wish the Force would explain itself every now and then. Tasha didn't blame him for his anger. She felt the same way. She trained to become a Jedi seer because she thought the Force might give her a glimpse of enlightenment. Instead, she was mired in increasing uncertainty. You should try and get some real rest now. You've earned it, Volnus told his daughter. I'll go to the comm center and try to call Master Key2. Ranger Brock, can I rely on your support? You can, Lanori nodded. Glad to hear it, Volnus said bitterly, then left the chamber. Tasha sighed and told the human woman, forgive my father. He's already seen one war on Shikakwa, and he blames the Jedi for that one too. He's not the only one, Lanori exhaled. She put a hand on Tasha's shoulder and gave it a small squeeze. Thank you, Serial. You might have helped us turn the tide of the war. The tide had seemingly turned before, but then it turned back. The Rakata were relentless. I just do what I can. Tasha took a few steps away, expecting Lanori to follow Volnus to the comm center. Instead, the woman said, a question. Serial. Tasha turned. Of course, Ranger Brock. Lanori hesitated a moment, then asked, is it true that the Masters think there's a Hypergate located in the chasm beneath Anew? Tasha hadn't expected that. Why are you asking? I've tried asking your uncle, but he avoids the question. Your father doesn't care. But other Jedi say that Hawk saw a Hypergate when he went down into the chasm with Yuuzhan Vong. Has he told you about that? Tasha heard the unspoken question, have you seen it in your visions? The answer to both was yes. But Tasha didn't think she had the clarity Lanori wanted. She could hear the hatred in the other woman's voice. My uncle found something in the chasm, Tasha said. Yuuzhan Vong did too. It nearly drove them both mad. Many would say in Locke's case it succeeded. But what was it? Pressed Lanori. I'm not sure if they saw something so much as they felt a distortion in the Force. But my uncle says he sensed war and destruction coming to Titan like it has now. And he says he saw stars and planets without number. Some of the Masters think it might have been a Qua Infinity Gate. Lanori frowned. The Qua. Not the Gree. The Gree? I don't think so. They say the old city was built by the Gree, but the gate in the chasm, if it exists at all, sounds like it was built by the Qua. Tasha saw her confusion and added, this is all speculation, based on a Qua holocron we recovered. It said the Gree gates only linked to specific partners, while the Qua gates could transport matter anywhere in the galaxy. In other words, Lanori said faintly, the worlds that Though took us from. Maybe, Tasha said. Though if the Rakata really have overrun the rest of the galaxy, I don't think we have any homes to go back to. Maybe. The human side. It's all unanswered questions, isn't it? Unanswerable. Perhaps. I didn't realize you were interested in the gates. I'm not. Wasn't. My brother researched them. She emanated sadness in the Force. But he died. Ah, said Tasha, and nothing else. She hadn't even known Ranger Brock had a brother. He sounded like one more casualty of the Rakata. Right now we need to concentrate on the defense of Shikakwa, Tasha said. My father's waiting for you to help argue with the Masters. He'll get it. Lanori drew herself straight. Thank you, Serial. Tasha inclined her head and watched Lanori walk swiftly from the room. When the human was gone, she retreated to her chambers. She moved through the darkness, lay down on her bed again, closed her eyes, and waited for more visions to come. Usually the Force gave her some reprieve after a prophetic dream. She felt herself grow weak with sleep and nothing reared to consume her. She was glad. Even after her prophetic abilities were recognized, she'd never been happy with them. What the Force revealed to her was more often aggravating than helpful. Even before the Rakata invasion, when her visions had been more benign, she'd seen fragments of events without context. Sometimes those fragments had shown her events that would play out, other times things that could be changed. The Master said the future was not a solid thing, and that what the Force showed her were tiny flecks of what might be. There was no certainty in them, and nowadays no comfort. Tasha found herself wishing, more and more, that she'd never been cursed with the Force at all. As she lay in the dark and tried for some real sleep, a new kind of vision came to her. At first she didn't realize it was a vision at all because it lacked the violence, fire, and death that had racked her dreams since the war began. There seemed something peaceful, almost fey about the scene that resolved before her. She saw a great arch, perhaps 30 meters high, seemingly carved from stone and wedged between steep canyon walls. She knew it as one of the ancient gates she'd seen in Master Anang's holocron, which could apparently transport matter instantaneously between worlds. The entire world seemed cast in a ghostly blue-white light, as though bathed by a superheated sun. She recognized the creatures moving around the gate's base as qua for their long necks, blue hides, and long reptilian faces. Some seemed to tend to the gate itself, while others sat in small groups around its base. Some conversed, others seemed engaged in quiet study. She saw several who seemed to be writing into paper tomes. Those gathered, though alien, had the distinct air of scholars. Among the herd of blue saurians were other aliens with bulbous heads and large black eyes held upright by thick tentacles. From descriptions and rough sketches she'd seen in the Jedi archives, Tasha recognized them as Gree. This vision was such a reprieve from the ones of war that she didn't immediately realize it was a vision at all. In the days when she'd had normal dreams, untouched by Force prescience, Tasha had experienced them through her own eyes. She was not present among these qua and Gree. Like her prophetic dreams, she seemed to be viewing through omniscient roving eyes. With understanding came new confusion. Tasha knew that her visions always showed the future, always. These ancient aliens were supposed to be long gone, and their gates destroyed, but for her to be receiving this vision meant that at least one such gate must still be extant. Perhaps, she thought, it was the qua homeworld, or some other place they gathered for refuge against the Rakata. However, that gave no explanation for the Gree scattered among them. Her sleeping mind tried to make sense of these things but it was like groping for air while trapped underwater. She couldn't even rouse from sleep. The quiet scene was interrupted by the emergence of light from the mouth of the gate. Straight luminous lines slanted from the stone frame and intersected at right angles to form a perfect grid. The qua and Gree all turned in attention as the lines grew thicker, the grid brighter. Soon, they all packed around it but left a clear and deliberate space immediately in front, as though expecting something to emerge. Many qua raised their long arms into the air, while the Gree flailed tentacles. They seemed to Tasha expressions of adulation, even worship. The light beams in the grid grew thicker, the gate brighter, until it was absolutely blinding. None of the qua or Gree looked away. Tasha tried to hold to the vision and see what came through the gate. Out of the wall of light marched more qua and more Gree, but there was one anomalous figure. 2 legs, 2 arms, a straight body, a head topped by long dark hair. A human, Tasha realized, and tried to focus on that silhouette as it staggered from the gate. Then, suddenly the light went out. The gate was closed, leaving an empty arch behind, but those who'd passed through were clearer. Tasha focused on the human and was shocked to find her familiar. Though her features were more worn than they'd been a minute ago, the woman was unmistakably Lenore Brock, Jedi Ranger. Without even willing it, Tasha left her sleep. She opened eyes to see only the darkness of her chamber. She wasn't breathing hard this time, and her mind didn't rattle with the desperation and anger of others. Instead, she felt dimly confused, a little curious. She realized, still very tired. True sleep was claiming her fast. She had no understanding of what she'd seen. Perhaps it had been just a dream after all. A welcome reprieve from all her terrible visions. The details were already fading. Tasha closed her eyes again and let her body relax on the bed. Force vision or mere imagination, that scene had instilled her with calm. If such a gathering had taken place, it had been far from the Rakata. It meant there were still some place in the galaxy where the Force remained in balance, a haven for ancient races and new Jedi both. It was comfort Tasha needed. She let darkness and rare peace claim her. Chapter 11. When Ganner stepped into the chamber, he was immediately struck by the artificial chill in the air, the bleakness of the lights, and the reek of disinfectant. His eyes immediately fell from the pale walls to the 2 bodies laid on biers in the center of the room and the Empress standing over them. Antares looked disconcertingly calm as he lay there, hands folded over his chest as though to hide the place where the sniper's blast had taken him. The Baviniri medics had changed him out of his wet clothes into a simple white tunic that looked stiff and unnatural on him. They'd dredged Sekmat Har and the airspeeder's pilot from the bottom of the channel, as well, and prepared the two Imperial Knights for transport back to Coruscant. As much as he respected the Saurian, all of Ganner's attention was drawn to his friend's body, and woman standing stricken over it. Marasiah wore the same white robe they'd thrown on her after pulling her from the water 12 hours ago. His hair, rich brown with a thick streak of white, was a messy tangle falling on either side of her face. She didn't react when Ganner entered the room, nor when he stepped close. She simply continued to stare down at her husband's calm face, perhaps remembering peaceful times she and Antares had shared. Ganner stepped on the opposite side of the bier, and she still didn't look at him. Part of him wished he could reach out with the Force to soothe her, the other half was glad he couldn't feel her pain. Because he was just a man now, Ganner had to reach her with simple tools. He raised his voice and said, "The Baviniri security force has locked down both islands. Nobody's entered or left since the attempt on your life. They're willing to let you go back to Coruscant, of course, but they promised to see this investigation through." Marasiah blinked repeatedly. It was her first reaction to his presence. Still looking at Antares, she asked, "Do they have suspects?" "No. They've examined the wreckage of the speeder. They say the starboard engine must have been hit. They think it was a high-powered portable weapon. It was probably the sniper from the bridge. How many people were involved in this? We can't really say." Ganner trailed off. There was no telling who had done this or why. The possibilities were vast and terrifying to contemplate. He wished they had something specific, anything. He needed a focus for the anger, hate, and grief welling inside him. He needed someone to hold responsible. The Empress asked, "What about Astral and Master Ray?" "They'll be all right," he said. Neither had suffered so much as a scratch, but it felt wrong to say so. "Majesty, I think you should head back to Coruscant soon, especially given what's happened at Terminus. The admirals will have all kinds of questions, and the people need to see you." "You mean they need to see my strength?" Marasiah said bitterly. "I'm sorry. I don't mean to presume." Marasiah sniffed and drew herself straight. "A leader must always be seen to be strong. My father told me that, many times. I always tried to follow that rule. Even when we lost the throne, when Darth Havoc killed my mother, and when my father died." Ganner remembered all those times. He'd admired her stoicism then, but everyone had a breaking point. He wondered if the Force gave her any strength at a time like this. The Empress lifted her head to look Ganner in the eye. "You said I should go to Coruscant. Not we." He nodded. "I'd like to stay on Baviniri and help find Antares' killer. I've talked to Aslan, and she wants to stay too. Astral's agreed to take you back to Coruscant." The phrase suggested she needed to be cared for, and he immediately regretted it, but Marasiah didn't object. "You're not a police detective, Master Krieg. What do you think you can do without the Force?" "I don't know, but someone has to be here to watch the investigation and make sure they find the assassin." He swallowed and pressed on. "Majesty, we failed you. We failed you and we failed Antares, and if we can't make up for it this way." "Don't," she said, quiet but firm. "There was nothing you could have done. I felt the attack coming in the Force, and she looked back at the body between them. I couldn't do enough either." Ganner let a long moment pass, then asked, "So can we stay?" She nodded. Another silence passed, and then Marasiah said, "Can I tell you something, Ganner? Something you must never tell anyone." That she'd used his first name struck him as much as the question. "Of course," he whispered. "Antares killed my father." The words rocked him almost as much as his friend's death, his mind filled with questions, but also understanding. Antares' listlessness since Ron Fell's death made shocking sense. He'd been carrying regret deeper than even Ganner had imagined. He licked dry lips and asked, "Why did he kill the Emperor?" "My father was an angry man. He lost his father and brother to the Sith on the same day. And later on he lost his wife, and then his empire. There was so much hate in my father. During the final battle for Coruscant, it got control of him. There was love in him too. I know. Marasiah sniffed. There was so much light in him that for a long time I couldn't see the darkness. I didn't really see it until that last battle. He was willing to wipe out every life on Coruscant just to slay the Sith. All those billions of lives, he had to be stopped. And Terry's was the only one strong enough to do it. Ganner's mind flashed back to all the arguments they'd had over the years. So often it had been Ganner arguing that their duty as Imperial Knights was to the light side of the Force, while Antares had insisted their Emperor was final arbiter of right and wrong. Behind his friend's stubborn patriotism had been a deep conflict between duty and justice, but he'd never imagined the conflict would resolve itself in such a way. Despite his grief and shock, Ganner also found himself proud to have known a man with the strength to choose right, even if it meant betraying his Emperor. It had to be done, Marasiah whispered. I know that. And I think Antares did by the end. I think he accepted it. He looked at his friend's calm face and saw it in a way he never had before. I hope so. Marasiah's hands balled to fists at her side. Do what you have to do, see justice done, Ganner. I will, Majesty. I promise. Garstazi was a soldier, not a spy, but after barely surviving the machinations of the Sith Imperial War he'd learned to be suspicious. The events at Terminus and Bovinire seemed too incredible to coincide by accident. Unfortunately, the details were aggravatingly unclear. A day after the dual tragedies, Marasiah Fell's shuttle was en route back to Coruscant with the body of her husband aboard. The assassin had yet to be found, and Bovinire's security team was collaborating with the Empress agents to get to the bottom of it. Terminus, meanwhile, was totally shielded from view after the Nagai found and destroyed the Federation's observation satellites. No one had any idea of the plan as conquerors had thrown a party or massacred the entire population. Hogrum was normally not a man who emoted much. Not only was his demeanor reserved, but his face was mostly obscured by burn scars and mechanical implants. Nonetheless, the intelligence director's frustration was plain as he explained all he didn't know to Stasi. Jaeger and Schlosser have regrouped most of their fleets at Sluice Van, Chalk said. They've been sending scout ships, edging closer to the occupied sectors, so hopefully they'll have more to report soon. Stasi had already heard as much from Schlosser. Pacing behind his desk, he asked, how in the hell did the SS Aruak get into the picture? I thought they'd been acting civilized recently. The SS Aruak entered into negotiations with the humans and Pewek on Bakura. Just hours before the attack on Terminus, they withdrew without warning, taking some Pewek with them. From what Ambassador Store's been telling us, the SS Aruak were trying to drive a wedge between the humans and Pewek. If we thought their intentions benign, we may have been seeing only what we wanted to see. Is Store still on Bakura? Yes. The Jedi too, Master Vale? Stasi knew the diplomatic corps been given the Jedi pity work, and didn't see how it could help here. Send more intel agents. I'm betting someone on Bakura knows more than what they're telling. I agree. Getting straight answers from the Pewek won't be easy, but we will try. Good. I'm also going to be sending more ships to Sluice Van. They'll need reinforcements. Admiral Bay. That's right. I know I don't have authority to order any Imperial admirals anywhere, but Jaeger will need backup too. He's requested it. Fennel and Yage are sorting deployments out now. Good. Stasi nodded. He wasn't foolish enough to think a crisis would bind Imperial and Alliance together, but it didn't seem to be cleaving them apart. What has the Empress had to say about this? I only talked to her briefly before she left Bovinire. Chalk inhaled. She's yet to address the SS Aruak situation directly. I'm afraid what happened on Bovinire has hit her very hard. I understand what's happened, and it's a tragedy, but we can't allow it to slow our reaction to this new threat. I think that might have been why she was attacked in the first place. Chalk raised one brow. Do you? I don't have evidence. Call me paranoid if you want. No, the thought occurred to me too. I'm looking into it, I assure you. Thank you, Stasi said. Jumping at shadows was Chalk's job. I'm taking both these crises very seriously. Until they're dealt with, they'll be prioritized above everything else. Stasi didn't like something in those words. You're not referring to the speaker's election, are you? Chalk hesitated, avoiding the Admiral's eyes. He seemed to calculate the costs and benefits of silence before saying, considering the current threats, and in respect for the Emperor's grief, several senators are drafting a plan to delay the vote. Imperial senators. Eldon. He thought Bastion's candidate would want to get the vote over now, while public sympathy for Marasiah was high, but then these were Imperials, always looking for a quick way to shed the trappings of democracy. They'll present the resolution when it's ready, Chalk said vaguely. No, absolutely not. If democracy gets suspended for every crisis, it's not a democracy at all. The election must go forward. With all due respect, that's for the Senate to decide, per the agreement you pushed the Empress to accept. Stasi glared at the man. You're right. That's for the Senate to decide. I'll respect his decision. I'm very glad, Chalk said, without a hint of mocking. Stasi was glad when the human left his office, but now he was angry as well as edgy. He should have seen a move to block the election coming. Marasiah's honorable nature had lulled his defenses against the usual Imperial backstabbing. He hated politics and hated being trapped to a desk on Coruscant. Given the choice, he'd much rather be riding to war against the SS Aruak with Slosser and Bay. But he was stuck here, and he still had to do what he could to protect Alliance values. Once he calmed himself, Stasi dropped into the chair behind his desk, activated his encrypted personal comm system, and patched in a call to Senator Porat Darrell's residence. The hollow image over his desk resolved not to the long-horned Chagrian senator but to his hornless wife. Good afternoon, Madam Darrell, he said. Is the senator available? He's at a Justice Council meeting. He won't be back until the evening. Do you have a message for him? Stasi hesitated. This woman had no official standing, but he had more important things to do than play tag with Darrell, and the senator had specifically said she could be trusted with anything. If Porat doesn't know already, he said, some Imperial senators are drawing up legislation to postpone the speaker vote. Out of respect for the Emperor's grief, they'll say. I see. Her expression clouded. I hope you do. If we're going to transition this new government to democracy, we can't let the Imperials derail us at the very start. Porat, Brighton, and their allies need to pool support to stop this motion. I understand. Thank you for telling us, Admiral. I'm doing what I can protect Alliance values. Just like you always have. She smiled faintly. I'll let them know immediately. The holo shut off, ending the short call. Stasi slumped in his chair and thought. What he'd been doing might have been a violation of the neutrality agreement he'd made with Marasiah, but he felt no regret whatsoever. If he'd been a stickler for rules, he'd have surrendered with the rest of the Alliance at Camus, and Crate would still reign supreme. Then as now, he answered to no authority except his conscience. In his heart he knew he'd done the right thing. Despite all that was happening, Stasi smiled. It was good to know he was still himself, even trapped behind a desk. The Baviniri clearly weren't used to being the center of galactic attention, and their security agency threw every possible resource into hunting for the assassin. With so much manpower on the case, all of which knew Cephalia better than Ganner and Aslan ever could, there was little for the Imperial Knights to do except stand over the investigators' shoulders. The Baviniri treated them with a mix of respect, obsequiousness, and just a little fear, the kind they rarely got on Coruscant lately. It almost felt like the old days. Local authorities seemed to be doing everything correctly. They'd placed Cephalia and Marasiah on lockdown. It was guaranteed that no spacecraft, air speeders, or even boats had left the island since the assassination attempt. They'd taken Ganner's tip about the sniper on the Maglev bridge and were poring over every scrap of security footage to track unauthorized access. They were taking the right steps, but Ganner still bristled with impatience. As they waited, Aslan theorized aloud why the attack had taken place. Bavinire's always had an anti-authority streak, she said. There's bound to be a lot of people who are mad that we've basically forced them to accept millions of refugees. Guessing games were pointless when they had no facts. He knew Aslan was trying to distract him from his grief and decided to play along. Whoever attacked us had military-grade equipment and knew how to use it. They also knew how to get onto that maglev bridge. That says they had a plan in advance. Depending on how hard it is to get on that bridge, they might have thrown it together quickly. Though they were alone inside the Bavinire Security Agency headquarters, she lowered her voice. They might have been sent by someone with government connections, someone who's not happy with the deal that got rammed down their throats. Maybe. Or maybe this is about something else. You mean what's happening in the Outer Rim? Or the Senate elections? Or something else? Maybe even the Sith, or what's left of them. In a way, he wanted it to be Sith. Better Antares died because of them than some random angry local. We'll just have to see where the evidence leads, Aslan muttered. Hours later, they were drawn into a private office by the BSA's chief director, a middle-aged human named Doral. He carried himself like a man itching to act, and Ganner knew they found a hot lead. We were able to analyze the security feeds from either side of the maglev bridge, Doral explained as he removed a portable holo projector from his pocket. He tapped it once and began flipping through magnified images, grainy and medium resolution, like most security holocams took. He tapped through several shots of a human male in a light-colored shirt with a brush of pale hair atop his head. In the first few images, the man had a meter-long canister connected to a strap and hung off one shoulder, perfect for carrying a high-powered military-grade sniper rifle. In the last images, which seemed to have been taken from the same cameras, he was moving in the opposite direction and no longer had the rifle case. He must have dropped his weapon in the water, Aslan said. Doral nodded. We're getting a team out there to search, but there's no telling how far currents carried it out before it hit the bottom of the channel. What about the man himself? Asked Ganner. We pictured him coming from and returning to Cephalia. We have holocams placed throughout the central business district, and we were able to track him moving through it and into one of the residential districts on the north side of the island. How can we track him from there? I've contracted the BSA district office nearby. They're putting the streets on lockdown and canvassing the area for public assistance. These Bavinire were taking things seriously. Once we pinpoint his location, we have to move fast. I want him alive, if at all possible. We understand. Doral pocketed the projector. I'm about to go on site. You're welcome to join me, but I recommend you armor up first. This might get hot. By the time Ganner and Aslan had strapped on their red plates, Doral had donned a black plasteel vest and was joining a heavily armed and armored BSA insertion team. Their black police cruiser shot into the air and raced over Cephalia stone and glass cityscape, weaving nimbly between skyscrapers as it made its way to the residential area on the island's northern slope. Peering through the porthole windows, Ganner saw a half-dozen more boxy airspeeders circling the sky like predatory birds. He doubted the people of Cephalia had seen a manhunt like this before. Doral's speeder joined the circle as the police chief commented someone dirtside. Ganner's left leg twitched up and down as mounting tension filled his body. Antares' killer might be in their hands within minutes, and he wanted nothing more than to tackle the man himself and beat truth out of him with his fists. Aslan placed a hand on his bouncing thigh, stilling it. Quietly she said, "Stay calm. Get your head clear." He was surprised to be admonished. He'd always tried to draw on the Force for guidance, and in many hard situations he'd been the one to lecture Antares on the need for calm. He'd done the same to Aslan more than once. Without the Force to hold him together, Ganner felt like pieces of him were coming apart. When Doral finished his call to the ground, the speeder veered hard left and began dropping altitude. The chief told his passengers, "We have eyewitness reports of the man we're looking for at a rent house. Stand by to deploy. Surround the building and cover all exits. Do not engage until I give the order." As he said the last bit, his eyes met Ganner's. The other man simply held them. The speeder's drop accelerated, and Ganner's gut lurched before they hit the ground. As soon as they did, the cruiser's side door slid open, and the BSA strike team piled out with military precision. Ganner and Aslan followed, each carrying a standard-issue blaster rifle. They still kept lightsabers at their belts, but the things felt like useless decorations. The building they surrounded was a 3-story permacrete block, drab and slightly run down. A sign on one side advertised cheap temporary rents, and as he followed Dural, Ganner's mind did quick calculations. If the gunman was using a place like this, he probably wasn't local. Maybe he'd come from another island just to get a shot at Marasiah. Maybe he'd come from another planet entirely. 2 more police cruisers set down on the lot surrounding the motel. More armored police piled out and had the entire place encircled within a minute. More patrolled the skies, probably watching for runners, but the surrounding streets looked deserted. The neighborhood civilians were probably laying low and waiting for it to be over. Ganner and Aslan crouched beside Dural, who'd taken cover behind a parked landspeeder. Dampness gleamed on the police chief's scalp, and Ganner realized he, too, was sweating under his sun-hot armor. They peeked their heads over the speeder's front hood and scanned the windows to the motel, all closed. "Do we know which one he's in?" asked Aslan. "The owner says 2nd floor, northwest corner." Dural jabbed a finger at one set of windows. The curtains were drawn tight and Ganner could see no motion behind them. If he had the force, he might be able to sense if the room was occupied, and even the occupier's intent. Instead, he asked, "When do we go in?" Dural glanced back at him. "I'm sending in one team to clear the building first. I recommend you stay back, Master Krieg." He opened his mouth to object, but Aslan said, "We understand, Chief. Are you ready to move?" In response, Dural took out his comlink, called his men, and requested confirmation they had all exits secured. One lieutenant after another replied affirmative until Dural whispered, "Or a team go." Once again, the Bavaniri impressed. A full dozen armored police charged the hotel's front doors, which slid open to accommodate. At the same time, 2 more cops fired projectiles from shoulder-mounted launchers that smashed through the windows of the northwest room and began filling it with smoke. And then, for a few excruciating minutes, nothing happened. Vapors furled slowly out of the broken windows, but no one on the outside moved, and no laser blasts sounded from inside. Ganner saw no flashes of light, no signs of activity. He wanted nothing more than to rush inside himself, but he remained crouched behind the land speeder hood, hands curled to fists, heart pounding in the silence. Then, finally, Doral's comm buzzed. "Report," the chief said. Ganner could barely hear the reply. "Building is secure. No shots fired. Suspect is down. Repeat, suspect is down." "Understood. We're coming in." Dural pocketed the comm and told the 2 knights, "Stay with me." Dural walked into the motel with hands open at his sides, but Ganner kept his rifle up just in case. The building's interior was only slightly less shabby than its outside, and a handful of police were waiting in the lobby. "Let me see the body," Dural told one lieutenant, who quickly guided them up a flight of stairs to the 2nd level. They filed down the narrow hall, past closed tight doors until they reached the open one at the end. The air was thick with residual gas, and Ganner put a hand over his mouth and nose to keep from getting dazed. 3 more police were standing in the middle of the room, facing the bed. There was a body sprawled there, feet dangling off the edge, chest arched toward the ceiling. The face, topped by a blonde fringe, was recognizable from the security cameras, as were the clothes. The blaster bolt had gone in through bottom of the jaw and exited through the back of the head, and the pistol used seemed to have tumbled from a limp hand off the bed and onto the floor. It was a grim scene, but not surprising. What Ganner noticed next was red paint had been splashed across the room's longest wall, messily conveying the assassin's final message. The words "Death to all tyrants" sat beside the hastily scrawled but unmistakable phoenix emblem of the Galactic Alliance. Chapter 12. The Waku homestead on Breshig was a slice of even plain about 10 square kilometers in size, with a small residential cluster sitting islanded by grain fields. A series of ridges bounded the property on the eastern side, and after scanning the area, from orbit, it became clear that the nearby mountain valley was the only place where they could set down and approach Waku without giving themselves away. Ania's mother had yet to explain why they needed to sneak up on Waku or what they do once they found him. She didn't like that, and she didn't like anything else about this. She was especially disturbed watching Marin and Leem's suit up in free agent's hold. Those crates they'd loaded onto AG-37's freighter contained 2 full sets of Beskar plating, and it was disconcerting to see her mother disappear bit by bit until she was sheathed from neck down in red Mandalorian armor. She had a red T-visor helmet too, but as yet kept it tucked underarm so her face was visible. It was her first time seeing her mother like that, and it felt wrong. She was a woman well into her 60s, trim and healthy for her age, but her face was still lined and her hair frazzled gray. War plating looked unnatural on her in a way it didn't on young, sharp-eyed Leem. "If I'd known you two were going in like this, I'd have insisted you take more friends," Ania said as she, Salk, and AG-37 watched the Mandalorians finish getting dressed. "Two is all we'll need," Leem said with one of his white winning smiles. "You don't even know what's waiting for you. Listen, I'll grab a blaster and come with you." "No," Marin said immediately. It was no surprise but still disappointing. "I can't take care of myself. I don't need fancy armor." Ania looked to Salk. "Tell him about that time I killed Darth Red." "Well, it's not about that." Marin slapped the dome of her helmet. "We're doing this anonymously. Someone might spot you and even know who you are. We can't have that." "Okay," Ania put hands on her hips. "Take AG along. They wouldn't know him from any other assassin droid, right?" Marin looked uncomfortably at AG-37. It had been presumptuous for Ania to speak for him, but the droid made no objection. Finally, the older woman said, "Okay, but you'll stay back to cover us, understand? Leem and I will handle infiltration." "I understand very well," AG-37 said. "Let me retrieve my weapons." As the droid stomped off to get supplies, Marin looked to her daughter and Salk. "Keep your comm lines open. I don't expect we'll need fast evac, but be ready just in case." That hardly made Ania feel better. "Sure," she said. "I'll stay right here." Like a good little girl, she thought sourly. Hardly for the first time, she wished Jo were here. She hadn't told him much about her predicament with her mother over the comm, too awkward, but he had a way of cutting through problems and seeing ways out of dilemmas that eluded her. At the same time, when the big important choices had to be made, they'd always been in accord. It was what had made them a good team once, but no more. One day, she hoped, they could be again, once they'd both gotten their considerable problems sorted out. Marin hardly felt good about leaving her daughter behind, and worse still about the discontented frown on her face when she'd wished them luck. If Ania knew what she was going to do with Waku, the disapproval would run even deeper, so she'd made the best choice available. They sat down on Breshik an hour before dawn crept onto the Waku homestead. Once they descended from the hill, there was no place to hide except for the 2-meter grain stalks, which were more effective at hiding Marin and Leem than AG-37. The assassin droid angled his entire torso until it was nearly perpendicular to the ground and charged through the field with his pointed head aimed forward like a battering ram. For humans, his speed was just as impossible as his posture, and Marin and Leem hurried to keep close with him. By the time they got within clear visual range of Waku's home, Marin was panting for breath. Even young Leem was winded. AG-37, who'd retracted most of his metal legs into his abdomen to hide his tall head, swung both photoreceptors on the humans. "I apologize if I was overly hasty. I assumed you wanted to get to Waku while there was still cover of darkness." Breathing hard inside her helmet, Marin looked at the sky. Night black had faded to deep blues that would soon give way to daylight. "You made the right choice, AG. Just give me a minute." "You insisted that I stay in the fields to cover you, correct?" "That's right," said Leem. "I don't expect to get in trouble, but if we do, I'll hail you. Understand?" "Very." Both halves of the droid's head rotated so twin photoreceptors faced Marin. "May the Force be with you, Marin Solo." She stared at that inhuman face, uncertain what to say. She gave the droid a curt nod, then pushed through the remaining grass toward the house. Morin and Liam emerged from the fields on the house's eastern flank. The entrance was to the south, and they split up to curve around the west and north sides. She counted windows, imagined rooms, and gave herself a good guess of the interior layout. It was a simple two-story home, which probably meant bedrooms in the upper level, kitchen, and living areas beneath. That probably meant Waku had a family with him. That could make things complicated. She dropped to one knee beside Liam and asked, "Any movement?" "Negative. Doesn't look like much of a lock on that front door. Want to try for silent entry?" "Yes. You go up top. I'll clear the lower level quickly and join you." "Copy that. Buvodu. Ready to go?" "Oh yeah," she whispered, without any of the enthusiasm that usually accompanied the war cry. Liam made a crouching sprint for the entrance. Morin followed. By the time she reached him, he'd already gotten out a knife and started to jimmy open the primitive wooden door. He pried open the lock as quietly as he could and pushed the door open on his hinges, then pocketed the knife, grabbed his blaster pistol, and slipped inside. Morin followed, her own pistol drawn and readied. They moved as quietly as their hard boots and armored bodies would allow. Liam stalked up the central stairwell while she circled around the lower floors, going through the kitchen, the dining room, and living room. She checked the refresher too, and when she was certain everything was clear, she followed Liam upstairs. She found him standing before a cracked open door, pistol halfway lowered. He stepped aside so Morin could look in and see a pair of bunk beds. She counted at least 3 small bodies tangled among the sheets, fast asleep. When she looked back at Liam, he jabbed a thumb over shoulder to the door at the opposite end of the hall. Then he held up 2 fingers and tapped them on the dome of his helmet. Waku was in his bedroom with his wife. Still silent, Morin gestured for him to cover Waku's bedroom while she handled the kids. As she peered at the bunk beds again, she felt something swim in her stomach. Better small children than adults who could fight, she thought, but it didn't make the next part easier. She double-checked that her blaster was set to stun, then looked back at the far door. Liam was ready, waiting on her. Morin shouldered through the doorway and into the bedroom. 3 stun blasts in rapid succession took the children in their beds. At the same time, she heard one stun blast from the other side of the house. As she checked the 4th bed empty and not made up for use, she heard a truncated shout and the sound of struggle. Weapon in hand, she raced out down the hall to Waku's room and saw Liam already on the bed, straddling a middle-aged man and trying to pin him down. Morin circled around to the side of the bed and shoved her pistol in Waku's face. It surprised the man so much Liam was able to grab him by both wrists and hold him steady. Waku's wife, stunned and inert, lay beside them as though obliviously asleep. "Who are you people?" Waku groaned as he struggled vainly against the armored figure above him. "What do you want?" "You DCI, we don't want to hurt you," said Liam. "My family, what did you do to my—" "They're not harmed," Morin said. "We just want to talk." "Talk? You broke into my Shabla house and—" "What would you say if we told Yaga Archer sent us?" Waku froze. "My business with Archers is a long time over." "Is that why you moved out here?" asked Liam. "That's right. Didn't have anything to do with Governhall and Bovar Shall ending up dead, did it?" "No, it didn't." Morin could tell he was lying. She nudged his mind with the Force, instilling him with extra fear. "White Ox kill Hall and Shall." But you just said Archer sent you?" "No, I didn't." Morin nudged him again. "Why did Hall and Shall end up dead? What does it have to do with the time you 3 all went missing 13 years ago?" Waku's eyes blinked in confusion. I don't know what you're on about." "Think back," Liam said. "You used to be a big deal on Mandalore. Might have gotten in Alk's way when he replaced Churn and Ordo. Why'd you stand down?" "Stand down? I didn't. I don't care what you're talking about." "Sure you do, Nervad," Liam growled. "Think real hard." Liam thought he was faking. Morin, reading his surface thoughts in the Force, knew it was more complicated. Back when Waksu, Shao, and Hall, among others, had suddenly changed their mind about supporting Archers, Marin and 2 Imperial Knights had been there to investigate. The Elder Knight, Eshker Nine, had paid a visit to Waksu and Shao both. He reported that their memories of the kidnappings had been totally erased, likely with the Force. She saw now it wasn't wholly true. Images clashed inside his head, dark bodies moving around in the night, an alien face in gold and black, the blank interior walls of a warehouse. His kidnapping and reprogramming had been repressed in memory but not erased. Shards merged like pieces of shattered glass not swept clear. Maybe the Sith installed mental blocks decayed in time. Maybe Hall and Shao had been killed because they started to remember what had happened to them. Waksu, sensing some of it but not all, had fled his disjointed memories to Breshig and taken his family with him. For that reason, perhaps, he'd been spared. Marin reached out with her free hand and placed it on Waksu's forehead. The man yelped, "Hey, what are you doing?" "It's all right," she said soothingly. "I'll remember for you." Marin had never been skilled at mnemotherapy during her time as a Jedi. They'd stressed that it was only to be used on willing patients to soothe traumatized minds, but that was hardly what she used it for now. She'd barely remembered, retaught herself, then honed through trial and error since taking up the Force again. Because it was useful, she'd gotten good at it, and she pried easily into his mind with invisible fingers. She touched scattered memories and tried to grab hold. It wasn't just images anymore, it was smells and sounds. Most of all, it was the raw terror and confusion that had filled Waksu at the time. Those feelings entered into her as easily as she'd entered into him, and she struggled to keep them from unnerving her. She grasped hold of one memory, a helmeted figure leaning close, emanated ill-will even through his mirror-black visor. Looming on either side was a fearsome figure, one humanoid in black and white, one tall alien in black and gold. The Mandalorian stepped back so the 2 Sith could move forward. Waksu's mind revolted at what came next. It pushed back so hard that Marin nearly lost her place inside him. She tried to absorb his memories into hers, but he was relieving the trauma. He moaned and tried to pull his head free of her grip. She held on tight, with hand and mind, and pried deeper still, hoping for a glimpse of the face behind the Mandalorian mask. "Bavodu," Leem said as Waksu struggled beneath her. "You need to stop." She didn't stop. She endured the agony Waksu had felt beneath Sith hands, all the while clinging to his blurred vision, and the green and brown armored figure watching it all from the edges. She needed to see Ock's face beneath the mask, but it wouldn't come. It wouldn't reveal itself no matter how hard she tried. "Marika, stop." The second Marin's grip on his mind weakened. She was ejected from it entirely. She stumbled back across the bedroom floor, breathing hard. Lean was still pinning the man to the bed, but he no longer struggled. His head rolled from side to side and his eyelids twitched erratically. Waksu was a man stuck in the nightmare Marin had placed him in. "What did you see in there?" Lean gasped. Marin closed her shaking hand to a fist. "I was so close. Archers, he was there. I saw him with the Sith." She remembered 2 figures, black and gold, black and white. "I saw a blood carver. And something else. Maybe a Nagai." Waksu was still trembling in his bed. His teeth clacked nosily together. "Shab, Bavodu, what did you do to him?" asked Lean. There were no words to really explain it. It had been a brutal violation, and unlike the past times she'd done it, Waksu seemed trapped inside his recovered memories. A Jedi would have been aghast at a deed like that, as would Ania. A part of Marin was horrified too. Mostly she was disappointed not to have seen the face of her enemy, the final confirmation of his deed. Lean put hands on Waksu's shoulders to steady him. "What do we do now?" She could go back in there and try to resubmerge his memories. It wouldn't be pleasant, but it would be easier for her and Waksu both than what she'd just done. She planned to use the Force to erase his memories of this entire evening. If she did everything right, he still might wake up in bed beside his wife a few hours from now with a headache and nothing more. Or she may have done more permanent damage on her long quest to set things right. Marin took a deep breath, and reached out again. "I'll do what I can for him," she said, "and then we'll go." It was an auspicious day on Terminus, though the native inhabitants surely thought otherwise. The battle for the planet had been vicious, but it had largely left the world's surface undamaged. The locals seemed thoroughly cowed by the battle they'd witnessed, and had volunteered their spaceports to repair the Conqueror's damaged vessels. As a result, hundreds of Nagai and Mandalorian ships had set down on the planet. The SS Seruvi vessels, which would probably confound Terminus techs, remained in orbit to guard their prized new world. Though their warships stayed high above, a delegation of the reptilian conquerors had descended to its surface. Rather than parade through any of its cities, which the Nagai were already doing, they landed on a clear plain well outside the capital. It was here that Yaga Ox landed as well, and as promised, Darth Nil was waiting for him. "I'm glad you could come," the Nagai smiled, baring sharp teeth. "You're in for quite a display." Despite losing the Force, his eyes were still a fierce red, and he retained the jagged tattoos on his face. Yaga remembered when they first met all those years ago on Mandalore, where Nil had helped dispose of the new Mandalore's enemies. He lacked the black-stained jaw but still had the intense gaze, the long black hair, the lean muscular body. He'd accompanied another Sith, that one a towering blood carver with 3-jointed limbs and skin decorated black and gold. Yaga had realized then that he was a partner to monsters. After 13 years, that seemed truer than ever. Dozens of SS Aruak had gathered at the center of the field and moved as a tight-packed multicolored mass. They seemed to be swarming in concentric circles, though Yaga couldn't see what lay at the center. Their powerful bodies stretched over 3 meters from the ends of their snouts to the tips of their thick tails, and they moved swiftly on 3 clawed feet with small forelimbs tucked beneath their trunks. As they moved, they released a cacophony of whistles and fluting sounds, and Yaga couldn't tell if they were speaking or singing. Nil stepped beside him. "The SS Seruvi Society is caste-based. Those you see with red scales are the warriors. Of course, they are the most present here, but you'll also see blue-scaled administrators and yellow-scaled scientists. Look closely, and you'll even spot a few brown-scaled Pewek from Bakura, come to join the Holy Crusade." Yaga saw all those things but understood nothing. He wasn't sure he wanted to understand what kind of creatures he'd unknowingly made pact with. Clearly, Nil had called him here for an education, so he asked, "What are they doing here?" "This looks like some kind of ceremony." "Precisely. The SS Iruak, you see, have an absolute terror of dying away from worlds they haven't consecrated as holy. They fear their souls will spend eternity wandering in the blackness of space." It was an unpleasant concept. Yaga was glad to believe in nothing more than the mundane, a vague continuity of Mandalorian culture passed through generations. Death after life was an erudite concept, one most Mandos didn't favor, especially since they usually promise punishment for past sins. "This religion presents a problem," Nil went on. "The SS Iruak are predators by birth, expansionists at heart. Yet they're afraid to go to worlds they haven't already conquered. Hence their reliance on droids. I've heard they fuel their machines with life energy from slaves." He had no idea how it worked, nor did he want to. "They've been having difficulties with attachment recently," the Nagai said as the reptiles whirled in faster and faster circles. "I arranged for them to be supplied with droid brains from Geonosis. I also promised them all of the planets we've already conquered, as a sign of good faith." He smiled again. "The ceremony is being repeated on a dozen worlds as we speak." Yaga watched as the swirling mass of SS Aruak cried louder and louder, until their chaotic wailing stabbed at his head. To shove his helmet on or cover his ears would be a show of weakness, so he ground his teeth and withstood the aliens' horrible noises until they suddenly stopped their whirling. Still keeping in circles of blue, red, yellow, and brown, they all stepped back, loosening formations so Yaga could see the giant gold-scaled alien at the center of the whirl. He watched as the creature stood high on his haunches and wailed, throwing open its spindly arms as if to embrace the blue sky, this whole new world. When it finished, the surrounding SS Seruak threw back their heads and joined in. Then they began running circles again, But this time they moved slower and less frantically. Yaga understood somehow that this was a procession of triumph. The ceremony, is it complete? Yes. Nil nodded. Terminus is now consecrated as a holy world of the SS Seruvi Imperium. What about the people who already live here? As long as they continue to repair our ships and build new ones when necessary, they won't be treated too harshly. Do the SS Seruuk understand that? They're more perceptive than you think. They understand that the old ways no longer work. Bold, creative thinking is required to thrive in the galaxy today. He sounded like a man congratulating himself. Yaga didn't begrudge him, not really. As an act of scripted drama, the second battle of Terminus had been masterful. Coruscant has to react to this, and strongly. Coruscant has other problems to deal with. They won't ignore us, but I doubt their next response will be as coordinated as it was today. Yaga had no idea what that meant, but after today he stopped doubting the Sith's abilities. Even without the Force, he was something to be reckoned with. You have impressive allies, he told Nil. Do you still need the Mandalorians? Yaga's father hadn't raised him to run from fights, but he hoped the answer would be no. Of course, the Sith wouldn't throw away good tools so easily. Nil crossed his arms and said, I understand your fighting fleet is limited compared to what the SS Seruuk can field, but there's a place for you in the new empire we're carving. The SS Seruuk will never land ground troops on an unconsecrated planet, and while we Nagai are excellent melee fighters, Mandalorian super commandos bring a special touch. We still need to be paid for our work. I'm sure a planet like Terminus has plenty of bullion stashed away. You're welcome to it. We're not just going to pillage our way through the Outer Rim. I want a contract. Nil didn't seem put off by his impudence. You'll get one before our next operation. Be patient. Where are we going after this? That's to be decided. Nil tilted his head skyward. Go back to your ships. Congratulate your warriors on a job well done. Encourage them to rest and enjoy their spoils before going back to fighting. A lot of his soldiers would enjoy that, but plenty would also want to know what came next. The decision to join the Nagai and their Outer Rim conquests had struck many Mandas as a full reversal from Yaga's normal policies as Mandalore. Even Chern and Ordo would have balked at such adventurism, they were saying. It was more like something his long-dead uncle would have done. Being loyal servant to the Sith had gotten Jevern killed. Yaga was determined to avoid that end, even if he couldn't yet see a way out. I'm going to ask this plainly. He paused a second, waiting for an objection that didn't come. Where does it stop? How far do you think you can get with this little empire of yours? You may grab some sectors, but eventually you will run out of soldiers and resources. You will be spread too thin to hold your territory, and the Federation, no matter how messed up it is, will start taking planets back. I think you'd be surprised by how much territory we can take, especially once word spreads that we're charitable in victory. That's not an answer. Be patient and you'll see what I can do, Nil said firmly. I promise you. And the Sith, he knew, really did keep their promises. When Yaga left the site of the ceremony, he rode his shuttle back up to his flagship, which had endured the fighting with only minor damage. The Tarach-class frigate looked minuscule drifting beside a massive SSSI Ruvi battle cruiser, and when he convened his lieutenants he made the mistake of doing so in a cabin that looked out on the alien vessel. Yaga spoke loud and clear to draw their eyes away from the distracting ship. The Nagai want us here for the duration, he explained. He refrained from using Nil's name and title. The less who knew he was in bed with the Sith, the better. They say to rest and patch up for now, but be ready for further action. Specifically, get ready for ground pounding. His lieutenants, Mostil and Beskar, nodded. Some were more pleased than others, he knew. Thorm Rao, sick of lying low after being nearly nabbed on Ord Mantell, was ready for more bruising. Von Zarimer, more cautious, asked, do we need to bring more troops from Mandalore? I don't expect operations to either expand or contract just yet. We hold here, resupply, and get ready. And what about our new soul-sucking lizard friends? She glanced out the window. Apparently souls are off the menu. Don't ask me to explain, I just know those tiny deadly fighters are being flown by droid brains from Geonosis now. His lieutenants exchanged looks. Most seemed mildly relieved to know they weren't in danger of having their life forces sucked into machines. For that, Yaga didn't blame them at all. Ral asked, "Any idea what the next target is?" "No. I think our client's been stirring up trouble on Coruscant and wants to see how that plays out." "Heard someone almost killed the Empress," another lieutenant said. That explained Nil's confident smile. "The Nagai are playing classic divide and conquer. I think they're going to keep going as far as they can." "And how far do we go?" asked Zarimer. Ral gave her unexpected support. "When the going gets tough, we can run back to Mandalore. No problem. I got a feeling the Nagai and SS Arua can handle themselves pretty well even without us." The others nodded agreement. Apparently they thought it would be that easy. "That's enough for today," Yaga said. "You're all dismissed. Go down to Terminus, check on your ships and people, and have a little fun while you can. We'll be fighting soon enough." The last part stirred Ral. He punched a fist against his chest plate and shouted, "Oya Mando." Several others repeated the battle cry, then filed out of the room. Soon it was empty of everyone except Yaga and his daughter, who'd been watching silently from the back corner. She pushed off from the wall and walked toward her father, flexing shoulders beneath her dark armor. "Did you talk to a Sith down there, Booer?" "Darth Nil himself. Got to watch our new lizard friends consecrate Terminus as holy ground." Sora let her gaze turn toward the massive ship drift alongside theirs. "You really didn't know about them?" "Not until they popped out in the middle of the drag field. Apparently they hijacked some Bakuran tech for that." He looked at her face and saw the bags under her eyes. "How was it in your basket?" "We can't handle TIE fighters. And Alliance snubs. Those SS Siruvi droid fighters, though, they are nasty things, Boer. They're like flesh gnats or piranha beetles. One second you're flying free, and the next they overwhelm you, and they're so slippery your targeting computers can't even get a lock." "Did any of them fire on our baskets?" "No. I guess their IF software is on point, but they didn't move out of way when we got close. And the way they tore up the Alliance fighters is gonna give my pilots nightmares." Sora forced her eyes off the alien cruiser. "Lucky they're on our side, I guess." "Very lucky. And we'll keep it that way as long as we have to. Does Nil really think he can make this last?" "He seems confident. But what does he think he's doing? Is he trying to rebuild Krayt Shabla's Sith Empire here on the Outer Rim? How can that even work without the Force?" "I have no idea." Yaga crossed his arms. "But for now, while he's riding high, we ride with him. And when he's not." When her father didn't answer right away, Sora asked, "How many Sith are there?" "Do you know?" "No. And I get the impression he spread them all throughout the Nagai fleet, probably in command positions." She sighed. "Then I guess we can't get them all on one ship and blow them up." "Afraid not, Sorka. But I like the creative thinking." She smiled weakly and looked back at the passing SS Iruvi ship. The cruiser had just passed in front of the Terminus System's primary, eclipsing the Mandalorian frigate within its shadow. That was too much symbolism for Yaga's liking, and he led Sora out of the room and into the hallway beyond, where at least he could forget about it for a while. The clearer the situation of World got, the more dangerous and confused the situation on Bakuran became. Reports from Coruscant confirmed what had been unthinkable days before. The SS Siruak had allied with the Nagai and Mandalorians to wage a war of pure conquest across a nearby slice of the Outer Rim. That alone cast the SS Iruak's actions here in a new and disingenuous light. But the truly damning news was that the SS Iruak warships at Terminus seemed to have been equipped with devices to counter interdiction fields, devices that behaved exactly like Bakuran-made hymns. The reaction of Bakura's human population had been swift and violent. Mobs had attacked the Pewet clusters in Salas DR and the other cities. President Ricardo ordered a planet-wide curfew and ordered the Bakuran Defense Forces to keep the peace in the cities. Rumors about Pewet collaboration with the SS Siruak continued to swirl until most of the populace accepted them as fact. With violence quelled, Ricardo did the only thing left. He ordered a meeting with the Pewek leader Vlothal. He invited Shadow and Stor to join. It seemed to Shadow that the president was so boxed in by the situation that he was looking to Coruscant's representatives as a last chance for salvation. The unspoken need in his eyes weighed heavily on Shadow, who now more than ever needed to stop observing and actually do something to stop the turmoil. He didn't know what he'd do, only that he'd be a poor Jedi if he didn't. And he needed to be a Jedi still. Despite having neither the Force nor a good grasp of Pewek body language, he could tell Vlothal was just as disturbed as the rest of them. His long brown tail twitched erratically, and he kept blinking as he tried to explain himself in long musical wails. Legislator, even if you weren't personally working with the SS Iruak behind our backs, some of your people high-ranked elected Pewek, by your own admission, were collaborating with the enemy, Ricardo said. His anger mixed with weariness, but he remained standing behind his desk as he faced off with the taller Saurian. Either you are lying to me or you can't control your own people. Either way, you can't expect me to believe that all your people on Bakura now are loyal. Vlothal whistled again, and the translator nestled in Shadow's ear said, "We are working to identify traitors as we speak." Not good enough. Ricardo placed two fists on the desk. You're going to hand over all your information and let Bakuran security detain any suspected traitors. Vlothal waved his head, emphatically mimicking the human gesture of denial. We cannot hand them over to human justice. It's not human justice, it's Bakuran's justice. Legislator, you're asking me to trust you when you know damned well that you haven't earned it. Your human justice has not earned our trust. Wearily, Ricardo looked to the Federation ambassadors. Stor said, naturally Coruscant is willing to act as arbitrator in any negotiations. Our people are investigating the SS Siruvi offensive now and will share any relevant information they have. Shadow kept quiet, but he knew that was an exaggeration. With Hagram Chalk at his helm, Federation intelligence was notoriously parsimonious about what is shared, and before this meeting, Stor had admitted such information on the SS Iruak was painfully scarce. Vlothal piped angrily, innocent Pewek have been killed. Justice starts with restitution. Then I'll authorize creation of an independent tribunal to find and punish those guilty of spreading violence against your people. Ricardo glared at Stor, and the ambassador hurried to add, this tribunal will be overseen by the Federation to make sure it's impartial. The president asked Vlothal, does that satisfy you? Vlothal's tail thumped the carpet. It is a start. Good. Now I expect cooperation from you. Let my security forces investigate for collaborators with the SS Siruak, with Federation oversight. The Peweks twitched his head up and down. Shadow had no idea how to read the alien gesture, but Vlothal whistled. That is acceptable. Once the Federation confirms it will oversee the investigation, we will cooperate. Shadow thought Ricardo might press for a faster timetable, but the man nodded. Vlothal slapped his tail on the floor again, turned, and left the room. When he was gone, the president sunk into his chair and sighed. Ambassador Stor, get online with Coruscant and light a fire under them. We don't have time to waste. I'll do what I can. Ricardo's eyes narrowed. We need Federation promises, and we need them now. I know, but frankly, Coruscant is something of a mess at the moment. At Bavinyar. I know what happened at Bavinyar, and your Empress has my sincerest sympathies. But we need help here, and if the Federation can't give it, I don't know why we joined in the first place. Given the mess the SS Siruak are making in other sectors, you'd think this would be a high priority. I know, and I'll make your case as fervently as I can. But realistically, this is an extreme situation for us all. I know, but my priority will always be my people. Even if Bakura's gain costs others, Shadow knew. When he thought on the president's belief in cosmic balance, it seemed, intellectually, like a cruel faith that could be used to justify any selfishness. Yet there was nothing wicked about Ricardo. He was just a man, old and tired and overwhelmed by a problem with no apparent solution. The president turned his eyes to Shadow. Do you have any insight, Master Jedi? Any read on Vlothal? Without the force or familiarity with Pewek body language, he had none, but Shadow said, I think Vlothal is just trying to protect his people. He's scared after what happened. So are the Bakurans. Some Pewek passed classified knowledge on him's creation to the SS Siruak. They might have even given them the technology straight up. That's treason, and even if Vlothal didn't do it, he's still culpable for failing to stop it. Storr said, frankly, Mr. President, I think you have to work with Vlothal right now. Removing him would make the situation even more volatile. Oh, I'm aware. The demon we know and all that. Ricardo slumped further. Now please, get online with your bosses and tell them how desperate we are. Even if Coruscant's as big of a mess as Bakura, they're our only hope. Chapter 13. Seberus was a hot world, its continents covered by dense jungles. The settlement nearest to the Hypergate excavation site was located by the equator, and the outside air was so sweltering as to make all but the lightest clothes unbearable. It was no place to sneak around in a black hooded cloak, and for that reason Darth Talon stayed in their ship while Eli went out into the city to see what he could learn. It was an arrangement that had become almost commonplace since they'd lost the Force. Talon hid her emotions well, but Eli could tell she was frustrated by her limitations. Despite that, she'd given no indication that she'd removed the scarlet and black Sith tattoos. It was her show of faith that her powers and the greatness of the Sith would one day be restored. Either that, or she was clinging to them in desperation. The settlement itself seemed to be thriving. Acres of jungle had been cleared away and hundreds of new buildings had been erected. They were mostly made of metal that gleamed hot and bright in the sun, and Eli sometimes had to squint through the glare as he watched the melange of beings in its streets. There was a fair amount of off-world aliens, but most of the crowd seemed an equal mix of human settlers and native Seberi, bipedal long-legged saurian with blue scaly hides and short snouts. They seemed better adjusted to the climate than humans, all of whom were visibly sweating under the sun. He wanted to gather information first, so he started talking. According to the information they gathered about Seberus en route, the planet had undergone a minor boom based off industrialized agriculture. Apparently, some of the native plants could be processed into medicines usable by a dozen common species. Eli started off by posing as co-pilot of a freighter looking to ship said medicines to out-of-the-way locations, though in each conversation he'd direct matters to the archaeological excavation site located 40 kilometers northwest of the city. Most of those he talked to neither knew nor cared about the site, but someone recalled a commotion a little over a year ago. He wasn't sure of the specifics, but it seemed material from the site had been stolen. After further prying, Eli learned that an unusual spacecraft had been seen at the port around that time. Its hull had been smooth and curved, and it had possessed no visible standard engines or weapons. Though nobody he talked to identified it as such, Eli was sure they'd seen Katla's organic second flyer. Eli spent nearly 2 days collecting pieces of information until he'd assembled a decent picture of what had happened. He still needed to know the details, and the only place he'd get that was the excavation site itself. He and Talon had discussed different ways for him to insinuate himself at the site, but as a young man, not even 20 years old, he couldn't credibly claim a position of authority. Ultimately, he decided to follow along the path he'd already traveled on MRLSST. To get to the excavation site, he took the speeder bike carried in the belly of their shuttle. He piloted it away from the town and toward the Hypergate, over the tops of trees bursting with long leaves colored equal amounts violet and green. The excavation was visible from a distance as a gaping hole in the tree line. As Eli slowed his speeder and circled once around the site before landing, he made sure to take in all the details. The hexagonal dome that had protected the Hypergate for millennia still stood, though 1/3 of it had been peeled away, and through the gap he could see the ruins of the gate itself rising 10 meters high. It looked like a great doorframe without a door. The dome was surrounded by rings of equipment, several land speeders, and simple flex for brick tents. Eli's arrival drew attention. As he set his bike down next to the land speeders, over a dozen beings converged on him. Most wore beige and dusty clothes, and all looked at him with suspicion. Eli didn't have the Force, but through their faces he could read deeper. Their aversion to outsiders seemed defensive. They were afraid of his exposing something. He also noted the approach of one Saurian, cone-topped head wrapped in a sweaty red bandana. The others were making way for him to approach, typical deference to an authority figure, but there was relief too. They were glad someone else was going to handle this difficult conversation. There were still many ways Eli could screw this up, especially without the Force, but the Saurian's appearance was a boon. Before leaving MRLSST, he made copies of every progress report published and memorized the name of every scientist mentioned inside. There had been only one Saurian, the lead excavator. As he got close, the Saurian asked, "Can we help you, young man?" "Dr. Akmorbon, it's good to see you." Eli smiled politely and extended a hand. "I'm Orith Panelist." AKK Morbon looked at the hand for a moment, confusion temporarily eclipsing hostility. "I'm afraid I haven't heard of you." Eli wrinkled his face in earnest-seeming confusion. "Are you certain? I'm Dr. Soridus' assistant. He should have sent you a message saying I was coming." The name of his associate, currently lecturing on MRLSST, made the Saurian's frown deepen. "I'm afraid I never got that message." Maybe there was a communications breakdown. "We are a long way from MRLSST and there has been nasty fighting going on lately." "Yes. Well, we're just glad it hasn't come here." The Saurian and his assistant still regarded Eli warily. "Can you explain a little of the work you've been doing with Dr. Soridus?" "Of course," Eli said, and let his eyes drift over to the sliced-open dome and a slim glimpse of the Hypergate. Putting on a youthful smile, he added, "I can't tell you how exciting it is to be here finally. I've heard so much about your work from Dr. Soridus, and I'm so sorry about what happened last year." AKK Morbon grunted. "Yes. Well, that's still a sore subject, but we've been dealing with it the best we can. Again, I'd like to hear more about your work with Soridus, so I can understand better how to, fit you into our team." "Oh, of course." Eli kept emulating the guileless enthusiasm he'd seen on all those students at MRLSST. "But can we get into the shade? I'm, not used to this climate yet." "It will take some time," A.K. Morabon said, and with the flick of a wrist gestured him toward a tent. "This way, Mr. Panelist. I'm eager to hear what you have to say for yourself." It was no short trip to Seberus. The violence that was flaring up around this section of the Outer Rim made even Cade wary, and he plotted Mynock on a course to stay clear of the conflicted sectors but added another day and a half to their trip. Once they reached the Cathal sector, the region's infamous spatial distortions made travel slower still. The one upside was that they had plenty of time to gather information and get prepared. Times like these, it was good to have friends, or at least reliable contacts. Lobaka talked to the Jedi, and Jo to the Imperial Knights, and both came up with the same information about Seberus. The planet, located on the edge of a strange starless expanse called the Marco Void, had recently been the site of archaeological investigations by a team of researchers claiming to have found an ancient Hypergate. Cade knew about Hypergates, vaguely. Supposedly they'd been able to transmit matter instantaneously from one side of the galaxy to another, far faster than any hyperdrive. The long dead empire of the Gree and Qua had used them, but they'd been lost long before the Old Republic was born. Most of the people Cade had met dismissed them as weird legends and said they probably never existed in the first place, but as a Jedi, the last one left, apparently he knew the galaxy was full of unlikely truths. The specifics of the excavation, headed by a team from a university on MRLSST, were unclear, and both contacts had promised to look into it. Jo's imp friends got back first, and while Mynock skirted the Siswina sector and vectored up the Rima trade route, a small crowd gathered in its cockpit to listen to the report. "The specifics are still unclear," began the bearded knight Yalta Val, efficiently killing hopes before they got too bright. "The university is forestalling questions and wrangling us in bureaucratic barrier." "You're the government?" Cade asked the knight's head and shoulders holo-image. "Can't you cut through all that?" "We're attempting to," Val said. "But for now, This is what we know. The researchers believe they've uncovered an ancient Hypergate that's far better preserved than most of the other ruins across the galaxy. However, excavation slowed considerably about 14 months ago, for reasons they're not clear on. That sounds like around the time Katla went there, Jo said. Indeed. From what we can tell, the researchers think the Hypergate is between 40 and 50,000 years old. Well, that narrows it down, Cade muttered. Any idea who built it? Common supposition is either the Gree or the Qua. The researchers don't seem to have reached a more specific conclusion. A Wookiee roar sounded from the back of the cockpit, and C-3PO said, Master Lobaka raises a fine point. Our concern should be less about the Hypergate than about why Katla would be seeking one. You're right, and we do know he's been seeking, said Val. Since the incident on Tehasa, the Empress has been trying to keep a small but steady window of communication open with the Gree. We've shared some of our information, and they've shared some of theirs, including a list of all registered visitors to Alsatian within the past 3 years. Riker Horn, asked Jo. Val nodded. According to Gree authorities, he attempted to examine the Alsatian Hypergate site. The entire region around the gate is forbidden to foreigners, so he was refused access and expelled from Gree space. A good bit of information, but Cade didn't know what to do with it. How long ago was this? Approximately 16 months. Well before he visited Seberus, then? Lobaka roared again, and C-3PO said, You're quite right. Katla has been searching for some time, but we still have no idea why. Cade asked, Got anything special to tell us about those Hypergates, Professor? The droid shook slightly, as though surprised by the question. I'm afraid I have little more to share. As no Hypergate has ever been made workable within recorded history, there is little to be said about them besides rumors and suppositions. We do not even know whether a single Hypergate linked to one location or many. We also do not know how they are powered, and while there is some suggestion the Force may have been used, this is, as I said, unverifiable. According to my internal databases, one such gate was nearly activated on the planet Dathomir several decades before the rise of the Empire, but it has since been totally destroyed and no scientific study was carried out. Lobaka roared something else, and the droid added, Apparently the Jedi records concur on this point. So we know next to nothing, summarized Cade. Great. Anything else about Seberus? I'm sending a data package attached to the stream, said Val. It contains the coordinates for the excavation site and the location of the nearest port city. Seberus has a mix of native sentients and human immigrants. Their relationship has been contentious at times but seems stable now. We don't think it has anything to do with the troubles at the excavation site. It looks like those troubles come down to our rogue Yuuzhan Vong, Jo said. Thank you for your help, Master Val. We'll keep you informed on what we find at Seberus. You're welcome, Jo. May the Force be with you all. The holo shut off, and Cade sensed Jo and Lobaka both discomfited by the salutation. Rather than let them indulge in self-pity, Cade said, Okay, let's brainstorm. Katla's got a hankering for hypergates. Why? What does he expect to get from one that he can't get from a ship with hyperdrive? Neither Jo nor Lobaka offered a suggestion, but C-3PO said, perhaps he believes a hypergate can lead him to Mortis, or one of the other's monoliths. The thought had occurred to Cade. Early in their mission, they'd visited the supposed sites of two force-powerful worlds enclosed within gigantic 8-sided artificial monoliths of celestial construct. One monolith had been found in the Chaloon Rift a century earlier. The other, called Mortis in legend, had been rediscovered in wild space by a team of Jedi Quest knights searching for a weapon to use against the Force abomination of Belith. The Jedi Order had recorded spatial coordinates for both monoliths, but when Minok had searched those locations, they found nothing. It could make sense, Cade muttered, but his gut told him Katla was after something else. Details on Mortis were shaky, but supposedly the world had once been dwelling place for 3 super-powerful Force entities, possibly former Celestials called the ones which had maintained balance in the Force. The ones had died almost 2 centuries ago after Cade's ancestor Anakin Skywalker had refused to replace them. Cade had had the opportunity to read the reports from the Quest Knights who'd rediscovered Mortis, and according to them the great force power that had once possessed the world was gone, leaving a desolate and dying planet behind. He doubted Katla was after Mortis. What he was after was anyone's guess. Softly, Lowbacker groaned. C-3PO said, "Quite right, Master. Whatever the truth is, we must wait for it to present itself." "If it presents itself," J.O. muttered, and nobody argued. To Eli's mild surprise and great satisfaction, his scraped-together plan to infiltrate the excavation site worked. It would have gone far smoother if he'd had the force to compel his will on a KMOR Bond and the other archaeologists, but he dropped just enough names, in fact gleaned from the journal reports to pass himself off as an actual researcher from MR-LSST. The illusion wouldn't last long, but Eli hadn't planned to stay. He told the researchers that he'd left most of his personal things at an inn back in the city, and would have to retrieve them before nightfall. That still gave him most of a day, and in the first few hours alone, he learned what he needed to. By giving AKK Morbon the impression that he already knew all about Katla's actions a year ago, he lulled the researchers into false security and got the Syrian to let slip critical details. The full extent of Katla's theft remained unpublicized. If word got out, it would be an embarrassment for the university and might well cost them their funding. Thus, the excavation project trudged along, quietly downplaying initial expectations and scraping for whatever the thieves had left. The research team's early enthusiasm, apparent even through the dry academic language of those progress reports, had been well-founded. The Hypergate inside the dome had been untouched for tens of thousands of years, preserved even from the weather. The technology inside was unlike anything used currently in the galaxy save by the Gree, whom Akmorbon had studied for years. He and his research team had begun cataloging and analyzing the gate's parts in the hopes of returning power to the device and using it once more. They'd been making progress when Katla arrived. In the guise of Rykar Horn, he'd come with a team of a dozen human researchers who must have been masked Yuuzhan Vong. AKK Morbon and the other archaeologists had been extremely hesitant to let him look at the site, especially when they learned he wasn't accredited at any university or research institute. They'd reluctantly put aside their suspicions when Katla had presented them with information and recovered artifacts from a trip to the planet Tython in the deep core. Encouraged by his knowledge, they started sharing their research and allowed his team access to the Hypergate. After that, a dozen more armed men showed up at the camp, held the researchers captive, and helped Katla's people strip critical systems from the Hypergate and move them to the second flyer. I heard about all that from Dr. Sordis. Eli, light as he, and AKMO, Bond stood inside the shaded dome, looking up at the cyclopean pillars that held up the gate's hollow frame. "But are you really sure he came from Tython? I've heard the planet's location is lost." "Dr. Relno is our expert on Jedi artifacts," the Syrian said, naming a researcher Eli'd been briefly introduced to. The devices Horn procured predate the first schism between the Jedi and the Sith. They were truly ancient, and they didn't seem to be forgeries. "Did something on Tython point him here?" asked Eli. He'd never get Katla's current location from these researchers, but he might be able to learn why he's stolen pieces of the Hypergate. He didn't say, exactly, Akmorbon, but he said he'd found the ruins of another Hypergate on Tython. He even showed us some maps of the site. "Do you have those maps?" "No." He took them with him, the Syrian said sourly, remembering what else Katla had taken. He didn't say how he'd got into Tython either. This Rykar Horn, he seems to be some sort of rogue xenorchaeologist, like the kind they make holodramas about. I've had people at the university look into his identity. I suspect his name was a fake. A decade ago, there was a Jedi named Rykar Horn who was killed at Duro. That seems more than a coincidence. Maybe Eli should have made a comment about that. Instead, he changed the subject. "Did he say how he got to Tython? It's supposed to be impossible." "No, he was quite tight-lipped about that." The Syrian shook his head, but Eli had an idea. If anyone knew the location of the ancient planet, rumored to be the birthplace of the Jedi Order, it would have been the Jedi themselves. Cade could have easily given Katla the information at the start of his wandering. Tython certainly made sense as a destination, and not just because of its place in Jedi lore. On the way to Seberus, Eli had reviewed the GRE index of Hypergate locations. Seberus had been among them, as had Tython. The list included galactic standard spatial coordinates for those gates, but the coordinates themselves seemed to have been derived from GRE maps many of millennia old. That didn't matter so much for outer rim worlds like Seberus, which rotated very slowly around the galactic center, but those coordinates were essentially useless in the deep core, where stars were packed tight and moved quickly, by comparison. Still, all the information Eli had gathered seemed to be pointing in one direction. That was encouraging, even if he couldn't see the destination itself. The sun was going down in the sky when A.K.K. Morbon finished giving Eli his tour of the site. After that, Eli excused himself to go back to the city and retrieve his things from the inn. He parted with the researchers on much better terms than he'd arrived, though he still felt reticence from some. They'd already been burned badly by strangers showing up unannounced. None of that mattered. Eli had learned what he could on Seberus, and they had a place to go next, assuming they could find it. He explained all this to Darth Talon once he returned to their ship, safely and inconspicuously docked at the spaceport. The Twi'lek took it all in thoughtfully. Under Lord Crate, we maintained a presence in the deep core, she said. We've since withdrawn, but our maps remain. Do you mean we have a route to Tython? I don't know, Talon said crisply. I will have to consult with Lord Nil. Eli noticed, not we, even after he'd done all the work on Seberus. He asked a little sourly, is there anything else to do here? From what you've told me, no. Are you sure in your judgment? She looked at him hard. Since losing the Force, her eyes had turned to a deep ocean blue, incongruous against the harsh red and black of her face. Right now that made her glare more intimidating. I don't see any reason to stay, he said. Very well. Prepare the ship for takeoff. I will inform Lord Nil of our progress. When Nil received the hail from Darth Talon, he was aboard his flagship and preparing invasion plans for the Stinson sector. He considered ignoring her signal, but ultimately summoned her blue hollow image in the center of his command salon. He hoped the conversation would be brief. Greetings, Lord Nil. The Twi'lek tipped her head in a slight bow. We have alighted from Seberus. She'd already briefed him on the purpose of her mission there. You know where your quarry went next? No, Lord. However, we believe we know where he was before Seberus. Nil felt an involuntary stab of pity for Talon. To go from Crate's trusted hand to a hapless errant girl was humiliating indeed, but after failing to secure Darth Maladi and a cure for their disease, it was the least she deserved. Stifling any empathy, he asked, where was he before? Talon lifted her head slightly. Tython, my lord. Nil blinked. Tython. Are you absolutely sure? Yes, Lord. I'm unaware of how to reach Tython. I was hoping you could provide a route. Routes through the deep core's convoluted, ever-shifting star lanes had been one of the Sith's most guarded secrets. For years it had been kept in the hands of the traitor Wyerlock, but Nil had inherited that information. We know of a route to Tython, he said, but it is several years out of date. Likely it's reliable, but you should proceed with caution. Very good, Lord. When she volunteered nothing else, he asked, what precisely did you find on Seberus? A Hypergate, Lord, and one in better condition than anywhere else in the known galaxy. She stopped, then amended. It was in good condition, but Katla and his allies stole parts from it. While he'd never invested much hope in the search for one errand, Force Yuuzhan Vong, Nil considered the puzzle. If he stole parts from the Seberus Hypergate, it stands to reason he plans to use them to rebuild another Hypergate. Perhaps on Tython, Talon said. Apparently Katla mentioned he'd found the ruins of one there. To the archaeologists on Seberus. That's right. Then it seems you have a lead worth pursuing. I'll send you a map to Tython shortly. Excellent, Lord. I have one other request. Yes. I've told you that Cade Skywalker, is also searching for Katla. His resourcefulness is not to be underestimated. Neil felt a phantom throb in his implanted arm, the replacement for the one Skywalker had taken. I don't need reminding. What does that have to do with Seberus? Has he been there? No. The archaeologist Eli talked to made no mention of him, but he might still come. We need to make sure he doesn't find the same clues we did. Speak plainly. If you want to destroy the Hypergate and everyone there, your ship has the weapons to do so. Targeting the Hypergate alone would be too obvious. The Katla sector isn't far from your current campaigns. Nil's lips pressed tight. His nearest battle group was several sectors away, though to reach Katla, they merely need to skirt around the edge of the galaxy's disk, far from most inhabited systems. Still, the war was in a careful stage, and he was loath to spare a fleet when the Federation was mounting its counterattack. Sensing his hesitation, Talon pressed, please consider. Raid Seberus and a few other worlds in the Katla sector. They have no defenses. It will be a clear slaughter and will spread fear further. Fear is good, said Nil. A coherent offensive is better. One battle group will suffice. Besides the Hypergate, they can raise the jungle and bomb the surrounding town. It will only take an hour, maybe two. And days to get there. One battle group, Lord. That's all I ask. Then we won't have to worry about Skywalker following us to Tython. Unless he finds his own way. Unless he's already there. Talon acknowledged his point with a single nod. And yet, Nil thought, spreading fear would be a valuable gain from an excursion to Katla. More worlds would feel unsafe and clamor for Federation protection, which would in turn spread the enemy fleet thin. They might even get lucky and turn back Skywalker's inquiries, assuming he wasn't far ahead of Talon in the chase. At the very least, they'd have to send relief forces to Katla, likely from the fleet clustered at Sluice Van. New possibilities would open up. He could adjust his battle plan to take advantage. I believe, said Nil, a small show of force could be arranged. The Dark Lord is most wise. Talon bowed her head. Nil caught the creak of relief in her voice and fought another stab of pity. With the Force or without, they were still Sith, and there was no room for empathy in what lay ahead. Chapter 14. Ania and her mother said little on the flight back to Conquer Dawn. From the moment Marin had stepped foot inside Free Agent, her expression had warded off inquiry. Once they were en route, she quietly asked her cousin whether they'd gotten what they'd come for. Liam, normally supplier of confidence and optimism, had given a noncommittal reply. After that, she asked AG-37, who replied, I'm sorry, Ania, but I was on guard outside the homestead the entire time. Of course you were, she said dryly. She hadn't expected her mother to allow AG-37 a glimpse of her business, but she'd hoped. You should know, the droid continued, that approximately 2.5 minutes after they entered the home, my audio receptors picked up a series of 4 blaster shots inside the house. He paused long enough for her heart to pound before adding, stun shots, specifically. You're sure? My audio receptors do not make that kind of mistake. She felt a tiny bit relieved. How much longer did they stay inside the house? Nearly 10 minutes. My infrared scanners picked up activity in the upper levels of the house. I imagine inside the bedroom. Anya envied him his fine-tuned mechanical organs. She also wondered whether his metal chest was immune to heartbreak. So you don't think anyone was killed? My sensors detected no cooling of bodies. Well, that's something. It didn't explain what Marin didn't want her to know. She'd forced herself on the mission in the stupid hope it might crack open the wall between her and her mother. Instead, it seemed to have mounted the wall higher. Marin and Liam hadn't brought any new cargo back from the Waku homestead, so they hadn't been thieving either. She wondered if her mother had done something with the Force. Did your sensors pick up any electric discharge? His lower photoreceptor pulsed thoughtfully. Could you clarify? Anya lowered her voice, though they were alone in the cockpit. You know, like Sith lightning. I detected no such thing, Anya. I'm afraid the only way to get the truth behind those events is to ask your mother. Yeah, that'll work, she sighed. When free agent returned to conquer Dawn, their encampment was deep into the planet's night side. Ania was therefore surprised to see the place so busy. Bodies were moving about in the open yard, some in armor. The camouflage nets had been halfway peeled off the other ships, and their loading ramps were open. Ania had a bad feeling about this. She, Salk, and AG-37 followed Leem and Marin out into the night. The two Mandalorians made a straight fast line for Hondo Kar and Tezvevic, respectively in black and gold armor. They formed a tight huddle that disinvised visitors, but Marin spotted another familiar face and trotted after it. "Hey," she called to Yanger Skarada. "What's going on? Are we striking camp?" She didn't know how she was related to him more than anyone else with that surname, but her distant cousin was a dark tree of a man topped by bushy hair and beard. Unlike many others, he wasn't in combat gear, but nearby glow lamps and harsh shadows made his face look fierce. "Hondo just gave the order," the tall man said. "We're going after Arches." "What does that mean?" Salk asked from Ania's shoulder. "Are you trying to capture him? Or kill him, Ania thought?" Yanger said Arches had gone to the Outer Rim. "He's brought a whole fleet of Mandas with him, thousands of warriors. This is the biggest thing he's ever done." Given the news from Volgma they received, that shouldn't have surprised, but the frenzy around the camp knocked Ania off balance. AG-37, voice calm as ever, asked, "Does this have to do with the recent Nagai conquest in the Sejo and Sedia sectors?" "Give the droid a medal," Yanger said. "But this has gotten a lot bigger than the Nagai. Haven't you heard?" "We must have missed it." Ania crossed her arms. "What's going on?" He counted off fingers. "First Nagai shab stuff up. Then Oxbarbs join them. Then the SS Siruik show up and wallop the Federation counter-strike back to Sluice Van." "SS Iruik," Salk echoed. "I thought they were." He trailed off. None of them knew anything about the reptilian aliens from the unknown regions who had, on several long-ago occasions, tried to muck up the charted galaxy. They seemed so irrelevant nobody had bothered to learn. Nobody except AG-37, who said, "This is quite alarming. The last military SS Iruvi incursion was over a century ago, during an abortive attempt to take the planet Bakura." "Don't tell me you were there," Ania sighed. "I was not, but I monitored the events from afar. Native SS Iruvi technology utilizes a unique type of droid powered by energy derived from organic sources, so they were naturally of some interest to me." "The point is," Yanger interrupted, "the fight's expanding fast. They're pushing up the Corellian trade spine, and our sources say most of Ox people are gonna be used to take the Javan sector. We're gonna be there to meet them." "With all due respect," said AG-37, "what good will a handful of renegade Mandalorians be against 3 combined battle fleets?" Yanger's scowl suggested he had no damned clue. "We're not gonna do anybody good sitting on Conquer Dawn. Hondo's got contacts in the Alliance. He's gonna see what we can coordinate with them." "I am guessing," AG-37 pressed, "that you also have sources inside Ox fleet, feeding you intelligence." Yanger held in a suffering sigh. "Yeah, we've got friends there. Nobody super close to Arches, but people who can tell us where he'll go next." Ania bet the Alliance, at least, would be glad for that intel. "So you're just packing up the whole camp and jumping halfway across the galaxy without knowing what you'll do when you get there?" "That's the idea. If you want to know what you should do, ask your boer." With finality, Yanger turned and hurried toward one of the ships. Ania told her companions, "Wait by free agent. I'm going to have a chat with Mom." Her timing was good. As she started across the clearing, she spotted her mother pull away from conversation with Kar and Vevik. Ania jogged to intercept her before she got busy with something else. "I heard what's going on," she said. "What do you think you can actually do out there?" "We'll figure out something," Marin said with new severity in her voice. "Arches has gone too far this time. He had to be stopped." "So what? You'll stop him?" She put a hand on her mother's arm. "He's got 3 armies. You don't have Ossig." The older woman smirked. "You're picking up some things after all." "I'm serious. What are you going to do out there?" Stop Archers and stop the Sith. They're working together. We know that. They're wreaking havoc again, and I won't let them. You won't let them. I did once. Not again. Hey, I thought you were putting up this big plan to expose Archer's crimes and get him punished. What happened to that? I've been trying to get evidence for years. It didn't work. Marin shook her head savagely. I was stupid to think there'd be proof. The Sith cover their tracks too well. The only way to deal with them is to remove them. Okay, say you get Archers. Say you kill him. Then what? It won't stop the Nagai or Seberus or whatever Sith are running around. I'm doing what I can. You went after Darth Red. Did you stop and wonder what would happen once you got him? No, she admitted. I'm going to stop Archers and get the Mandas out of this fight. Period. Marin jerked her arm free. You can do whatever you'd like. Marin started away, but Ania grabbed her arm again. Whoa, hey, that's it. So long, thanks for nothing. Her mother sighed, exasperated. Thank you, Ania, for all the ways you've tried to help us. I appreciate that. I do. But if you think chasing after Archers is crazy, there's no reason you have to do it. It is crazy. But damn it, you're the one who had your guys kidnap me on Essos. You dragged me back into your life. You're going to just drop me loose now. I should have never done that. I'm sorry. I should have just let you think I was dead. Ania felt so frustrated she could scream. No. Not good enough. You can't undo what you've already done. Marin went very still. I've known that since I was 14 and took off Jevernog's head. I know you can't unring a bell. Things need to be set right. I've made mistakes with you, and I'm sorry, but right now I have an ever bigger one to fix. Her free hand took Ania's arm. Live whatever life you want, Ania. Don't live mine. The old woman released, pulled free, and walked away. Ania watched her back recede into the night. The rest of the clearing was still busy with people moving, and for a dizzy moment the whole dark world seemed to wheel around her. Then her vision found a G-37 and Salk watching her from beneath Free Agent's nose. Their familiar faces stabilized the world, and she hurried toward them. Looks like we're heading back out, she told them. Gently, a G-37 said, What do you plan to do, Ania? She looked between the droid's small photoreceptors and the Moncal's bulbous eyes, one face unreadable, the other expectant. They were waiting on her to command them once again. She hated that weight but had quit trying to shirk it years ago. She told me to live whatever life I want, Ania said. That was her way of saying goodbye. Then, we're not going with her. She couldn't tell if Salk was hopeful or disappointed. She only knew she'd come too far and invested too much to walk away now. I'm doing what I want, and that's going to the Outer Rim with all these Mandas. AG, I don't even have to ask what you'll do. Salk, if you want us to drop you off someplace on the way, maybe with some refugee cell. He shook his head. I'm not walking away either. Of course he wouldn't. She prayed they didn't get hurt because of this, and with a pang realized her mother felt the same way about her. Okay, Ania said. Let's prep for turnaround. The next time disaster tore a shadow from his sleep, it didn't even have to decency to wait until sunrise. He fumbled in the dark for his buzzing comlink, and when he finally got it on, Storr insisted he come to the president's office immediately with no further explanation. Still half asleep and dreading whatever came next, he stuffed himself into clothes and hurried to the meeting. There was just a hint of pre-dawn light through the office window and three figures silhouetted against it, Ricardo, Storr, and the Baccarin Defense Forces General Corrigan. At the sight of the last, Shadow's heart fell further. A hollow image projected over the president's desk, showing a building complex with a ring of lit-up markers on the surrounding terrain. It looked like a siege, and Corrigan's words confirmed it. We're bringing in speeders to secure the airspace, the general was saying. They should be on site within 20 standard minutes. I don't expect them to be going anywhere, said Ricardo. I agree. But when the time comes to send troops in, we'll have people standing by for aerial insertion. The president winced at those words. If the time comes. Frankly, Mr. President, I don't see any other option. I suggest a fast strike now, before they have time to entrench. Shadow cleared his throat, drawing their attention for the first time. Can someone explain the situation? Storr said, the PWEC have seized control of the repulsor lift coil manufacturing plants. He noted the plural and thought back on the reports he'd read. All 6 of them. 5, including the largest one outside Solace DR, said Corrigan. This was a pre-planned, concentrated attack. Vlathaw. He's inside the Solace DR plant, Ricardo said. I don't understand. What happened? They were going to wait for the tribunal and Federation oversight. There was another round of attacks on PWEC settlements. They blame local security for failing to stop it, Storr sighed. And unfortunately, the Federation has yet to act on any of its guarantees. This isn't just impatience. This is treason, Corrigan insisted. They are holding our entire economy hostage. Shadow looked at Ricardo. Did they release a statement? The president nodded. They've rejected the previous plan for settlement. They insist the heads of security be sacked and want criminal punishment for all humans who attack their homes. It sounded reasonable enough to Shadow, but he knew it would be virtually impossible to identify which humans had attacked the PWEC settlements, just like it was impossible to tell which PWEC had collaborated with the SS Seruak. Recriminations would fly back and forth between sides until PWEC and human assumed each other to be enemies if they didn't already. He looked to Storr. Request emergency assistance from Coruscant. Get arbitrators out here. Vlathaw's already rejected Federation help. Get them out here anyway. We have to try. Corrigan shook his head fiercely. Vlathaw and the PWEC have committed an act of insurrection in favor of the SS Seruak. The only response is a military one. What about all the PWEC settlements across Bakura? Put them under lockdown. No one goes in or out. How long is that going to last? There are millions of PWEC on Bakura. They've been here for over a century. Do you think you can just turn their settlements into prison camps? The Federation won't stand for that. The Federation has bigger problems than Bakura right now, Ricardo said bitterly. They've made that abundantly clear. Storr flinched from his glare. That isn't necessarily true. The seizure of the repulsor lift plants threatens vital supplies in wartime. All the more reason we should act now instead of waiting for Coruscant to notice us, Corrigan pressed. Shadow said, if the PWEC made an ultimatum, there must still be ways to communicate with them. To negotiate. They're not interested in negotiation, only sabotage. Shadow leaned toward the president. If you send in troops, it'll be bloody, and it will ruin the last change the humans and PWEC have of sharing Bakura peacefully. There's a good chance the factories will be wrecked too. There'll be no balance then. Everyone will lose. If you have an actual suggestion, Master Jedi, I'd like to hear it. Shadow knew in an instant what had to be done. It was a perfect solution, the only solution, and as soon as the idea came, he embraced it without hesitation. This was something only he could do. It was why he'd come to Bakura in the first place. He knew it was clearly as if the Force was speaking to him. Maybe it was. Breathless, Shadow said, I'll go into the factory to negotiate. Out of the question, Storr snapped. He'd expected that, and told the ambassador, think. Someone needs to keep a dialogue open. PWEC respect Jedi, which is more than I can say for Imperials. I'm also not Bakuran, or human. I can't get Vlathaw to listen to me so long as you get help from Coruscant. Like you said, this standoff threatens vital resources when the Federation needs it most. Even with everything else going on, they have to act. You can't trust the PWEC, said Corrigan. They've been working with the SS Seruak from the start. They'll kill you? I don't think so, Shadow said. He found the prospect of being wrong didn't scare him. Ricardo sighed. At the very least, Master Jedi, you'll be giving them leverage over the Federation and can't expect to walk out of that factory freely. You're volunteering to become a hostage. I know. I'm prepared for that. I'm a Jedi. The last word brought reactions from every face. Corregion's twisted in skepticism, and Storr's revealed mild distaste he'd kept well hidden thus far. Ricardo's expression softened, and he said, "You're either very brave or very foolish. I wish I could tell which." If the Force was with him, and he believed it was, then Shadow was neither. "Let me go to the factory. I'll offer myself to the PWEC. I can resolve this, Mr. President. You need to let me try. Frankly, you have nothing to lose." Ricardo's eyes darted to Storr and Correggion, both disapproving, then back to Shadow. "All right. You can go to the factory, but there's no guarantee they'll even speak to you." "There's only one way to find out." The President nodded. "I hope your force is with us, Master Jedi." "Not as much as I do," Shadow said, and tried for a smile. Chapter 15. There was very little to be thankful for right now, but Marasiah was glad that they'd held a memorial service for Antares and Sec Madhar immediately after their bodies were turned to Coruscant. It had been a stately affair held in one of the Galactic City's largest public arenas. Dressed in white, Marasiah had lit the pyre for both their bodies. Surrounded by every remaining Imperial knight in full scarlet armor, she'd watched her husband disappear behind a blinding veil of flame. Her heart had ached to wonder whether Antares, or any knight or Jedi, could become one with the Force now. When her time came, she didn't want to merge with it to find all the people she'd loved absent. Though she'd felt bitterly alone during the ceremony, the arena had been filled with dignitaries, politicians, and even ordinary citizens come to pay respects. Antares had always scoffed at ceremony, saying it was at best necessary distraction from what needed to be done. Maybe he was right, but she was still glad so many had gathered to pay him the respect he deserved. Senators from Imperial and Alliance systems had stood shoulder to shoulder in his honor. Looking from face to face and touching them one by one in the Force, Marasiah had felt that earnest grief that united them all. Awful as it had been, the ceremony had given her a small speck of hope for the future. Less than a day later, the police report from Bavenire went public. It was a bomb detonated at the heart of Federation politics. After discovering the assassin's body in a grimy motel on Cephalia's outskirts, they'd identify him as a human named Korak Ains. From there, her Uncle Hagram's intelligence people did the rest. They confirmed that a man with the same name had been in Admiral Garstazi's renegade fleet during the war, and that he served as a private in a platoon commanded by then Captain, now Senator Porat Darrell. Those facts alone set the news nets afire. So, too, did leaked footage of the inside the hotel room where the killer's parting message was clearly visible: "Death to all tyrants," splashed in red beside an Alliance crest. T.M. Brighton released a recorded speech condemning acts of violence in all forms and pledged complete loyalty to the Federation, and Empress fell. He got it out 15 minutes after Senator Eldon's speech excoriating Alliance terrorism and the anarchists in the Senate who supported it. Plenty of other senators also put out recorded statements, including Senators Rialia and Cormesh, who still held stubbornly to the speaker's race despite dwindling attention on the news nets. Eldon's speech claimed the most attention, both because of his 15-minute head start and because he promised to bring treason charges against Senators Darrell, Brighton, and anyone else even loosely connected with the murder of the Empress consort. He also called for the speaker's election to be postponed, something he'd avoided doing publicly the first time around. The election was just 2 days away, and the first attempt to delay the vote, pressed by some Imperials, had been blocked by a coalition of Alliance senators and a handful of Imperial ones. "There's not enough time for it to gain traction," Hagram explained as they met in her office. "If there were, it might be able to pass. The Alliance bloc is split over this. Some want to charge ahead with the election and insist they did nothing wrong. Brighton's spoken out in that position. Others want to slow things down and make sure they remove their radicals first." Good luck with that, Marasiah thought. Bavenire had radicalized everyone. As her uncle paced before her desk, she slumped and looked through the window. Outside, the sun was going down. Marasiah felt both tired and restless. She'd been like that nonstop since Antares' death. However, Hagram went on. Some Imperial senators do want to press ahead with the vote because they think public sympathy strongly favors them. It all seemed disgustingly petty. Marasiah struggled to remember why she thought it had been a good idea to appease Stasi's people with an elected Senate. Her uncle had been right. Democracy was a nasty business where people wrapped knives in lofty rhetoric, and when they stabbed you in the back, they earnestly claimed to be doing it for your own good. Hogrum stopped pacing and loomed before her desk. See ya, the surest way to delay the election is to do it yourself. She finally raised her eyes to look at his scarred, black-shrouded form. What does Stasi think? Stasi is adamant the election go ahead as scheduled. His burnt lips twisted. I see. If we're to stop it, we must act now. We, uncle. He drew himself tall. See ya, this is exactly where you need to assert authority. Even the Alliance won't dare criticize you for it. You mean they won't dare insult me in my grief? She asked bitterly. Essentially, yes. You have that advantage. You can't afford to throw it away. I'd have to convince Stasi. Stasi, he said, may be a bigger problem than you realize. She sat straight in her chair. What do you mean? Hogrum sighed. Regret was thick in his voice as he said, I've been taking the liberty to monitor some of the Admiral's communications. Though he's encrypted them, he's sent several over the past weeks to the personal apartment of Senator Darrell. You've been spying on him. He ignored her shock. In addition, I know that on the evening following the Senate commencement, he attended a private meeting in Darrell's apartment. This was also attended by other Alliance partisans including Senators Kyga, Nellerin, Ganner, and Brighton himself. Unfortunately, I don't know what was discussed, but his semi-regular calls to Darrell began after that meeting. Shock at her uncle's impudence, which itself bordered treason, gave way to new hurt. For years she trusted Stasi's honor even as they locked horns in the Triumvir's chamber. Her uncle's observations were proof of nothing, but they fed into a stream of rumor and implication leading to one awful conclusion. Marasiah took a deep breath and tried to calm herself. She'd been trained by her uncle among many others to be rational and never jump to conclusions. She reminded herself that rumor and implication were all. Darrell was insisting he barely knew Ains and hadn't spoken with him in years, and there was as yet no evidence to contradict him. There was also no proof that Stasi's conversations with Darrell, his former subordinate, had been political, much less nefarious. See ya, her uncle said, you have to stop the election, at least until we can find everyone responsible for the attack. We must have justice for Antares. I don't need you to tell me that. He was my husband, she growled. They tried to take your life from you as well as your authority. You have both. Use it, see ya? Use it before it's too late. The more he pressed, the more angry she became. She rose from her chair and glared at him from across the desk. I've made an oath to uphold this new government. I won't break that oath out of grief or anger. In a lower voice she said, I won't become my father. Hogrum stared back. After a moment he said, if you don't act now, you might hand victory to the people who murdered your husband. We don't know what any of them were involved. Unless there's proof you haven't told me about, uncle. When he didn't reply, she pressed, you must have more. You're my intelligence director. You're supposed to have something. Except you didn't know anything about the SS Arua going on the warpath again, did you? If you weren't my uncle, I'd sack you and get in a new intel director. Someone who focuses on real threats instead of spying on his own superiors. She never snapped at him like that. Not ever. And his one-eye widened in shock. Marasiah felt a flush of shame for her outburst, but not the words themselves, and when he saw she wouldn't back down, Hogrum bowed his head. I'm sorry, see ya? I've made many mistakes. I admit that. Do better, she scowled. Find out why the SS Iruak have joined the fight and how their droids are working. Find out who's leading the Nagai. And if you have anything real on Antares' killer, I want that most of all. Until then, you have better things to do than spread gossip. Of course, see ya, he bowed again. Though his face was a mask, she could feel him blazing in the Force, indignant and unrepentant. Hogrum left her office in a swirl of black robes. Instead of falling back into her chair, she turned toward her window and the gathering dark. Anger still swirled inside her, anger at her uncle, at Stasi for whatever he'd done, at herself for being stupid enough to embark on this doomed unity government, at her father for revealing how darkness could claim her, even at Antares for being gone when she so badly needed him. All his life, her husband had striven to cut through conflict and find the noble purpose. She needed to find that way now, but there was no one to guide her. Since childhood, she'd been raised to rule and guided along that path by her parents, her uncle, her grandmother, Antares, and all the Imperial Knights. They'd all abandoned her, and the only guide left was the Force. That wasn't enough, Marasiah realized, and knowing that broke something inside her. Though Ganner and Aslan had returned to Coruscant, their mission hardly felt complete. They tried to ascertain for certain who'd killed Antares and nearly assassinated the Empress. Without their Force powers, all they'd done was watch the admittedly competent Baviniri police track the killer to the room where he died. They'd eventually ascertained that Cagur Ains had arrived on a passenger liner from Eridu 4 days before the assassination. They found a return ticket in his possession, which implied the man had intended to flee Bavinir, then panicked and killed himself after Cephalia had been put on lockdown. There were still too many questions with answers that couldn't be found on Bavinir. Ganner and Aslan had convened in his quarters that evening to talk them over. A long time ago, the idea of hosting Aslan for dinner and quiet conversation would have stirred his romantic imagination. He felt too tired for any of that now and was just glad to have one friend to trust. So instead, they sat at his kitchen table, discussing the case over cooling scraps of food. "There's nothing linking Ains to Daryl within the past 3 years," Aslan told him. "Nothing specific, though we'd have to pick apart the senator's comm records to be sure, and I don't even know if that's possible. He seems to have gone through a half-dozen residences since the war ended. Ains isn't much better." Ganner passed his datapad across the table. Aslan looked it over. Director Chalk had managed to pull together a fairly comprehensive biography of Antares' killer. The man had joined the Alliance ground forces at the very end of the Sith Imperial War, as soon as he'd reached legal age. He'd ended up with the splinter of Admiral Slosser's fleet, which had managed to join Stasi's renegades at the end of the war, and he'd served for the next 7 years as a sharpshooter, the last 3 of them in a unit commanded by Porat Daryl. Chalk's record said nothing about the relationship between the two men, but Ain's subsequent career looked patchy. He'd taken to wandering after the war, possibly because his family on Contrum had all been killed. Ganner wasn't familiar with any of his subsequent employers, but they looked like a variety of private security firms. There was some indication he'd done a stint of bounty hunting. It wasn't uncommon for ex-soldiers to fall into that kind of unglamorous work, and it was possible Ains had blamed Marasiah for the dispirited direction his life had taken. Aslan frowned as she reached the bottom of the list. "That's not right," she said softly. "What's not?" She tapped the screen. "It says here Ains spent the past 10 months working for Perlemian Security Consulting, based on Vorzit V." He was unfamiliar with the firm. "What about it?" "It's a front company," she said, "for Black Sun." He frowned. "How do you know that?" "I shouldn't say it's a front," she shrugged. "It does a good deal of legitimate business, but is run by a Vigo." "What do you know about Vorzit V?" "It's a commerce planet in the Outer Rim, isn't it?" He'd heard it had popular gambling and pleasure zones, but he'd never been drawn to those. "That's right. I was assigned there covertly for a few months." Unlike most Imperial Knights, Aslan had spent time as a freelance agent, traveling undercover through Krait's empire and gathering intelligence. He recalled she'd done some work tracing the Sith's connections to organized crime, and he felt a spike of irrational hope. He needed Antares' murder to be the work of more than some disgruntled Alliance partisan. His friend deserved grander enemies, and Ganner wanted to deliver justice with his own hands. When he found Ains' body on Bavinir, he felt cheated. "Anyway," Aslan continued, "Perlemian Security provides muscle at a lot of Vorz's casinos and other ones in nearby sectors. Black Sun was wrestling control over most of those places when I was there, and naturally that meant taking over the security teams. Most people who worked for Perlemian probably don't even know it's Black Sun, but it's their people on top. So it's all really tenuous." Ganner felt deflated. Not necessarily. I'm sure Black Sun keeps a close eye on each one of his hires, in case it can use them for something special. And why would Black Sun want to kill the Empress? I don't know. The Federation's been putting pressure on them, and they can't like that after collaborating with Cade. Aslan put down Ganner's datapad and tapped her own. The refinery also sent a message today. They finally found Ain's rifle on the bottom of the channel. It was a Marasiah LR-37X, which is a pretty rare model with more kick than other sniper rifles. There's not many portable laser cannons that can knock an airspeeder out of the sky from a kilometer away. It's not for sale on civilian markets, though a criminal organization could always find a way. So could an Alliance senator with military credentials? Ganner muttered. Aslan let that pass without comment. They were still missing pieces, and they wouldn't find them here. He had no doubt the Empress would approve a trip to Vorzit V to look further into this, but he wasn't sure how much they could accomplish. It would take an Imperial Knight with the greatest force skills to sneak into a Black Sun stronghold. As they'd been reminded repeatedly over the past year, they were lowly mortals now. Ganner asked, "Do you think Ain's really killed himself?" "I don't know if it mattered. It's safe to say he was on that bridge shooting at us. Black Sun's not sloppy. They probably sent an agent to shadow Ain's and make sure he didn't talk. He could have shot himself just as easily." She sat back in her chair. The message came across loud and clear. Perception's what matters. It twisted Ganner's heart to think his friend's murder had become nothing more than a blame game between Imperial and Alliance senators. There's a truth behind this. We have to find it. Agreed. I may still know people on Vorzit, people who don't know I'm a knight. They might help us. What if your cover doesn't hold? Then we're probably dead, she said simply. They held each other's eyes across the dinner table. At different times they'd both resigned themselves to death and even welcomed it. Yet despite it, here they were, in the position to make some good out of lives neither was sure they should be living. It was shameful to be skulking in Coruscant's back alleys like conspirators, and Stasi knew they'd look exactly like that if they were caught. Meeting like this was the least bad option he could think of. He couldn't risk being seen in public with Porat Daryl, not with all the accusation and rumors swirling around the news nets and the Senate Hall, and he decided not to risk using a comm. If there was a time to be overly paranoid, it was right now. He'd been waiting in the alley for 4 minutes, watching traffic lines pulse high overhead through the night, when Daryl appeared on the far end. He'd thrown a cloak over his head, but the twin peaks of his horns were hard to disguise. Stasi removed a tiny glow lamp from his own cloak, held it out, and flashed it twice in Daryl's direction. The senator hurried to join him in that shadowed place. "Is this really necessary?" Daryl asked, more tense than confused. "This is the time for an abundance of caution," Stasi said. "Especially for you. I understand that, but I did nothing wrong. I haven't been involved with Kagaranes in any way since the end of the war." Daryl had already insisted as much before the reporters, and he'd had the same righteous anger in his voice then as now. Stasi was glad of that, and to his ears the anger rang authentic. It seemed shameful to doubt one of his own soldiers, but he couldn't afford to take even Daryl on faith. "Everything here is speculation and slander," the senator insisted. "I would prove it, but I can't prove what I didn't do." "I'm aware of the difficulties. It sounds like Brighton is standing by you." "And the other senators?" Daryl nodded. "You're fortunate to have stalwart allies," Stasi said, though he wondered what political calculus those allies would play. Senators from Alliance sectors had fallen in behind him just as fast as the Imperial senators had leaped to attack. The political lines in the Senate had been drawn before Bavanire, but the incident had caused everyone to jump into trenches, and Stasi was afraid they would start opening fire, metaphorically or literally. "I hope I can count on your support too, Admiral." He looked at that face nearly hidden by shadow. "I'll do what I can, but I have my own position to be mindful of." "Your official neutrality." "I know." Sensing faint sarcasm, Stasi said, "This isn't the only crisis I have to deal with, and frankly, all this one's amounted to so far are shouting and accusations. The SS Siruak and the Nagai. I'm sorry. With all that's happening, they slipped my mind. Bavinire had kicked off a storm on Coruscant and the bigger one raging in the Outer Rim was nearly forgotten. Stasi still questioned whether that was coincidence, but without facts all he had was paranoia. The Duros exhaled sharply. Continue as normally as you can. The election is just 2 days away, and it doesn't look like the Empress is going to cancel it. If she tries, will you block her? Yes. I won't have the Senate killed in his own cradle. Good. Darrow seemed satisfied. Admiral, what do you think really happened on Bavinire? I don't know, he admitted. It seems possible that Ames was a lone radical. But unlikely. Stasi nodded in the dark. He wished he had more to tell, but Chalk had gotten very selective about the information he shared. It wasn't helping here, and it was hindering the response in the Outer Rim even more. Maybe, the senator said, once we get through the vote in 2 days, things will settle down. At least for my situation. Stasi doubted that, and it sounded like Darrow did too, but he nodded. Everything had worked out better than Darth Havoc had dreamed, and he'd required a new respect for Black Sun and his agents. In selecting their assassin from one of Gar Stasi's ex-soldiers, they'd automatically cast aspersions on the Admiral, and in using one of Darrow's subordinates, they'd had a true stroke of luck. All Coruscant was swirling with speculation, and the best part was that the assassin had died with enough unanswered questions to keep rumors going indefinitely. As skillful as Black Sun had been in selecting, arming, and quietly disposing of his assassin, the extent of their success continued to surprise. Havoc had set his agents to keep watch over the drama's key players, the Empress of course, Chalk, Gar Stasi, Porat Darrow, and several other key senators. When 2 separate spies had commanded him to report that meeting between Stasi and Darrow in a shadow-draped alley beneath the government district, Havoc had hurried to be there. Without an audio link, he gained little from the conversation, but as he lay on a ledge 30 meters above the 2 sulking figures, he recorded several images off the night vision scanner of his macrobinoculars. The picture quality was low, but he managed to grab a few frames of the 2 figures bent close, hoods peeled far enough back to expose half their faces. This was proof of nothing, but in a way that worked best. If Havoc chose to disseminate them, Stasi and Darrow would furiously deny the meeting. Their supporters and detractors would each see in grainy images whatever they wanted to see, and battle lines would further harden. Nil's conquests in the Outer Rim would continue to grow, and Coruscant would be mired in his own squabbles. Havoc had to give the Dark Lord credit. Nil's plan of divide and conquer was working perfectly. It made the Ektachi swell with pride to know that they were still Sith, even if the Force was silent. When his target split up, Havoc remained on the ledge. He watched Stasi exit the alley first, then watched Darrow leave and go the opposite direction. Quickly, he retracted the fiber cord he's used to reach the ledge and pulled himself up to the roof, where a speeder bike was waiting. As he started the vehicle, Havoc considered. Sith spies had been watching Stasi for the past 3 years, and they knew the Admiral's habits. Darrow was a less-known quality, but likely to be just as important in the days ahead. He pushed his bike to the edge of the roof, watched the Chagrian's cloaked figure take off in his own small speeder, and kicked off in pursuit. Havoc trailed the speeder from a distance, turning off all running lights on his bike to avoid detection. He hovered clear of the sky lanes, reducing his odds of being spotted or of colliding with another vehicle. Darrow was no fool either. He took several sharp turns and looped around twice before finally setting course back to the senatorial residential towers. Darrow's speeder disappeared into the landing bay in the skyscraper's lower section. Havoc patched in a quick call to the agent he'd assigned to keep track of the senators and requested the location of Darrow's apartment. The response came quickly, and Havoc swung his bike around to get a better look at the Chagrian's quarters. His spy said Darrow hosted occasional meetings with his political allies in the apartment, and that his young wife participated more than was usual for a senator's spouse. There might be a way to use her, Havoc thought as he rode halfway up the tower's flank, then pushed away and set his bike to hover in the night sky. When he was half a kilometer away from the tower, Havoc took out his binoculars and scoured the building for Darrow's window. The one he'd been directed to was already lit from the inside, and no reflectors hid the interior from view. Slightly sloppy, Havoc thought, but the senatorial tower was set well clear of skylanes or nearby buildings in order to give its denizens a sense of security. Havoc zoomed in with his binoculars and peered inside Daryl's apartment. He was just in time to see the senator walk into the room wearing a plain tunic, likely having left his cloak behind in the speeder. He saw Daryl's wife step up to greet him warmly. They lingered in the entry room to speak, bodies angled so Havoc could see them both in profile. When they saw the sight of the Chagrian woman's face, something stirring in memory. He tried to increase the binocular zoom, but it was already maximized. He examined that face again, and the resemblance was still there. His heart quickened. Havoc lowered the binoculars and edged his bike forward another 50 meters. He didn't want to risk getting closer. When he brought up the binoculars, they were still talking to one another near the door, and the amplified image raked across the woman's face and body. When they finally turned to go to the other room, her entire face was briefly visible, confirming Havoc's suspicion. After the fall of Darth Krayt, Lord Nil had gathered all the one Sith together save for Darth Maladi, who'd hidden on Tehasa, and Sare, the half-trained daughter of the traitor Wirelock. Finding the latter had become a low priority, nearly forgotten. They'd underestimated her. In 3 years she'd managed to make herself wife of one of the Federation's most important politicians. Havoc had no idea what Sare had planned or what threat she might represent. He only knew that, of all the tangled schemes playing out on Coruscant, hers had suddenly become the most important. He watched them speak without hearing their words, and when they retreated to a room out of view, Havoc kicked his bike to life and rushed back to base. Lord Nil wouldn't be happy with the news, but he had to hear it. Chapter 16. When Mynock dropped out of hyperspace over Seberus, the first thing visible was the planet's sphere of blues, greens, and violets. Then they saw the flash of explosions, small but constant, scattered across the northern continent, and it was clear something had gone very wrong. This was supposed to have been an uneventful landing, and only Cade, Delia, and Kyra had been in the cockpit. On Cade's call, everybody else crammed inside as well, pushing Kyra tight against the back of Delia's co-pilot seat. Those looked like ships in low orbit. J.O. squinted as Mynock drew closer to the planet. As yet nobody had started attacking them, but Delia had warmed up shields and weapons just in case. Can we get a reading what kind? Delia checked the sensor console. Looks like Nagai ships. Must be 24. None of them are very big. Mynock wasn't a big ship either. Kira's hand clenched the seat back tightly as Lobaka roared. From the far rear of the cockpit, C-3PO's tinny voice said, "Master Loka is quite right. Even one ship could do us great damage. I recommend we withdraw immediately." Cade, though, stared at the planet with hands wrapped tight around the throttle. "Blue, where are they heading?" She checked sensors again. They're pounding the central continent, where the big settlement's supposed to be. "Isn't the Hypergate nearby?" asked Kyra. "It is," Kay said, and Mynock jumped forward. "Oh dear," C-3PO quavered, "Master Cade, I strongly recommend against this course of action. The odds of surviving a direct assault against that many Nagai warships is approximately." Cade ignored him. "Jerry, JL, get to the gun turrets and get ready to blow stuff up. Blue, can you man the missile launchers?" "Will do," the Zelcher nodded, then muttered, "I hope you know what you're doing, Cade." "Me too, darling," he said, just as low, then told Kyra, "You're gonna want to strap into something." She secured herself in the chair behind Delia's as Lobaka took the other seat. The planet had swelled to fill the entire viewport, as she could more clearly make out the fight in the upper atmosphere. The Nagai ships, each one a strange patchwork vessel, no two alike, seemed to be firing on the planet's surface, while small local defense craft, mostly income starfighters and gunboats, were trying to hold them off. As of yet, none of them had turned attention to Mynock. Lobaka roared, and C-3PO said, "You are quite right. I had no idea the Nagai had invaded the Cathal sector. This is most distressing. Why would they come here? Delia muttered. There's nothing useful here. No industry, no major resources. Maybe they want to put fear into people, Kyra said. They were definitely putting fear into her. Maybe, Kay said, still staring dead ahead. Or maybe they're after what we're after. The Hypergate. How could that be? Just throwing out ideas. The man shrugged. We're getting close to the hot zone now. Blue, shields up. Shields up, the Zeltron flicked a switch. Missiles ready. Kyra watched over her shoulder as the first Nagai ship changed vector and took notice of them. Cade tapped his comm board and said, "You boys set in the turrets." "We're here," J.O. reported. "Then let her rip. Any Nagai ships fair game?" Cade turned off the link, grabbed the throttle in both hands, and pushed them forward. Kyra held tight to her crash webbing as Cade threw Mynock into an impressive set of turns and twists. Seberus, gravity tugged on them as they twisted through his upper atmosphere, and she felt like her brains were going to be splashed out the side of her head. C-3PO wailed in panic and crashed into a wall, but Lobacca kept his calm as Cade pulled them out of a fierce maneuver. Delia checked her scanners. They got M. Our tail is clear. Good. Let's get low and see how bad the damage is, said Cade as he pushed Mynock into a dive. Clouds whipped past the viewport and the northern continent swelled before them. Kyra tracked vast swathes of forest, green-tinted violet, with barely anything to interrupt the expanse save pillars of rising smoke that marked areas pounded by Nagai warships. It seemed a random, senseless smattering of destruction, and she wondered if the raiders really had come here just to spread fear. When Mynock leveled out over the jungle, she spotted the method to this madness. The greatest cluster of smoke was on the horizon, dead ahead. Even now, turbolaser fire was pouring down from above and adding to the devastation. As they grew closer, she saw the first gnarled, blown-out towers and realized this was what remained of Seberus' largest city. "You got coordinates for the Hypergate?" asked Delia. "Yeah, I got it," Cade said, and twisted Mynock to the side before it flew right into the path of devastation. Kyra strained her crash weapon to get a better look at the charred, blackened cityscape. From this height she could only imagine the horror on the ground, but they came to her as vividly as old memory, choking ash, blinding smoke, the reek of charred flesh, and the shuddering knowledge that nothing would be the same again. Mynock veered over a scorched patch of jungle. Cade added elevation to get a better view, and Kyra spotted more smoke pouring from a clearing up ahead. There was no laser fire raining down at the moment, so Cade slowed for them to get a better look. A great hexagonal dome rose in the middle of the clearing. Its surface had been partially cut away, but the structure still stood despite the black scorch marks on its shell. Whatever the thing had been made from, it was durable. Nonetheless, more impact craters ringed the clearing, and there was no telling if anyone had survived. "What do we do now?" Kyra asked. Cade hesitated. Then he pulled Mynock into a climb and said, "Can't do anything until we clear the bad guys off. Shields and guns still ready, Blue?" "That they are," she said tensely. "Good." He tapped the comm button and told the men in the gun turrets, "Get ready for more dancing." Mynock plied straight upward. Kyra was slammed into the back of her seat and poor C-3PO was sent sliding out of the cockpit and down the access corridor. As they pushed through the atmosphere, the sky's faint blue peeled away, revealing starlight scarred by combat. One larger Nagai frigate was in low orbit, firing away at the settlement while Seberus gunships tried vainly to fend it off. "Get ready," Cade called, and punched them toward the Nagai. The frigate shifted a few turbolaser cannons to fire on the approaching freighter, but the big bolts were easy for Cade to move around. At the same time, J.O. and Jeria began firing forward with the gun turrets, and Kyra watched their first shot splatter against the frigate's shields, right beneath the shield cluster. Cade flew them straight until they got close enough to Delia to punch out a set of concussion missiles, after which Mynock veered nimbly away. Lobacca gave a happy roar as their missiles slipped through the shields and scored a hit on the engine section. The frigate continued to fire, and Nagai starfighters finally took notice of them, but Cade nimbly wound them around pillars of superheated plasma. At the same time, Jo and Jerry pumped return fire out of the turrets and picked off the enemy snub fighters one at a time. As they weaved in and out of the frenzied fight, Kira's attention stayed on Skywalker. The man clenched the throttle with both hands as he pulled them through the crazy maneuvers, and his face was bunched tight in concentration, lips curled and teeth bared in an angry scowl. Despite that, there was a strange calmness to him, a stability. Even when explosions battered the shields and rocked them in the cockpit, Cade's attention was always dead ahead. Every second he acted and reacted and never showed the stress or primal fear that was pumping through Kira. She wondered if the Force was guiding his hand, or if he was guiding it. When she'd first met Skywalker back in Rav's treasure cave on Socorro, she struck him as a ferocious, almost animalistic fighter. But she realized now that when the Force guided him, he attained a savage grace. Realization made her heart swell and fear recede. With the Force protecting them, they could survive even this. She was in awe of his mastery and craved to one day wield that power herself. Cade swung them around for another pass at the Nagai frigate. This time some of the local gunboats joined in for a run on the command section, and together they managed to overwhelm the shields and tear through parts of the superstructure. At the same time, Jo and Jerry kept picking off starfighters, winnowing down the frigate's defenders. By this point, the ship had stopped firing on the planet altogether and was using its turbolasers entirely for defense. And then, suddenly, the frigate pushed away from the planet. It pivoted its nose toward black space, the unsputtering engines, and pushed out of Seberus, gravity well on a pillar of blazing thrust. Lobaka roared triumphantly, and Kira said, "They're running." "Looks like," Cade said with just a hint of satisfaction. "What about the rest of them?" Delia checked her sensor board. "They're pulling out. Looks like they're making a run for it." "Did more help arrive?" asked Kira. The Zeltron shook her head. "Nope. I guess this was a lighting raid, maybe a feint. They're not here to occupy the planet, just make it hurt." "Right," said Cade. "They'll force the Federation to spread its fleets thinner too, and put plenty more systems on edge." Knowledge that they had not, in fact, singularly turned the tide sobered Kira and reminded her of the devastation smoldering on the planet below. "What now?" "Now we go where we were supposed to go in the first place," Cade said as he pushed Mynock back toward the planet. "Just pray there's something left for us to see." There was nothing more grim than the aftermath of a battle, especially one as one-sided as the Nagai strike at Seberus. Rescue crews began swarming over the main settlement, and while they'd need plenty of help, Mynock first went for the clearing 40 kilometers northwest, where the ancient Hypergate still sat, shielded from the brunt of the attack by the huge hexagonal dome made of unknown substance. The Hypergate had fared better than anything else during the attack. After Mynock sat down in a scorched clear patch beyond the excavation pit, her crew got out and delivered what first aid they could. The archaeologist encampment had been almost totally burned away, and while some researchers had found shelter beneath the ancient dome, many had been vaporized in the initial blast. Even the survivors were wounded, every one of them. With relief operations focused on the city, Mynock was the only one bringing aid to the archaeologists for the first few hours after the attack. When more help finally arrived, it was a relief. The wounded, essentially the entire surviving excavation team, was laid out on pallets at the clearing's edge, and Cade began asking whether the person in charge had made it through the attacks. Several of the more lucid researchers pointed him to the group's sole Saurian. AKK Morbon had luckily avoided damage to his cone-topped cranium, but one arm had been badly torn up by shrapnel, and he'd been put under sedation until the newly arrived medics could fit him with a back-to cast. He wasn't going to be waking up anytime soon, and Cade started mentally calculating how long they should stay. Daylight was waning, and shadow were falling over the battle-scarred clearing. As he thought, the researcher whose pallet he was squatting beside reached up to touch his forearm. The woman, middle-aged, short-haired, with bandages over burns on the right side of her face, said, "You, I know you, don't I?" Cade hated being recognizable. "I doubt that, darling. You've had a rough day. Messed with your head? No, I heard you were alive, Cade Skywalker, isn't it? He exhaled. And what if I am? The woman's lips curved into a dry smile. I knew it. They say you can still use the Force, that you're still a Jedi. I've heard about this, they person. They're usually full of hoodoo. They also say you have an attitude. He allowed a small grin. Is that a problem? I've always wanted to meet a Jedi. She rolled her eyes to look around the remains of the camp. I was the team's Jedi expert, you know. What do you mean, expert? You mean Jedi artifacts and stuff. Couldn't have been much of a market for those when the Sith were in charge. No. I thought things were getting better. She coughed. I'm Dr. Relno. But please, call me man. It wasn't often people offered Cade help, so he decided to take it. Leaning in close, he said, What's a lady like you doing out here, digging up hypergates? Ancients and archaeology is my specialty, she said. Akmorbaum, he was my advisor on MRLSST once. He brought me aboard. Well, he'll be okay. Just give him time. I know. She squeezed his arm harder. But something strange has been happening here. A year ago, a little over, a man came to Seberus. He wasn't an accredited researcher anywhere, but he knew all about the Hypergate. And he brought us Jedi relics, ancient ones. He said they were from Tython. Cade was familiar with that name. Best he knew, no Jedi had stepped foot on their supposed ancestral homeworld in centuries. The planet was in the deep core somewhere, almost entirely locked away by twisting hyperlanes and gases left by dead stars. Tython, he said, are you sure? I know my Jedi artifacts, man said. They were either authentic pre-Republic from Tython or damned good forgeries. She coughed again. I saw those, thought we could trust him. It's my fault what happened next. That's where it all went wrong. How so? That man and his friends, they held us captive and pillaged the Hypergate. Stole all the critical parts we might have used to get it running again. Then they ran off. Back to Tython. I don't know. He showed us charts. He said they were surveys of a ruined Hypergate on Tython at the bottom of a huge chasm. Maybe they were forgeries. All real, I don't know. Cade didn't have to ask the last part, but he did anyway. Did this guy call himself Rykar Horn? May's response was a tired smirk. I knew you couldn't be out here. By coincidence. Had to be the will of the Force. What do you know about the Force? Nothing. Her smile turned sad. I always wanted to touch it, to feel it. I wanted it so badly, but I couldn't. So I became archaeologist instead, hunting their artifacts. Never thought it would lead me here. Cade, who spent a good part of his life trying to escape the Force, still felt strange around people who spent all of theirs wishing they had it. I'm sorry about the rest of your team. I really am. Horn, this attack, that young man the other day. Do you think they're connected? What young man? He said, Orath. Orath panelist. Do you know him? Cade shook his head. He had no idea what she was talking about. This young man, he looked like a student. He said he was one, and he knew all these things a researcher would know. He showed up at the camp a few days ago. He said his professor on MR-LSST had sent him to help. AKK Morbon spent all day showing him around. Then he got on his speeder, said he was going back to town to get his things. He vanished. He didn't steal anything like Horn, but he vanished. What does that mean? I really don't know, Cade said. I'll look into it, I promised. Truthfully, he had no idea where to start. He only knew that Katla had been to Tython, which meant they'd be going there too. The woman shifted her hand on top of his and squeezed it. You, Jedi, you'll get to the bottom of this. I know you will. Cade felt uncomfortable with the faith of strangers. I'll see what I can do. You gotta rest now. May squeezed his hand again, then released. He gave her a nod, stood up, and walked, glad to be away from her admiring eyes. Kira's first clear memories were of war. She could barely recall her mother, and father, but the bombing on Seberus that had killed them remained painfully vivid when she dared to summon them. She remembered the smoke and ash, the smell of scorched bodies, the horrible crack of falling ferrocrete buildings and engine flares of bombers overhead. All those visceral memories recalled the deeper helplessness of wartime. Death could come at any moment, stealing the ones you loved and the life you lived, and those lucky enough to survive would spend the rest of their days reckoning with the memory of crushing helplessness. Seberus brought back all the things she'd hoped were gone forever. Kyra did her best to repress them as she and the rest of Minnick's crew tended to the wounded at the excavation site, but once that was done, they moved the ship to the outskirts of the settlement, where the devastation was so much worse. Entire city blocks had been vaporized by suborbital turbolaser fire. Towers had been gutted by superheated plasma and still furled smoke into the night-black sky. Broad boulevards were lined with bodies, some wounded and some dead. It was impossible to tell which was which. It was too much for Kyra. She tried to hide her nausea from her companions, but the sickening stench overcame her and she ended up pitched on the ground, vomiting up an empty stomach. Jael took her back to the ship. As he sat her down in the crew lounge and fetched her cold water, he said gently, protectively, "We won't be here long. They're going to see if they can scrounge up a few supplies, I think. Then we're going to be heading for the core." "Coruscant?" she asked after swallowing. "Not even close. You've heard of Tython?" She shook her head. "It's supposedly the birthplace of the Jedi Order, a planet in the deep core. I'd always thought it was a myth, but it's real, and according to Lobaka, the Jedi know a route there." "So we're going to the birthplace of the Jedi." "Maybe. Their science Katla's been there." He was as dazed and tired as her, but enthusiasm showed through too. He thought they'd finally found a worthy lead. Kyra couldn't share his vigor. "I hope we find something. I really do. I'll just be glad to get away from here." "We all will." Jael grew sober. "This new war is a lot smaller than the last few the galaxy's seen, but it's still nasty. It has to be stopped." "You think the Force will help you stop it?" "I know it will," he said, and she was surprised by his conviction. That's what the Force is for, bringing order, peace, and stability. "What about the Sith?" "They twist it for their own ends. They use the Force to bring out the worst in themselves, just like war brings out the worst in people. But used correctly, the Force is the greatest healer." She wanted to believe that badly. Seberus had left her shaken like nothing else on this mission. It had recalled all the helplessness of Seberus, and, worse, reminded her that despite everything that had happened since, a part of her was still a child trapped amidst the death and ruin of her parents' home. Kyra prayed Jael was right, that they could yet recover the Force, that she could learn its power, that she would never feel this helpless and the galaxy would never see such devastation again. More than anything, she wished she had the strength to make it so. The voyage to Tython was a slow and careful crawl into the heart of the galaxy. In the deep core, stars were packed so tight that prolonged hyperspace jumps were impossible. This close to the great singularity around which the rest of the galaxy spun, ancient suns and drifting stellar gas shifted position constantly, and safe passage was only possible through precise maps and computer predictions. As they were drawn further into the danger center, Eli felt like he was being swallowed by something greater than himself. Every time they ended a short jump, entered real space, and reoriented themselves for another flash into hyperspace, the stars seemed packed tighter around them, the blackness between them more scarce. Space became a panorama of ancient red stars half-veiled by gold and crimson stardust. There was something almost mystical about it, a feeling fueled by the knowledge that so many of the galaxy's secrets lay within these ancient solar systems. Darth Talon described some of this to him on the long journey. She explained how Wyerlok, the traitor, had once undertaken a mission to Prakith, former throne lord of the ancient Darth and Dedu, who some claimed had found a way to defeat death. Darth Sidious had made his own base on the world of Bice, a world already drenched in the dark side from his time as a base for the Rakatan Empire. That was all long ago. Bice had been turned to rubble and Prakith was an abandoned world. So, supposedly, was Tython. According to Talon, The planet had been home to Force users long before either the Jedi or Sith existed as defined schools. That alone was a strange concept to Eli, whose life had been defined by vacillation between the two, but was more curious as to whether this Tython represented a world he'd seen mentioned repeatedly in the Gree archives. According to those translations of ancient tomes, the Gree had observed members of younger races being taken away to a planet in the deep core. The method was never explained, and on this world they were taught to breathe the breath of the gods. The texts were vague, but they hinted these god-powered beings had resisted an invasion from the Rakatan Empire at its height. Rumor, legend, supposition. The only way to find the truth would be to see it with his own eyes. When they finally arrived at their destination, they found an unprepossessing planet that gave no outward sign of its historic importance. From the cockpit viewport, it was simply a sphere of mixed grays, greens, and whites set against its stellar backdrop. Two smaller spheres swung in orbit, one colored light, the other dark. Eli immediately checked his scanners for signs of any ships in orbit. Nothing. Talon took the controls and edged them closer. She released several small probes that would circle the planet and alert them if any new ships entered the system. After a full rotation around the planet's orbit, Eli confirmed, "There's no other vessels in the area." "Do you scan around the moons?" "I did. There was nothing there either." Talon twisted the controls as they rounded the planet's ecliptic, began a deep-level scan of the planet's surface. "What are we looking for?" Talon didn't respond right away. She knew as little of what to expect as Eli. Finally, she said, "Look for landed spacecraft. Visible structures, especially ones that look recent. Anything that does not look as though it's been here for millennia." That was vague, but Eli said, "All right. This could take a long time." "We have no place else to be," said Talon, and he caught a little bitterness in her voice. She was right, though. This was their mission, and Tython was the best lead they'd yet found. He was right, too. It took hours and hours to scan the planet's surface. Talon dropped them lower so he could search more thoroughly, and it took 7 complete counterspin circuits around the planet to fully map the surface. "No ships that I can see," Eli summarized, not bothering to hide disappointment. "No settlements. There are some ruins, but they're very scattered." "Is there anything worth investigating?" Talon did a better job of hiding frustration, but it was still there. "Maybe," he allowed. He tapped the controls and brought up a 2-dimensional image taken by the visual sensors. It displayed an orbital view of the landscape, showing treeless ridges and snow-pale plains that spanned for hundreds of square miles. He tapped the controls again and zoomed in to show what appeared to be round-rimmed crater spread around an object that was clearly not naturally formed. It looked to be a four-sided pyramid. At least from this view, it was far more intact than the other ruins he'd seen from orbit. "Interesting," Talon said. "How large is the object?" Eli checked the sensors. Each side seems to be over 400 meters long. Talon checked the spatial coordinates on the display image and grabbed the controls. "This is worth investigating." She fired their engines and nudged them out of orbit. They fell smoothly through Tython's atmosphere, burning past thin cloud drifts as they made their way to the surface. The areas around the object was a vast spread of richland dusted white by a faint layer of snow. The pyramid was visible from a distance, a black triangle jutting high above the horizon. Eli vaguely hoped to see some signs of current habitation, but the most life they saw on approach was a flock of avians giving their ship wide berth. When they reached the pyramid, Talon flew them in a slow circuit to survey the area better. Eli saw now that the crater in which the pyramid sat wasn't a crater at all, but an excavation pit similar to the far smaller one he'd seen at Seberus. Thousands of tons of soil and stone must have accumulated atop the pyramid, then been removed. The remnants had been piled around the pit's rim to form a raised cusp. The object itself was made of some rough black stone, and as they drew close they saw it was more than a mere pyramid. The excavation had revealed an entire undersized section that seemed to mirror the top. Though much of the lower half was still buried, Eli could tell the structure was shaped like 2 massive pyramids joined together at the thickest point to create an 8-sided monolith. Visible on all 4 top-facing sides was a carved symbol, vaguely reminiscent of the Imperial roundel but distinct, with an outer circle, and an inner one marked by 8 jutting spokes. Talon brought them into land at the edge of excavation pit. They threw on layered clothes, then stepped out into the cold. Standing on the pit's rim, the object was impressively huge. A dusting of snow obscured the surface of the pit itself, but very little was clustered on the black stone surface of the object, which suggested either internal heat or an exterior that warmed easily in the sun. Talon and Eli approached the thing carefully. The young man felt a strange reverence come over him. Talon had said Titan had flourished before the Jedi, and Sith evolved into separate orders. Whatever purpose this construction had served, it could contain knowledge more arcane and deep than anything he'd been taught. In a low voice he asked, "Do you think Katla did this? Someone must have excavated the pyramid. It was probably buried under a hill for ages." "I don't know," Talon said simply. They walked carefully downslope until they entered the object's shadow. Stepping beneath the broad midsection, they went all the way to the place where carved black material plunged into sediment and soil. Eli looked closely at the material before touching. It looked like stone, and despite a slightly uneven surface, there was a sheen to it not unlike what he'd seen in volcanic rock. Eli felt the sudden compulsion to touch the thing, bare skin against ancient stone. Without saying a word to Talon, he pulled the glove off his hand. She didn't stop him as he reached out. Irrational anticipation seized him. His heart pounded hard, and his breath caught in his chest. He pressed all 5 fingertips against the black surface. Nothing happened. Heartbeat slowed. Breathing returned to normal. Cold bit into his fingertips until he withdrew them. Talon was looking at him. Eli sheepishly avoided her gaze. "I didn't feel any heat. Or anything else?" She took his meaning in full. "I do believe this is what Katla uncovered when he came here. I was expecting a Hypergate. As was I." She stepped back, out of the object's shadow so she could peer toward the top of the black pyramid. But to uncover this must have been a massive undertaking. It would have taken many months. It was important to Katla somehow. We must find out why. Eli nodded, though as he stared at the same black point, gleaming very faintly in the milky sunlight, he wondered whether the secrets of this object, or Tython itself, could ever be accessible to those deaf to the Force. Though Talon didn't say it, he was sure she thought the same. Chapter 17. Seen from ground level, the repulsor lift factory complex outside Salas DR was particularly imposing. It was a tangled mountain of machinery a kilometer across and half as tall. Bakura's humans and Pewek both had a long-standing aversion to droids, and the place was meant to be staffed by over 10,000 workers. The Pewek insurgents had taken control at nighttime hours when staff was limited, but they still taken nearly 1,000 hostages, and that was at the Salas DR plant alone. Though he could feel none of those tense, panicked lives in the Force, Shadow Veo was painfully aware of them as his speeder edged through the factory gates toward the broad entryway. He approached the factory through his afternoon shadow, another sign of foreboding, but he felt optimistic at the sight of 24 Pewek waiting for him at the entryway, if only because none of them were aiming weapons. He transmitted his request to speak with Lothal. Their reply had been to open the gates and let his speeder through alone. It was not a loquacious start, but it was a start, and frankly better than Shadow had expected. When he brought his speeder to rest, he dismounted and held his hands up, palms out. 2 Pewek circled him, scouring his plain tunic with their eyes and sniffing him with flicking nostril tongues. One jabbed a snout at the lightsaber dangling from his belt. "I understand," he said. "You can't take it." He'd brought the weapon to remind them he was a Jedi. He'd also brought it expressly to give it up, as a show that he was willing to work with their rules. The Pewek plucked the lightsaber from his belt and held it cautiously between talons, then whistled toward the others. The entryway opened, and the herd of Saurians ushered Shadow inside. The guts of the factory were a tangled industrial maze, but Shadow did his best to emblazon the path in his memory as the Pewek led him deep inside. He was eventually taken to an observation room with one glazed-off wall. It looked down on a large chamber, perhaps a convocation hall or a cafeteria. Shadow stepped close so he could look on the humans packed inside. There seemed to be 1,000 at least, and he scoured their fearful faces and trembling bodies. The hostages were scared witless, but none of them seemed to have been physically harmed. A Pewek fluted behind him, and the translator in Shadow's ear said, "As you can see, the hostages are undamaged." Shadow took a breath and turned to face Vlatha. 2 more Pewek stood on either shoulder, watching Shadow with unreadable reptilian eyes. The Jedi said, "Thank you for speaking with me. I'm doing everything I can to resolve the situation peacefully." Vlatha whistled and thumped his tail. The translator said, "It is far too late for that. Many Pewek have been killed. You see, we have not harmed the hostages, though we could have. We are more benevolent than the humans." That was true as far as it went, Shadow thought, if you ignored the many civilians killed by SS Seberus using smuggled Baccaran technology. The Pewek were not the perfect victims they claimed to be. "I'm very glad to see you've treated the hostages well. I came to tell you that arbitrators from the Federation are on the way to help see justice is done." It was true. Right before he'd headed for the factory, Storr had reported that he'd wrestled a ship full of diplomats and peacekeepers from the Federation, but it would take a few days to get here. Vlatha fluted harshly. "What can Coruscant do for us? They will side with the Baccarans. They want to see the factories reopen. That is that they really care about." Though he'd always strived for loftier aims, Shadow knew enough about politics to admit Vlatha was right. You have control of the factories. That means you have an upper hand in these negotiations. Before anything can happen, though, you need to prove that you're not collaborating with the SS Seberus. All the Pewek angrily thrashed their trails. "We are not." "Then how did they get him's technology? You say you don't trust the human investigators. I understand that, believe me. If you insist on policing your own people, then police them. Show everyone how the SS Seberus got him's. The humans and Federation can verify the evidence once you've given it. That's the only way to absolve yourself." Vlatha made a thoughtful-sounding whistle. His earpiece refrained from translating, then squatted back on reverse articulated legs, the Pewek version of a sit. Shadow took that as invitation to long discussion and dropped into a cross-legged pose on the floor. He said, "I'm willing to stay here and be an intermediator. You don't trust the humans. The humans don't trust you. Neither of you entirely trust Coruscant. I understand all that. I don't belong to any of those groups. You do Coruscant's bidding. I'm a Jedi," he said with utter confidence. "I obey the will of the Force, nothing else. You Jedi can no longer touch the Force. Can you? The Force still touches us. I've spent my entire life learning the way it acts and how to move with it. It comes as naturally to me as walking." He leaned forward. "The Jedi once played a role in helping the Pewek liberate themselves, didn't they?" Reluctantly, Vlatha whistled affirmative. "Then let us continue to help. I've trusted you be coming here and putting myself at your mercy. Please trust me in return. I swear to you, I will help find a solution where everyone on Baccarat wins." Shadow meant every word, and every word filled him with purpose. Though he was so alien to the Pewek, Vlatha seemed to notice conviction. He made a series of piping noises, softer than before. "I am still hoping for that resolution, Master Jedi." "So am I," he said. "And we can find one, together." Shadow knew they could. With the Force or without, he was still a Jedi. In truth, he never felt more like one than now. Bespin was a great swirling sphere of oranges, browns, and reds, and the slow churn of his warm-colored gases was in stark contrast to chains of explosions that were bursting in his lower orbit. The planet's meager defenders spread across its equatorial belt consisted of a few local corvettes, and a handful of Imperial warships rushed here from the Javan system. The sector capital had fortified itself for an attack, and was getting one courtesy of Darth Nil, which left nearby systems critically underdefended. Yagalok's frigate was in the heart of the battle for Bespin, and he watched from his bridge as the Imperial Soul Star destroyer was overwhelmed by smaller, faster Mandalorians and Nagai ships. His fighter screen had already been peeled away, and his shields were starting to collapse under volleys from so many directions. When a missile barrage punched explosively through his hull, he felt grim satisfaction. Despite having a tiny population and decayed infrastructure, Bespin was a prime target for Nil's expanding forces. Once its Tabana refineries were upgraded as natural gases could be converted to power warships and charge weapons for half the conquering fleet. This would be a more delicate operation than most, which was why the SS Iruak were sitting this one out. The aliens' massive assault cruisers and swarming droid fighters had been directed to Javin, where they were currently dealing impressive destruction on the Federation fleet, but occupying Bespin's floating refinery platforms would require more finesse. Yaga's frigate wheeled around for another pass at the Star Destroyer. As his forward missile batteries launched a barrage toward his bridge, he noted a collection of smaller craft pouring out of its ventral hangar bay. He hadn't expected the Imperials to abandon ship, but as he watched, he saw they were assault shuttles and landing craft falling toward the gas giant. They clearly weren't planning to give this us without a fight. Yaga adjusted the communication link inside his helmet and hailed Thorm Rao. Reporting Mandalore, the main's voice buzzed in his ear. Imps are launching landing parties. Kill them before they can reinforce the Tabana platforms. I'm on it. Yaga's frigate wheeled around and the destroyer shifted out of view, but he watched on the tactical holo as Rao's squadron of Crusader corvettes plunged after the Imperial shuttles. They landed a few initial shots before a swarm of TIE fighters dropped out of the Star Destroyer and fell on them from behind. Rao was forced to decelerate and cover his rear, and many of the landing ships slipped away. Yaga grumbled a swear and changed frequencies again. Sorka, he called. You see those imp landing ships Rao was trying to get? Little busy here, Boer, his daughter replied from her Bespin. Yaga heard faint static, possibly a nearby explosion. Then, I see it. Intercept and destroy. Affirmative. Take your whole wing. Stay clear of those ties buzzing Rao. Got it. Just as he closed the line with Sora, he heard cheers across the bridge, muffled by the crew's helmets but still audible. The frigate swung around in time for him to see the last explosive burst that tore apart the destroyer's right flank and spilled debris into space. The crippled giant's engines flickered and a mix of Nagai and Mando corvettes began dive-bombing it. Yaga would have felt much better if those landers had been taken care of. Otherwise, the battle for Bespin was still just beginning. He looked at the tactical holo and his heart sunk. Sora's fighters had started the chase too far behind, and the Imperial landers had drawn another squad of TIEs to cover their descent. The imps were well into Bespin's atmosphere by now, and they'd broken formation, with 2 or 3 landers vectoring toward each major Tabana refinery in the planet's eastern hemisphere. Yaga was about to patch in another call to Sora, but she got to him first. Frustration naked in her voice, she said, targets and breaking formation and spreading. Boer. Should we pursue? Yes. Don't spread yourselves thin. Pick one set of landers and do everything you can to bring them down. Once Rao's back is clear, I'll send him after the others. Be ready to clear the refineries on foot if you have to. Understood. Will do. The link shut off, and Yaga growled frustration. With the Star Destroyer torn up, they secured space superiority over their target. But unlike the other worlds they'd taken so far, this one had no surface to land on, and no strong central government to beg for mercy. The fight for Bespin could drag on for a long time, and his daughter was going to be at the front of it. He reminded himself that he'd done everything he could to raise Sora right, and that she'd most likely survive. He also knew that as soon as the last imp ships were cleared away, he'd go down there and join her. If he lost his daughter on Nil's mad campaign, he'd regret it all his life, and he'd make sure the Sith would too. A half-dozen mismatched ships lurked at the lower edge of Bespin's habitable zone, where swirling gases obscured vision but before pressure got so tight it popped in hull. Everything outside Starlight Champion's cockpit viewport was an orange-red soup, but the Consair's scout remained tightly linked with the sensor bowie it had deployed a kilometer overhead. Champion had been old when Marin had inherited it from her father, but the slant-winged, 5-engine vessel had speed and maneuverability that belied its rugged appearance. Since taking possession, she'd improved shields and added an extra heavy laser emplacement. While she'd never taken the improved Champion into combat, she'd always known the day would come, and now it was finally here. Sitting in the pilot seat, She watched the relays censor information. They'd gotten tipped off about the Bespin offensive from Park Prowler, who forsworn his beloved farming career and joined Ox Crusade after being promised considerably booty. Prowler hadn't given them any more information than that, but Marin and her allies had arrived before the battle's commencement and watched most of it from their ship's berths on Cloud City. Once the fight started moving into Bespin's atmosphere, they sunk in their ships out of sight and waited to see how the fight played out. At first it had seemed like the attackers had won space, but lost what would normally be called the ground game, even as the Imperial warships overhead went down. Their landing teams spread out across Bespin to dig in on the various Tabana gas refinery platforms. Tabana was highly combustible, which meant those platforms would be even more dangerous to attack than to defend. The Mandalorians sent down to take the platforms were proving their reputation. From their hidden ships, Marin's people watched a wing of Beskar fighters shoot down to imp assault shuttles, then swing around and land part of their contingent on a platform to secure it. The rest of the swarm had hurried off to another platform where the imps were just entrenching, and the two factions had joined in a perilous, prolonged battle in the skies. Elsewhere, more Mandas were spreading out to take the other refineries. This was the kind of fighting that could drag on for a long time, and eventually Marin said, "We need to give Prowler a call." Seating in the co-pilot's chair, Liam frowned. "You think he'll talk to us?" "Only one way to find out. You've got his frequency." "Hail him?" "All right." Liam started working the comm station. As he did, Marin glanced back out the viewport. Through the gases, she could make out the blurred engine glow of two ships ahead. One was the Black Justice, a nice swift attack craft currently hosting Hondo Kar and the Havoc siblings. The other was Free Agent, containing Ania Solo, her friends, and the dozen Mandalorian commandos they'd agreed to ferry. No, it had been less agreeing and more insisting. Marin didn't understand her daughter. Ania clearly didn't want to be tagging after her mother, and resented having been dragged into Marin's dangerous game in the first place. Marin didn't blame her. She wished now that she'd satisfied herself with knowing Ania lived and left it at that. Trying to fix her old mistakes and her relationship with her daughter was too much. She was being torn in different directions, and in reaching for two goals she might lose both. Yet for some impossible reason, Ania had insisted on following her into a war. Marin wanted nothing more than for her to go away. "Sukwai, Nervad," Liam said into the comm unit, jarring her attention back where it belonged. "You hear us up there?" After a moment she heard Park Prowler's voice. It sounded reluctant. "Which Scarada is this? I can never keep track." "Liam, the good-looking one. Thanks for the invite. Far as I can tell, you Dickute haven't joined the party yet. You shouldn't have come. You're going to get yourselves killed." "Park, this is Marin," she spoke up. "We're monitoring the battle but lacking specifics. What's your citra? Are you in orbit or atmosphere?" "Low orbit, doing cleanup. Might get sent down to clear off the platforms next. Not looking forward to it. That's tricky fighting." "We can't see that. Where's Archus?" Brailer side-crackled on the speaker. "You impertinent chacker. The Mandalore's still up here on his frigate. Far from your reach, I'd reckon." Marin tried to cover disappointment with sarcasm. "What, he doesn't do the dirty work himself anymore?" "Rank does have privileges, even for Mandas." "Who'd he send down to lead the landing teams?" asked Liam. "Raoul's in the thick of it right now. He brought Clayt and Gorman down too." Thorm Raoul was a fierce fighter, but Marin wondered if he had the finesse to capture these Tabana platforms without blowing himself up. She knew the other commanders by name but little else. She glanced at her battle monitor, spotted the biggest platform, and asked, "Is Raoul on Crash 12? Brailer's reply was a growl. "You're keeping a close eye on things. Are we done here?" "Who took that first platform?" Liam asked. "Looked like a fighter wing." "Not sure. I missed that part." His voice volume dropped, as though he'd turned from the comm, but Marin heard him ask, "Who was it?" "Prakla." Another voice, extremely faint, said no, it was Archus. Her chest tightened. Silence buzzed for a potent second. Then Prowler said, loud and clear, "Sorry, We're not sure. I don't want to get shabbed for consorting with the enemy, so I'm signing off. He didn't even wait for their goodbye before killing the comm. Marin hardly noticed. Her eyes met Liam's, and the young man repeated, "Arches." I heard it too. Yaga's upstairs. He had to me. The daughter? I know. Marin glanced at the battle readout. From what they could tell, the fighter squadron that had secured the first platform had sent most of its units onto a second. Right now that battle seemed to have tipped in Amanda's favor. The fighters had all set down on the platform surface, but there were signs of residual small arms fire. Sora Arches was young as Ania, and if she was anything like her father at that age, she'd have landed with her team to oversee the taking of that second platform herself. Marin had never seen Sora personally, but she'd gotten images of the young woman and Beskar, black with violet highlights, almost like the blue on black Marin's mother had worn once upon a time. Bavodu, what are you thinking? She looked at Liam. You know what I'm thinking. If we can get Sora, then we have Yaga. That's going to be a tough fight. And you don't know what he'll do if we do get her. Yes, I do. She remembered terror and grief in the face of the teenage boy who cowered before his father's killer. Certainty filled her. This was what she'd come here for. She reached out, touched the comm console, and told all surrounding ships, stand by for orders and prepare for battle. Ania's hands were slick with sweat as she grasped the weapon controls. Free Agent pushed out of the lower cloud layers and surged upward, following a trail of 5 other starships, all angled for the Tabana refinery 2 kilometers above them. From this angle it looked like a collection of brown metal rectangles welded together at perpendicular angles, but as they got closer she saw round shapes jutting from its edges. Those were the tanks full of Tabana gas. Processed or unprocessed, it really didn't matter. They were highly combustible either way, and if just a few of those canisters took hits, the explosion would knock the entire platform out of the sky. They were just one of many things she didn't like about this. Her mother hadn't clarified why they needed to take this refinery, only that they did, which wasn't good enough. Nor was she looking forward to wresting it from the several dozen Mandalorian commandos who seemed to have freshly occupied it. That they had several dozen mandas of their own was little solace, because Ox people had plenty of backup if they needed it. These 6 ships were all Marin's people had. Pretty much the only thing she did like about this was having a G-37 and Salk in the cockpit with her. The assassin droid could pilot this ship with literally inhuman perfection, and if anything did go wrong with it, Salk could save it with a mechanic's miracle. Also with them was Yanger Skirata, now fully concealed behind Beskar armor painted a fierce-looking black and orange. The tall Mando leaned between Ania's seat and AG-37s as they neared the platforms. Shouldn't you be getting ready to deploy? She asked. Everyone else is standing by. I want to see this with my own eyes before we go out there. You will get your chance in 46 seconds, said AG-37. Sharp maneuvers begin in 22 seconds. I suggest you hold on. Yanger gripped their seat backs tight but didn't move. As promised, AG-37 shot Free Agent up past the refinery, then immediately snapped their nose back down. Ania's entrails seemed to ricochet inside her as Free Agent dropped toward the central landing platform. The space was already littered with landed Mandalorian starfighters, and Marin's heart pounded as Hondo Car's Black Justice began spraying the small ships with laser fire. Several snub fighters exploded on the platform, while others were knocked off its edge and tumbled into endless clouds. His angle of fire thankfully cut away from any Tabana gas tanks, and seconds after Carr sprayed his suppression fire another ship, Old Giant Skirata's bottom line, dropped low over the platform and used air blasts from underside to wash flames off the wrecked fighters. As the bottom line set down, the other ship squeezed in two. There was barely enough space, but Free Agent crammed in beside Black Justice while her mother's ship partially retracted its wings and set down on the far side of the platform. Yanger was already out of the cockpit. As soon as AG-37 lowered the landing ramp, Ania saw a squadron of commandos disgorge onto the platform. She unbuckled her crash webbing and reached for her blaster rifle. "You're going out there, Ania?" Salk asked. He didn't sound surprised. I didn't come here to be a passenger. She put a hand on his shoulder. Stay here. Keep the ship warm. Get ready to evac at any time. A G. The assassin droid rose. I will accompany you, Ania. I figured that. She smiled wryly. It was good to have a G-37 looking out for her, as always, but she'd feel even better with Jo at her side. No time for that now. She hurried down to the hold and out onto the platform, a G-37 right behind her. Armored bodies were moving around fast and she strained to see her mother's red helmet. A G-37, standing a meter taller, found her immediately and started moving toward Starlight Champion. Ania was beneath the bottom line's jutting cockpit when the fighting started. She instinctively ducked low and hefted her blaster as shots went over her head. A G-37 partially retracted his legs into his body, the droid's version of a crouch. The shooting had started near her mother's ship and Ania started crawling toward it. Booted feet pounded past her, nearly crushing her hand. 3 figures were racing toward the fight, one Mando in black, one in gold, one in dark green. That was probably Hondo Carr and the Vevics. Crouching wasn't getting them anywhere, so Ania sprang up and charged behind them, trusting their armored bodies to intercept any fire. A G-37 followed, and they quickly reached the entry portal leading into the refinery's bowels. The fighting there had stopped and a group of Mandalorians were charging through, half leaping over a few dropped bodies. Ania shouldered alongside Orn Vevic and asked the green-armored man, "Are those theirs or ours?" "Theirs," he said. "Thanks for coming along. How am I supposed to know which armored guys to shoot at?" "You and your droid stay with us. Shoot who we shoot and you're good." "He's not my droid." "But we will." "And where's my mom?" "Yuuzhan went in first," Hondo Carr reported. "Of course she had. Do we have any objective besides securing the place?" "Just help us clear the upper level," said Hondo as he started up a stairwell. Ania noticed that wasn't an answer. She and AG-37 followed the Mandalorians up to the 2nd level, then the 3rd. It was a long straight hallway with what looked like office doors spaced out on either edge. Plenty of places to hide, she thought grimly. They had to burst into each room one by one to clear it, and Ania always hung back, letting the ones with Beskar go in first. When they were almost done with the hall, laser fire sounded some elsewhere in the building. It was a sustained firefight, but Hondo kept them from investigating until they successfully checked the entire floor. Even then, they progressed slowly down the next corridor. The fighting grew closer, but it became clear it was also a level or 2 below. At the end of a hall was a sealed-tight lift door, and from the red light on the control panel, the lift didn't seem to be operational. A G-37 wedged his metal hands in the door seal and pried the metal panels apart. Once the gap was big enough, Ania peeked inside. Down below, she saw the domed heads of bodies taking cover inside the lift shaft, exchanging fire with those outside. She looked above and saw the lift itself, locked over their heads. "Theirs or ours?" Ania asked. Orn took a quick look down, then said, "Theirs." Ania was impressed. Hondo and Tez reached for the fiberable reels attached to their belts. The latter said, "We'll rappel down, take the Shabuire by surprise. Stay up here and be ready for cover, but for Isaac's sake don't shoot us." "There are superior ways to resolve the situation," said AG-37. "If you'll excuse me." The droid slipped his narrow body through the gap, then jumped. Everyone crowded to watch as his heavy metal body fell straight down and slammed feet first onto the deck 20 meters below. Without losing a second's reaction time, AG-37 lashed out with either arm and cracked 2 enemy soldiers on the back of the head, dropping them. The other 2 were so stunned they couldn't respond before the droid pumped a close-range stun blast into each. "Shab me," breathed Hondo. "We need to invest in some droids." From below, AG-37 called, "The situation is resolved. It is safe to come down." Ania grabbed onto Orn's waist and rode down with him as the 3 Mandos rappelled to the lower floor. AG-37 was already out in the hallway, and Ania was disappointed to see Yanger's squad instead of her mother's. "How many levels are secure?" Hondo asked him. "Everything above this." Worse fighting's happening near the processing plant on the south end. Then let's go help them, Ania said. Show us the way. Progress into the Tabana refinery was going better than Marin had expected. Sorolok's team had just completed a difficult operation and were exhausted. That, combined with the surprise appearance of a hostile Mando unit, allowed for many of them to be dropped without putting up a fight. As her teams progressed further inside the structure, Marin was in constant communication with her team leaders. In addition to reporting levels taken, they repeatedly confirmed that no Mandalorian matching Sora's description had been captured or killed. Marin knew she'd come to the right place. Whether it was the Force telling her that or some instinct, it didn't matter. She knew it, and she led her team unerringly deeper into the facility. When they finally reached heavy resistance at the processing plant, she knew they found Och's redoubt. The tangled pipes and machinery crammed inside this section of the refinery were scored with many blast marks, and Liam was able to confirm that no Tabana gas was flowing directly into the area. Likely it had been shut off by the refinery crew or scattered stormtroopers, whose bodies they were stepping over as they advanced. Och's Mandalorians had secured one large chamber at the south end of the complex. It rose some 4 stories high, with tiered platforms ringing a central pillar. With the 3 highest levels occupied, they had perfect shooting positions at Marin's people trying to push through on the lowest floor. A handful of her commandos had managed to reach cover elsewhere on the bottom deck, but most were pinned at the entrance, and a few had been gunned down trying to cross to the pillar itself. It was a bad situation, but Marin had some tools no one else did. Visibility at this angle was poor, but she could reach out with the Force and number the enemy in the room. 4 beings on the second platform, 3 on the one above, 5 on the highest. They were all frantic and angry as they defended themselves, and from their auras alone Marin had no idea which was Sora Och's. Only her eyes would guarantee that, and she'd gotten a good enough glimpse of the Mandos on the lowest platform to tell none of them were in black and violet armor. Her gut told her Sora would be on the highest level, but none of that mattered if they couldn't reach it. Marin peeked through the door, scoured the walls, and ducked into the doorway before getting a face full of laser fire. She leaned to Liam and shouted over battle sounds, "There's windows high up on the west wall. Get on the line, tell one of our teams outside to rappel through." Liam lowered his head, the signal he was on his helmet comm. A minute later he lifted it and told Marin, "Giants on the way. They'll still get blasted hard. It'll distract Archers long enough for us to get up there." For me to get up, she thought. She hadn't used the Force in any obvious way on this mission. Most of her people didn't even know she had it. She'd always known there'd be a time when her secret would out, and if it got her Sora Och's, she'd gladly reveal herself. As enemy commandos kept laying suppression fire on the doorway, she asked, "Any reinforcements in sight?" "Negative. That jamming field we threw up looks like it's working. That only buys us time, though. As long as we have this place secure, it doesn't matter. You want to make a stand here? Here's as good a place as any." She felt the hesitancy behind his mask. Liam was young, eager, and idealistic, but he didn't follow her blindly. Charging in here after Sora had already made him doubt. Well, he'd get something to restore his faith very soon. Minutes dragged on as Giant's people scaled the facility's west side exterior. When they were finally in position, her cousin's voice scratched in her ear. "I've got people in position at all windows," Giant said. "When do we go in?" "On my mark. You're going to draw fire from the upper platforms, but do not enter the chamber. Repeat, don't enter. You're a distraction. Use the windows for cover. Can you do that?" "Gotta shoot one-handed since we're hanging on tight, but we can do it." Marin took a moment to gather herself, calm her nerves, and ready the Force inside her. She looked to Liam and the other troops clustered in the hall. To them and Giant both she said, "On my mark. 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark." High up windows exploded with a hail of laser blasts. The Mandos on the upper platforms instinctively shifted to return fire, allowing Marin's people a chance to charge toward the central pillar. One lobbed a fragmentation grenade onto the second-tier platform, and he waited until Marin's people were all under the lowest tier's umbrella before he detonated it. Shredded metal shards exploded into the air, slipping between the armor plates of the 4 soldiers clustered there. Marin felt their sudden pain in the force, and with it the thrill of success. "Up," she shouted. "Up now." Liam and the others stepped out beneath the umbrella and readied their grappling guns for the second highest platform. Marin put an arm around Liam and gripped her blaster in her free hand. They looked up and saw laser fire still slashing back and forth between the higher platforms and the west windows. They fired their grapplers as one. Metal clicked on metal and their bodies were reeled upward fast. Marin went with them, but when they neared the second level she let go of Liam and let the force carry her higher. Her red-armored body shot through the air, somersaulted, and landed boots first on the highest deck. She whipped up her blaster and shot the nearest Mando in the back of the neck before the others even knew she was there. Giant and the others at the window ceased their firing lest they hit her, but Marin was still facing 4 warriors to her one, all of them in Beskar, and almost certainly younger and stronger than her. But none of them had the force, and that was all that mattered. Marin sent out a wall that knocked 2 of them off balance and tipped another off the platform's edge. Already down to 3. She ducked beneath the blast of a brown armored soldier, pulled a Beskar knife from her belt, and lunged for him. The man was fast enough to dodge, but she rammed into him shoulder first and slammed him into the warrior behind. Metal cracked on metal and she shoved both of them away, spun, and felt the blaster bolt coming at her a split second before it hit. She angled her body so it skidded across her chest plate rather than hit it head on, then used the force to wrestle the weapon from the warrior's hand. She raised her own pistol and pumped 4 shots in fast succession, scattering sparks from blue plating. One more push from the force knocked that warrior off into a 4-story fall. The last 2 Mandos were back on their feet and Marin spun to face them. She saw them clearly now, one large man in brown and a smaller figure in black and violet. The big man was on her first with his own Beskar knife. Their blades met and clashed, and at the same time he swung a punch with his free hand that knocked her off balance and broke concentration. He slashed at her knife hard enough to knock it from her grip. At the same time Sora came around Marin's other flank, blaster aimed for her ribs. Marin felt it coming, threw out a hand, and caught hot plasma in her glove palm. She spun around, slipped behind Sora, and cocked a forearm around the young woman's neck. The bigger Mando hesitated at the sight of Marin's body shield, and reaching with the force she felt Giant, and his men still watching her from the window, waiting for a chance to shoot. Marin knew exactly what to do. She was already at the platform's edge. She tipped back and took Sora with her as she fell. Laster blasts lit up the space right above her, taking down the last man. Marin called 1 the force again as they dropped. She slowed their plunge and twisted so that Sora landed first, Beskar cracking against hard ferrocrete. Marin realized that laser fire in the room had ceased. The place was secure. She grabbed Sora's helmet by the bottom rim and roughly yanked it free, exposing a face she'd seen only in holos. Dazed and terrified and angry at once, it recalled her father's as preserved in memory for 40 years. Marin reached out with the force one last time to pinch Sora's windpipe. Not enough to break it, just enough to steal her breath and keep her helpless. "I've got you now," Marin panted, savoring the panic in the young woman's eyes. "And I've got your boar too." Sora's eyes went wide as she gasped for air, but Marin didn't release until she noticed the boots of those gathered around her. She picked up her head to see a dozen Mandos who followed her into his fray. Every face was hidden behind a masked helmet, but one naked one shoved itself into view. It was another woman's face, as young as Sora's but far more familiar, eyes wide with shock and horror. Chapter 18. As one of the entertainment destinations of the Outer Rim, Vorzidvi was the kind of world that offered everything from shamelessly overpriced luxury to the cheapest of dregs. Ganner and Aslan had come dressed for the latter, and while Ganner didn't feel quite comfortable in the battered bounty hunter's armor he donned, Aslan acted surprisingly at home in the hers. She'd explained it was the same one she'd often worn while working undercover in the capital city Ephevin, but he suspected it was more because the helmet and visor concealed the scars on her face. They'd arrived in a tramp freighter selected to be unremarkable, and made their way to Effin's dregs. The neighborhood was called the Warrens, and it sat in lowland between the more refined Old Bronson district and the tasteless glitz of Casino Lane. Ganner hadn't traveled the dirty corners of the galaxy as much as some, but this place reminded him of Coruscant's mid-levels without the lure of a pretty skyline above. Aslan had insisted she still know her way around the place, but he caught her hesitating at intersections of narrow streets, and once she backtracked entirely. Eventually, however, she led them beneath an awning, through sliding doors, and into a place Ganner had never expected to go. It was a restaurant, outwardly typical for its long tables and benches, but every occupant was a bearable or some other very carnivorous alien. Best Ganner could tell, none of the slabs of meat they were consuming were particularly cooked. The sight of so many sharp-toothed jaws tearing raw, bloody flesh made his stomach turn, and with effort he kept his eye on Aslan's helmet as she led him to the back counter, behind which a pair of reptilian chefs were preparing a nauseating meal. Aslan rapped knuckles on the countertop, drawing attention. "Is Kressla here?" she asked through her helm. "Tell him Jamder wants to talk. He knows I'm coming." She told Ganner that Kressla was a local information dealer and petty crime boss. She hadn't explained what kind of front business he ran. The bearable chefs snapped something fast between them, then the one closer to the back unleashing a spine-chilling roar. A door in the ear of the kitchen opened and a broad-shouldered, blue-scaled bearable stalked toward, tail swaying high in his wake. The reptile's eyes nictated as he took in Aslan, then Ganner. Then his tail smacked noisily on the tile floor, and he unleashed hissing laughter. Ganner looked anxiously back at the restaurant. None of the patrons seemed to notice. "This one thought you were long gone, Jamder," said the bearable. "I've had some tough scrapes, but I'm still around." Aslan gestured to Ganner. "This is my partner, Sifu." They were both using old code names. "Greetings. Come back to my office." He pushed open the swing door in the counter and let them into the kitchen. Ganner and Aslan followed his tail as he took them into his back office, which looked disarmingly normal with its wood desk and shelves full of flimsy and data cards. The bearable sat on a bench, tail spilling to the floor, and asked, "What brings you back to Vorzit?" "We're looking for some information," Aslan said as they took an opposite bench. Apparently a place with primarily reptilian clientele had no need for chairs with backs. "You've been keeping an eye on the casino bosses, I assume?" "This one has too, given his work," Kressla nodded. Aslan had explained that besides running his carnivore's restaurant, he was also top of the food chain among criminals in the Warrens. For an interstellar criminal syndicate, the opportunity for profit in this neighborhood was minor, so his activity was mostly ignored by Black Sun next door. "Picked up any big rumors on them recently?" Kressla made a low hissing noise. "You'll have to be specific." "Okay. Have you heard anything about how Kagger Ains, the guy who took a shot at the Empress on Bavanire, was a Black Sun employee? More specifically, that he worked for Prelimian Security." Kressla's vertical pupils narrowed. "Where did you hear this?" "My current employers. They've got a bone to pick with Black Sun, and are looking to exploit that little fact. Assuming there's something to be exploited." "Vigo Pleshche is no fool," the bearable hissed. "I do not see why he'd attack the Empress. The risk is too great. Right now Coruscant is a mess, and everyone's pointing fingers," Ganner said. "If Black Sun did set the thing up, they've got off free and are enjoying the chaos." Perhaps. Kressla's tail twitched. Aslan leaned forward. "I know you used to keep a close eye on Pleshche. Tell me you haven't lost your edge." "This one has not." His tail smacked the floor. "How closely have you been watching him? Do you have any of his men on your payroll?" "That is too risky. There are other methods." Kressla rose from the bench and walked over to his desk. He opened a drawer, fished through it, removed a data card and slid it into the projector on his desktop. Two-dimensional images projected in front of them, showing a view of some fairly lavish hallway. He tapped a button to speed through the recording, and a handful of beings zipped by. Several times the view itself shifted angle and direction. You sliced into one of his security cameras, Ganner asked. One of his droids, Kressler corrected. Pleshche has been buying many recently. He does not trust flesh and blood staff. Are you sure he won't find out you've got eyes there? Asked Aslan. This one has only sliced one droid, and not one of the ones allowed into Pleshche's office. Those he runs regular software checks on. Technically, this droid monitors the public parts of his casino, but it is usually stationed near the hallway leading up to the executive level. So you can see if anyone you know is paying Pleshche a visit, Aslan said. Could be useful. It didn't seem like much to Ganner, and he tried to hide disappointment. Can we review these records? You have 1 standard hour. Kressler turned for the exit to the kitchen. And no, you cannot make copies. This one owes you a favor, Jamder, but it only extends so far. This is good enough, Kressler. Thank you, Aslan smiled. The bearable gave a non-committal sounding hiss and left the room. Ganner looked to Aslan. Is this good enough? You said you had a few other contacts you could try, right? Yes, but none of them like me as much as Kressler. She sat down at his desk and looked at the hovering holo image. Any idea what we're looking for? I don't know. Maybe Ains. I doubt Pleshche would take him into his office, but you never know. At least we can get an idea who's coming and going from the Vigo's office. If we can identify his lieutenants, we might find an opening. Ganner didn't know what kind of opening they could pry without the Force, but he sat on the bench beside her and began reviewing the footage. Even played back at high speed, it was a long and mostly boring process. Watching the feed in reverse, they recounted Pleshche's visitors for the past week. Individuals who came and went frequently were clearly the Vigo's lieutenants. Special guests always had a droid escort. They marked out 4 individuals as Black Sun lieutenants, 2 humans, a native Orzid, and a stocky Geodu, and planned to ask Kressler about them later. The guests were harder to keep account of. Anonymous bodies shifted in and out of the executive wing and were never seen again. Kagger Ains wasn't among them, but that was no surprise. The record was nearing completion, and a wave of weariness overtook Ganner. They'd come a long way and learned nothing about Antares' death. Then one body flicked across the holo, and Ganner stabbed the pause button. He had to rewind several seconds to bring the Akachi fully into view. What is it? Aslan asked. Do you recognize him? Ganner leaned close to stare at the face framed by curved horns. Breathless, he said, Eshker 9. When Ganner had last encountered the former Imperial Knight, he'd been Darth Havoc, and his face had been laced with the red and black of the Sith. The unmarked visage before him now recalled the 9 who'd helped train him over a decade ago. Are you sure? Asked Aslan. It could be another Ikachi. He remembered that she'd never met the man, either as Knight or as Sith. It's him. I know that face, no matter what color it is. Through the shock, an elation filled Ganner, and with it a firm sense of purpose. Aslan put it to words. You think he's still Sith? Even with the normal face? He couldn't walk around freely unless he took that tattoos off. He stored his eyes off Havoc and looked to Aslan. We know the Sith were involved. Now we need proof. And how do you plan to get that? Havoc asked Pleshche to assassinate the Empress. Pleshche probably tasked one of his lieutenants, and they would have put Ains on the job. That's plausible. Black Sun would want to be as circumspect as possible, but they'd need to use those people at least. We need to figure out which lieutenant oversees Prelimian security. I hope your friend can help us with that. Kressler's not my friend, but I think he'll point us in the right direction, and we'll take it from there. Aslan's eyes narrowed beneath the lenses of her helmet. What do you plan to do, Ganner? We're talking about Black Sun lieutenants. They won't be easy to get to, and they won't give up information easily. She didn't have to add that they no longer had the Force to help them. These people helped the Sith kill Antares, he growled. We know that now. I'll do anything it takes to get proof. Whatever Aslan saw in his face, it killed all argument. She inclined her masked head in a nod. Things had been clear once. Marasiah had been able to tell the right choice from the wrong one as soon as she'd made it, and she'd never second-guessed herself. Faith in her purpose and the Force had been enough. That seemed so long ago she no longer remembered what it was like. After the results for the Senate Speaker vote came in, Marasiah had put out a bland statement in support of the vote, secured herself in her office, and told Astral Veil to refuse all visitors. Within the first few hours, her poor aide had to turn back her uncle, 2 senior admirals, and 4 Imperial sector senators. The Senate had elected T.M. Brighton as new speaker with almost 50% of the votes. Eldon had come in second, while Cormash and Realia had, as predicted, split the so-called moderate vote, which turned out to have been a small pool from the start. She didn't turn on the news nets. The thought of all those smug commentators and angry guest speakers revolted her. When the sun started going down over Galactic City, she opened a link to Astral and asked whether anyone was still trying to see her. Astral reported that, for the moment, things were clear. Marasiah acted quickly. She left her office and, with only 2 guards to shadow her, made her way through the palace complex's most secure and private hallways until she'd reached the wing that housed the Jedi Order, or what it had left behind. The surprised sentry, a confused young Bothan in Padan's whites, stammered when he saw her but quickly relayed her request. 10 minutes later, she sat in one of the Jedi's dark meditation chambers, perched cross-legged on a cushion facing the Jedi Grandmaster. Nearly 3 meters of muscle covered in gray-brown fur, with cloth-tipped hands and a long face that ended in curved tusks, K-Cruk's fearsome looks belied his wise and gentle nature. She felt more comfortable sitting before him now than she would with any Imperial. "Thank you for seeing me on short notice," she told him. "I'm sure you must have been busy." The whiffed heavy breath seemed to resound in the dark room. "Not so busy as I once was." "Of course. I'm sorry." "You have nothing to be sorry for, Empress. And my condolences for the loss of your husband." "Just thinking of Antari's hurt," but she said, "Thank you, Grandmaster." K-Cruk said nothing. His small eyes were hidden in the dark, and she closed her own, complete in the traditional meditative posture. It did nothing to bring peace. "Do you meditate still, Grandmaster?" "I do." "Is it effective without the Force?" After considering, he said, "It does not enrich me like it did, but it's still necessary to find stillness within oneself, even if the Force doesn't speak to you." "I'm no longer sure the Force speaks to me either." She heard him shift on his seat. "You feel you're losing your connection?" "Not like you did. The problem is in my heart, not my midichlorians. It's difficult to feel the Force as I used to." She swallowed. "It's very hard to trust it. I know your grief is great, but the Force is still the Force. It moves around us and guides us. So was it the will of the Force my husband die?" After a tense pause, K-Cruk said, "Even when it spoke to us, the Force did not explain. It simply is." "That's not an answer. Did Antares die because the Force willed it, or because he was cut off from it?" "I simply don't know. I'm sorry." She was letting her anger get the better of her, and Marasiah struggled to calm herself. She breathed deep and steady like she'd been taught, and finally said, "You've heard the results of the Senate election." "Yes." "Are you pleased with them?" K-Cruk asked, "Are you?" Of course he'd throw it back at her. "No," she said, "but I'm not sure any other outcome would have been better." "Do you feel the senators who voted for Brighton were disgracing your husband?" She restrained the urge to lie. She's come here to get advice, not obfuscate. "I do. I don't believe Brighton was involved in the attack, but some of his people may have been. Half the Senate dismissed that out of hand because they didn't want to believe it. If someone does prove Daryl set me up to die, a lot of them would try to absolve him." "You think they hate you that much?" She never thought of it so personally. "They hate what I stand for. They want me and the Knights and everyone around us gone, and they don't care how it happens. If it got them what they wanted, they'd embrace murder and call it righteous. My uncle was right. I should have stopped the election. I should have never agreed to a Senate in the first place." She was getting angry and tried to call herself. It was so hard. When she'd rejected her uncle's call to stop the election, she hadn't even been sure why she'd done it. Maybe it had been the Force guiding her, Or maybe she'd been acting irrationally out her grief and rage. She couldn't tell one from the other anymore, which was the core of her problem, and talking to this wise ancient Jedi Master was bringing none of the clarity she needed. As fast deep breath racked her chest, Cade asked, "Why did you agree?" She could barely remember the days after her father's death, when she, Cade, and Stasi had signed that treaty. Weakly she said, "To preserve the peace." Preserve it. Or create it. Coruscant aflame, a lightsaber in her father's chest. "Create it," she whispered. "You have kept that peace for 3 years. It's for the good of the galaxy that you've done so. The galaxy needs you to keep the peace still. I see no one else who could do it." She opened her eyes and looked at his dark form. "Do you mean that?" "I do. You were brought up to rule, but you are no tyrant. You strive for fairness, even in grief. And you learn from your father's weakness as well as his strength." She stared at that face, alien and inscrutable and veiled in shadow. She probed him in the force as she asked, "What do you know about my father's weakness?" "I know he was prideful and vindictive." If anyone else said those words, even her uncle, she snapped back. Instead she muttered, "He loved me." He had light and dark in him. So do we all. You've seen those parts, Empress, and you've always tried to keep balance. Even now. She exhaled. "Is that what I'm doing here?" "You wanted counsel," said Cade. "I'm only reminding you of what you've always been, and still are, no matter what you've lost." The confidence he emanated twisted her heart. She didn't deserve that kind of trust. She'd failed too much already. "What you deserve does not matter," the Jedi said. "Only what you do going forward." She looked at him again. "Master Jedi, are you?" "I see only with my eyes. I hear with my ears. But that is enough." His great, old body rose from the cushion. Standing before her, he said, "Take as long as you need, Empress. You'll always be our guest here." She watched him go, and watched the door shut behind him, leaving her alone. Marasiah found she was trembling. Her chest tightened as she keeled forward, and her hands went to her face. Specks of wetness shone faintly on her palms. Tears, now of all places. She'd held them in since Terry's death, because she'd needed to convince others that she was still strong, but mostly to convince herself. There was no one here to see her, and she bent forward, rested face and hands, and finally let them come. Seberus Yuuzhan, the Black Sun lieutenant in charge of security for the Vorzid casinos and beyond, was a stout middle-aged human, paunched and homely but well-dressed and accompanied at all times by at least 2 flesh and blood bodyguards. He moved freely among the casinos and was often seen on the gaming floors, which made him easy to track but more difficult to get access to. Azlyn and Ganner took turns shadowing him all day. Because of her facial scars and breathing apparatus, the former was easier to spot, and so she mostly roamed outside the casinos and mapped the terrain. To Ganner, 2 things became clear. One was that he'd never get close enough to Yuuzhan to place the tiny tracking device he'd brought. The other was that if he shadowed the man much longer, his guards would notice and get suspicious. It was getting dark when he withdrew from the Laughing Lux and joined Azlyn on the wide promenade running down the middle of Casino Lane, walled on either side by towering buildings and garishly bright advertisements. It was likely Yuuzhan had a long night ahead of him, but the gangster had so far been using the main entrance when he visited casinos, and he'd be easy to spot when he moved next. They retreated to the speeder bikes they'd brought along from Coruscant, swift models used by Imperial scouts and spies. They split up and began flying in conspicuous loops up and down Casino Lane, one of them keeping an eye on the Laughing Lux at all times. Yuuzhan stayed there longer than at any of the other casinos, and Ganner was started to get weary when he finally disembarked. He went instantly alert when he saw the man and his bodyguards board an elegant and expensive open-top speeder, take into the air, and begin moving away from Casino Lane. They'd already decided a plan for tailing him. One hung behind him on speeder bike while the other stayed ahead of Yuuzhan, and when the gangster took a sharp turn, they swapped places so neither trailed him for too long. High buildings spread out on all sides of Casino Lane, and it was like tailing a target through the sky lanes of Coruscant, only here you could look down and see solid ground. It looked like Yuuzhan was heading east for Old Bronson, to his home or some other engagement. They made their move before he passed over the low-slung warrens. Ganner was the tailor, and when the path was clear he drew a long-barrel projectile rifle and gripped it in both hands. Looking through his night vision scope, he marked the bodyguard sitting behind Yuuzhan in the speeder's back seat. "Aslan, do you have the driver?" "I've got him," her voice whispered in his ear. "3, he whispered. 2, 1. Mark." They fired at the same time, Ganner from behind and Aslan from the flank. Each rifle propelled a single metal dart loaded with electric charge. Ganner's took his target at the base of the neck, was Aslan's came in from the side and stabbed right beneath the collar. Both guards jerked for 2 seconds before going limp. Yuuzhan, still in the back seat, immediately bent over to the driver's side and tried to grab hold of the controls. Before he could do anything, Aslan's bike crashed in from the side, knocking the speeder off course and nearly tossing Yuuzhan out for a 50-meter drop. Ganner slammed him from the other side and activated magnetic clamps built into his bike, locking him in place with Yuuzhan's speeder. The gangster drew a blaster and spun on Ganner first. Without fear or hesitation, he lunged. The blaster went off in Yuuzhan's hand, and Ganner felt the energy bolt skid across the armor on his flank without punching through. He tackled the man, threw him down onto the passenger seat, and quickly wrenched the pistol from his hand. Yuuzhan tried to throw a punch, but Ganner deflected it with his forearm, then whipped the gangster's forehead with his own gun. By that time, Aslan had jumped into the speeder as well. Half laying atop the slumped body of the driver, she grabbed the controls and pushed them well of the sky lanes. She nudged them toward the nearest skyscraper, now mostly dark for late evening, until they tapped against his vertical face. "Who the cark are you? What do you want?" Yuuzhan hissed. He was still struggling against Ganner, even though the stronger man had him pinned and both wrists in a vice grip. "Kagger Ains. Bavinyar." Ganner leaned close. "That was you, wasn't it?" "I don't know what you're talking about." "You bastard, do you know who I am?" "That's why we're here," Aslan said. "You sent him to kill the Empress, didn't you?" "I said I don't know." Ganner released his left wrist long enough to punch him in the stomach. The man retched and flailed out with his free hand, but all he did was scrape Ganner's armored chest plate. He punched the man again, in the face. Knuckle cracked on cheekbone, pain shot through his clenched fist, but he didn't care. Pent-up anger found release, and he punched the man again. "Stop it. Stop it." Yuuzhan hacked up flecks of blood and maybe a tooth. "What do you carking want from me? I'm a middleman." "It was your boss, wasn't it?" Ganner grabbed both his wrists again and squeezed them tight enough to hurt. "Pleshche told you to set it up." Yuuzhan's face contorted in pain, but he managed to say, "I'm not gonna do something like that on my own. Whole plan was carking crazy. We should have never done it." The gangster's selfish regret made Ganner angrier. He released both wrists and punched the man in the face. 1, 2. Yuuzhan held up both hands to block the next blows, but Ganner shifted to his stomach and punched him through his suit. "Who are you people?" The gangster gasped. "What do you want?" "Tell us about the Sith," Ganner snapped. "Sith? What the hell are you talking about?" Ganner couldn't take more obfuscations. He grabbed Yuuzhan by the collar of his overpriced suit, pulled him off the seat, and half threw his body over the speeder's edge. Pinning the man's hips on the window ledge, Ganner grabbed the back of his skull and pushed it down, forcing Yuuzhan to stare at the 50-meter drop as his body hung close to tipping. Wait. The man squawked. "I don't know any Sith. Pleshche told me to do it. He didn't say why. He never says why. I just do what I'm told." Before Ganner could say, he felt Aslan's hand hard on his shoulder. He looked back. Her masked face shook furiously, telling him to hold off. That wasn't good enough. This was their best chance to find the ones really responsible for Antari's death. Ganner slammed Yuuzhan's head forward and smashed his nose against the outside of the speeder's passenger door, breaking it and smearing blood across the glossy hull. He grabbed the gangster by the hair, pulled him shrieking back inside the speeder, and dropped him back on the passenger seat. "I swear I don't know," the man said through a mouthful of blood. "I never." Before Ganner knew what he was doing, his hands were around Yuuzhan's neck. The blood-smeared face gasped for breath, and he squeezed harder, savoring the ugly man's pain and the fragile feeling of his windpipe beneath overlapped palms. Finally, Ganner was in control over something. Finally, he could give back some of the pain and helplessness he'd been given again and again by Havoc and Plunging, by the Mandalorians who'd kidnapped him and Maladi who'd used him a tool to destroy everything he'd ever loved. Suddenly, Ganner was choking too. A metal-wrapped forearm pressed against his windpipe as Aslan threw herself at him from behind. Tipping the whole weight of her body backward, she managed to pry him off the gangster. His hands felt empty without something to crush between them. Ganner shirked her off, spun on her, but she grabbed both his fists before he could bring them down. "Damn it, Ganner, stop. This isn't you." He couldn't see her eyes, but the choking in her voice stopped him. He'd never given in to his rage like that. Not in his life. He looked at both fists and opened them. Fragile fingers trembled until he clenched them again. "This is no good," she told him. "We can't take him back to Coruscant. Maybe get something more out of him. He doesn't know about Havoc. He knows something. It's the best proof we have. Let's get to the spaceport." And suddenly laser blasts strafed above their heads. They threw themselves down on top of Yuuzhan's moaning form and watched a single airspeeder swoop down on them. Its searchlight blasted in their faces and voice called out, "Surrender now. Hands up." If these were Plunging's people, they were dead. Even local cops were probably in Black Sun's pocket. Ganner whispered to Aslan, "Get the bike. Go." "What about you?" "I'll be right behind you." "Ganner. Go." He shouted and reared to his feet, bringing Yuuzhan's blaster with him. As Aslan threw herself onto the speeder bike and released the magnetic clamps, he fired madly at the speeder hovering above them. The response was a volley of laser blasts, one of which took him in the chest plate and knocked all breath out of him. Through the roaring in his ears, Ganner heard Aslan's bike whine to life. He felt for the handle to the passenger's door behind him, found it, and twisted. The door fell open, and he fell further, plunging back first into the night. As he dropped, he instinctively searched for a comm center, and with it the force he could use to slow his deadly fall. But there was no force, and no comm either. He felt a long moment of mindless panic as Yuuzhan's speeder shrunk to a tiny black box high above him, and it seemed ridiculous that this would be his final sight before oblivion. Then something slammed into him hard. Ganner felt pain explode in his side as he knocked against Aslan's bike. She reached out and briefly grasped his hand at the wrist, nearly stopping his fall, but his weight was too much for her and he slipped from her grasp. Ganner fell again. His body was angled almost upright now, and he looked down to the ground just before he met it. His left foot impacted first and he heard bones shatter right before blinding pain took him. He was only vaguely aware as Aslan pulled him onto the saddle of her speeder bike. "Just hold on," she told him as she kicked the vehicle to motion. "We're getting the hell out of here." He barely heard her, but he sensed that they were getting clear from danger. That was good, but he felt neither relief nor anything besides raw, brutal pain. When Havoc reported his discovery to Nil, the Dark Lord was just as stunned and just as certain that they needed to get to the bottom of Saray's intentions on Coruscant. In truth, they knew little about the young Chagrian. Darth Wirelock had trained her entirely by himself, and they had to assume she'd have learned her traitorous father's ability to manipulate and scheme. Therefore, Havoc had tasked his spies to follow her relentlessly. After several days, the results were inconclusive. While Porat Darrell spent his time in the Senate Hall, his wife remained almost entirely in their apartment. She received several visitors per day, and while not all their identities had been verified, they seemed to be associated with other senators from the Alliance bloc, like the Senate sector's Nellerin and Bormia sector's Kaiga. As yet, they'd been unable to tap into the apartment's communication line, but Havoc doubted whether anything important passed through unencrypted. Whatever else Saray was, she'd be careful. From the limited information they could gather, the Sith appeared to be fervently working behind the scenes to advance her husband's career and political causes. Havoc knew there had to be more than that, but he saw no way to learn what. After several days' indecision, Havoc knew he had to act. He'd become so used to Sith subterfuge that he didn't immediately consider a frontal approach. Once it seemed the best option, he mentally mapped several strategies before deciding on one that properly balanced truth and deceit. Thus, when his spies told him that Daryl was leaving the Senate building for home, Havoc approached the apartment building in his speeder bike. Scouting the area with his macro binoculars, he confirmed that the security operative staffing the parking garage at the tower's base was a mere droid, and so he'd affixed a high-grade sensor scrambler to his bike that would cause the guard's photoreceptors to burst to static, as long as he was within a 20-meter range. If he'd had the Force, Havoc could have obtained the same effect, but mere technology sufficed. Havoc slipped his bike inside the garage without any problem and parked it in a shadowed corner. He stayed there and watched as several more speeders slipped through the Ferrocrete Mall after flashing identification for the guard droid. He waited until the speeder he'd marked as Daryl slipped through the gate, climbed up one level, and came to rest in his parking spot. When the senator stepped out of his speeder and started for the entrance to the apartment complex, he jerked in visible shock at the sight before him. A middle-aged Itachi dressed in dour brown Jedi robes with the lightsaber dangling from his belt. Havoc held his hands palms out and unthreatening. "Who are you?" Daryl hissed. His hands were frozen at his sides, and he didn't seem poised to grab a weapon. "I'm sorry if I surprised you, Senator." Havoc did his best to affect a Jedi's manner, aloof and slightly indignant at being seen as a threat. "I'm Ectorles." The senator's eyes darted to the lightsaber. "You're a Jedi? Really?" Havoc gave a benign smile and folded his hands over his stomach. "The temple sent me to speak with you in private. You could have come to my office. I think you'll appreciate that this conversation is off the record. So you ambushed me here. How'd you get past security? Even without the Force, we have tools." Daryl remained tense. "Make your point now, Jedi, or I will call security." "Of course." The sound of another speeder coming into park echoed through the garage. As it settled into a different aisle, Havoc stepped close and said, "I'm come to talk about your wife." "What about my wife?" "I'd like you to tell me what you know about her. Specifically, her life before the end of the war." Sare was an orphan and a refugee. She's made no secret of that. He guarded his expression well. The Force would have revealed more, but Havoc had to make do. "How did you meet her?" "After the war, I volunteered for refugee relief programs. She was in one of the camps on Paculus 3. "And she told you about her life early on?" "Somewhat. She told me more after we become involved." "Master Jedi, what are you getting at? Have you ever tried to verify her backstory? Locate any relatives she might have left?" "No. Her entire family was wiped out by the Sith. She'd been on her own for some time and was looking to start a new life. Unless you're suggesting something different." Havoc felt a small flush of admiration. If Sare really had told Daryl these things, she'd said the truth in every word. "I think, Senator, she only told you what she needed you to hear." His face screwed tight. "Master Jedi, get to the point or I'll call security right now." "Very well." Havoc gave a regretful sigh. "Senator, since the end of the war, I've been working with other Jedi and Federation intelligence to track the remaining Sith in the galaxy. As you know, they've gone to ground and have become very adept at hiding themselves." "Are you telling me my wife is a Sith?" He looked appalled and incredulous, the way any honest husband would. "Not just any Sith. We believe she's the daughter of Darth Crate's right hand, Darth Wyerlock. She would have received the best training the Sith could offer. Even without the Force, she must be extremely dangerous, and there's no telling how much communication she's had with the other Sith." "This is absurd." Daryl scowled. "What did I do to the Jedi that you'd come here and impugn my wife? If this is about Bavanire, I swear to everything holy I had nothing to do with it. I've said that over and over." He was getting angry, and his voice carried in the echoing garage. Havoc heard the slam of a speeder door and saw several humans emerge from a parked vehicle. When they glanced in his direction, he quickly turned his back to them and told Daryl, "The Jedi Council takes this matter extremely seriously. We came here to help you, Senator. We can't take care of this before it becomes a scandal. My wife is not a Sith. Senator, when Darth Maladi's virus spread across Coruscant 8 months ago, did Sare show any reaction? Typically, Force users suffered a few hours of mild fever before losing connection with the Force. After that, her behavior might have changed. Do you remember her acting usually around that time?" His stern expression faltered. I'm not sure. Perhaps. Every night you spend with her is a danger. If you allow me to go up there with you now." "No. Absolutely not." He'd expected the senator to be resolute and had planned several contingencies. One way or another, he'd flush Sare into the open and see what came of it. "I understand if this is a shock," he said, "and you will want time to consider. I came here to tell you because you have to know. When you're ready to talk as early as tomorrow, ask to see on Marasiah from the Jedi Council. Tell him everything I've said about your wife. He'll know what to do." Nia's sources had told him the Katla Master was in charge of the Jedi Sith hunting efforts. Daryl was still wary. "You could still be wrong about this." "I wish I were. Senator, you can't let her even think you suspect. She's a Sith. She'll kill you at the first sign her cover's blown." The Chagrian exhaled. The weight of the revelation was pressing down on him. He turned from Havoc and bent over the edge of his speeder, hands against the frame. "I've known her for almost 3 years," he said softly, as though to himself. "I loved her since the first time we met. I never imagined she could be a Sith. Her kind are insidious. They hide everywhere and strike us where we hurt most." Daryl's horn heard bent low. Quietly he said, "Master Jedi, I have to tell you something." Havoc stepped so close he could breathe on the Chagrian's neck. "Anything. I'm here to help." The senator straightened and stood so his face was inches away. Something small and hard jabbed Havoc in the stomach, and Daryl snarled, "I know exactly what my wife is." With his muzzle pressed into cloth and flesh, the little holdout pistol barely made a sound as it went off. Havoc gasped for breath as red agony spread out from his stomach across his body. One hand groped for his lightsaber, but Daryl grabbed it away. As Havoc stumbled back, both hands now on his scorched side, the senator tracked him with the blaster. "You're not even a Jedi, are you? You're a Sith. She said they'd come for her one day. This couldn't be happening." Havoc's head swam. He was dimly aware that if Daryl had kept a bigger blaster, he'd be dead already. The slam of another speeder door echoed through the garage and distracted the senator for just a second. Havoc turned and ran. He half sprinted, half staggered, both hands on his side like they were the only things holding in his gut. He barely noticed 2 pedestrians as he lurched past. Someone, maybe them, maybe Daryl, called for security. He ran back to his waiting speeder bike, threw himself on, and kicked it to motion. The thing nearly careered off a wall before he wrestled it under submission and sped for the garage's exit. He was on the Hypergate portal in seconds, as Coruscant's night beckoned outside 2 laser blasts whipped just over his head. A third caught his bike in the flank. The small vehicle couldn't take that kind of damage. As soon as Havoc shot out of the garage, the bike's repulsors started to fail. He tried to kick in engines, but the whole thing shuddered. He was falling fast out of the sky, down into Coruscant's bottomless canyons. If he'd had the Force, he would have stifled the pain and lifted himself into the sky, but he had nothing except a broken body and a broken bike. Havoc saw an empty ledge jutting out into the canyon and aimed for it. His elevation kept dropping, and he thought he'd smash face first into the building side instead, but the repulsor sputtered just enough to buck him up onto the ledge. The bike went skidding across the catwalk in a shower of sparks. Metal screamed against metal, twisted, and tore off in scraps. Havoc was thrown and landed on his shoulder hard enough to break it. His body twisted and rolled side over side across the catwalk until, finally, it stopped. Panting, dazed, nearly blinded with pain for 2 severe injuries, Havoc rolled onto his back. Coruscant soared above him, but none of the light tracing lines high above dropped down onto him. No one was after him, not yet, but they would be. He reached into his faux Jedi robes for his comlink, and found only cloth. With his one good hand he groped around for it, but it was not there. No comlink, no blaster, no lightsaber. All he had were his damn binoculars. Havoc couldn't call for help now. He only prayed the comm had fallen into the canyon, and not in the garage, where it would be found and examined. The only thing worse than raw pain was the shame of being so utterly outplayed. Leaning against the building wall for stead, Havoc rose to his feet. Pain from his side spread out through his body and threatened to drop him into unconsciousness, but he clung stubbornly to awareness. He had to hide. He had to heal. He had to get in contact with his people. He had to survive. He didn't know how he could accomplish that without his tools, but he had to try. Fighting back pain and shame alike, Darth Havoc staggered deeper into the shadows. Chapter 19. Getting from the Cathal sector to Tython was no easy task, and when Mynock exited hyperspace to find the planet sitting dead ahead, lonely among the deep course tight-packed stars and swirling stellar gases, Jeriason felt anything but satisfied. A quick swing around the planet and sensor sweep showed absolutely nothing of note. No spacecraft in orbit, no activity on the surface. It was a dead and ancient world, but there was something hiding here that Jeriac could never understand, and that was enough for him to hate it. The entire team was packed into the cockpit this time, and Jeriac watching over Cade's shoulder as his friend guided Mynock into lower orbit and performed another sweep. Delia paid close attention to the feed coming through the sensors, and everyone else waited with shallow breath for her to report some revelation. It took a while, so long Jeriac was starting to hope they find nothing and hightail it back to civilization, but eventually she said, "I think we've got something." "What kind of something?" asked Cade. "There's a big object on the northern continent. It looks like a pyramid, a couple 100 meters on either side. Way more intact than any of the other ruins we've picked up." "Okay. Send me coordinates and we'll take a look. Any sign of current activity?" "Not that I can see. Bring us closer." "We should prep shields and weapons just in case," J.O. said. After the fight at Seberus, nobody blamed him for being skittish. Delia complied while Cade pushed them into the atmosphere. The group waited in silent anticipation as Mynock soared low over an expanse of plains and ridges lightly dusted white and shining, bright under a clear sky. The black pyramid on the horizon was hard to miss, and Cade decelerated as they approached the site. He swung Mynock around to get them a better view. The pyramid was set in the center of a broad circular pit, its edges piled high with mounds of dirt and sediment. Jeriac realized it was an excavation pit, the kind archaeologists dug up, and as the ship dropped altitude he saw the pyramid wasn't a pyramid at all, but some eight-sided monolith still stuck halfway into the ground. The artificial construct, made from a black stone-like substance, was massive, the size of a medium star cruiser, and while Jeriac couldn't see any visible means of propulsion, its dual pyramid shape suggested that it might be a mobile structure rather than one built on foundations. While all the X-Force users stared at the monolith in quiet awe, Jeriac's attention went elsewhere. He didn't see any excavation tools in the pit itself, Katla, and his people must have been thorough cleaning up. He did spot a large patch of visible soil, just beyond the rim, where brown showed through the white. He didn't know what that meant, but it stood out against an otherwise snow-draped landscape and needed investigating. Cade set Mynock down about 20 meters away, on another spot outside the rim. "Okay, everybody out," he said. "Bundle up first. It's cold outside." That was it. He said nothing on the monolith, even though J.O., Kyra, and Lobacco were all staring at him, wordlessly asking if he'd picked up anything with his force powers. Cade's silence was the only answer they got. The three of them left the cockpit first to go get their coats, followed by a shuffling C-3PO. R2-D2, who'd been plugged into Mynock's nav computer to help them through the deep core, removed himself from the access socket and hooted a question. Cade patted the droid's dome. "Yeah, you should come too. We're gonna need all the tools we've got, I figure." The droid whistled appreciatively and followed Cade out of the cockpit, leaving Jiraiya and Delia behind. There were two of the kind on this trip, here because of Cade and nothing else. Jiraiya asked her, "Well, what do you think?" She gave him a weird look. "I think it's big and old and probably full of Grandeur Force power or something. Don't know how that's gonna help them though. Katla's not here." "No, but he put in a lot of work into digging up this thing." Jiraiya glanced out the viewport at that black artificial mountain. He usually wasn't big on reverence or awe, but there was something in that ancient construct that compelled, at least, respect. "This is way bigger than us, isn't it?" "Always had been, Patissa. I'm just in it to watch Cade's back while he does his Jedi stuff." She shrugged and moved out of the cockpit. As he followed, Jiraiya asked, "Hey, you noticed that dry patch coming in?" "You mean the spot cleared of snow?" Delia glanced over her shoulder as they walked to the crew lawn. "Yeah, I don't think anybody else did though. Not even Cade. He was all about that thing." "You think he felt anything through the Force?" "I'm an empath, Jiraiya, not a mind reader. You'll have to ask him." "Yeah, well, Cade's playing it close nowadays." He tried not to sound sour. Cade didn't have that sullen anger he'd had in the bad old days, before he'd revealed his full past, but he was pulling it on himself again. Losing his mother and becoming overnight the last Jedi in the galaxy had piled on new burdens, and Cade had never been good at sharing those. Jiraiya ducked into his cabin to grab his coat and, just to be safe, a pair of blasters. By the time he got down to the hold, the broad loading doors were open and cold breeze was swirling in. He joined Delia at the back of the group as they stepped out onto Titan's surface. Cade took the lead, R2-D2 rolling with him and the group of Force users clustered behind them. They marched over the pit's rim toward the monolith as though entranced. Rather than follow their footprints through the snow, Jiraiya tugged Delia's. "Hey, let's take a look at that patch. They can't handle whatever that thing is." Delia looked reluctant. She wanted to keep an eye on Cade, of course, but she nodded and joined Jiraiya. They took long steps across the bright sunny snowfield until they reached the spot where dirt showed through. As he stepped into the center of the patch, Jiraiya got a bad feeling. This was a space big enough to fit a small spacecraft in, and one kicking off on repulsors could definitely push out enough hot air to melt the thin layer of snow. Delia had the same idea. She dropped to her knees and began searching the cold-packed dirt for impact marks. Jiraiya found one first. It was a big rectangular indentation, maybe a meter long and a half-meter wide, just the right size for a starship landing strut. As he called out what he'd found to Delia, she said she'd found another. "Any idea how long ago these were made?" Jiraiya asked, stamping a foot atop one indentation. "Who knows?" Delia looked up at the clear sky. "No idea how often it snows here. Best we knew, Katla was on this planet, over a year ago. These marks gotta be fresher than that." "Maybe he came back. Maybe he saw us coming, collapsed his tent, and ran to hide somewhere." "Could be. Or these could be from somebody else's ship." There was no way to know for sure. After Seberus, he couldn't shake the idea that the attack had been more than a random raid. He had absolutely no proof this was connected. All Jiraiya knew was that he definitely had a bad feeling about this. The low ridges that rippled the plain near the monolith provided a few places to hide. Eli and Darth Talon hadn't been given much warning. When their relay satellite in orbit informed them that a ship had entered the system, they scrambled to pick up their own shuttle and fly it into a crevasse some 50 kilometers away, where it would be shielded from orbital eyes. After that, they'd hurriedly backtracked using on their speeder bike, not knowing but assuming the newcomer was coming for the black monolith. They now lay flat on the crest of one hill nearly a kilometer from the site, but the air was clear, and they watched with macro binoculars as the familiar red freighter descended from the sky and came down to land. Eli had been worried that they'd be spotted from above, even though Talon had draped their bodies and the speeder bike under white blankets to match the snow. Once Skywalker and his companions began stepping out, he wondered whether the Jedi might be able to sense them in the Force, distant as they were. Thankfully, his attention seemed to be focused entirely on the Black Pyramid. Eli counted Skywalker's party carefully. He recognized almost all of them from the hunt for Darth Maladi last year. Skywalker himself, his human and Zeltron friends, the Imperial Knight Jo Assam, tall and ginger-furred Lobaka. He even recognized the two droids rocking across the uneven terrain, one pale astromech and one golden protocol droid. There was a single unfamiliar figure. "Do you recognize the woman?" he asked as he peered at the tiny form, marked by long dark hair twirling in the wind. "I do not," Talon said as she looked through her own binoculars. "The rest are familiar." She sounded far from pleased to see Skywalker, which wasn't surprising, given how thoroughly the Jedi had humiliated them on their last encounter. For his part, Eli was almost glad Skywalker had come. For days he and Talon had examined the thing to no avail. They scoured the entire monolith exterior for a point of entry but found none. They tried to carve through the black stone surface, and found their lightsabers totally ineffective. They certainly didn't have the equipment to further dig this giant construct out of the earth. The monolith was giant and unyielding, and Eli had become steadily convinced that only one who wielded the Force could command a response from it. He kept his focus on Skywalker. The blonde-haired man led his group to the monolith, and for a long minute he simply craned his neck back and looked at his peak. Eli felt a stab of envy to think how he might be communicating with this ancient device through the Force, but after the minute ended, Skywalker looked back to his colleagues and shrugged, as though he knew no more than they. The group spread out slightly. The young woman and Lobaka went up to touch the device with bare hands. Perhaps they'd been expecting revelation just like Eli. As they stepped away, disappointed, the astromech surprised by shooting upward on small rocket jets in its dual legs. The droid flew over the monolith's midsection and onto its top half, but stopped before ascending the pyramid's upward slant. Skywalker flew into the air as well, jumping with an invisible push from the Force. The other stepped back to watch as he moved carefully toward his droid, arms slightly spread to keep balance on the stone slope. He crouched next to the astromech and stayed there, as though conversing with it, before straightening. Skywalker turned his attention upslope, perhaps toward the peak or perhaps toward the 8-spoked wheel that had been carved into the monolith's side. Eli had no idea what sort of blade could have made those indentations. Whoever or whatever had created this structure possessed tools beyond either Jedi or Sith. It took Skywalker several minutes to climb up to the 8-spoked wheel. He moved carefully, sometimes bending to hands and knees to ascend the slope on 4 limbs. All the others stayed behind to watch him as he got higher and further away. Finally, he reached the carved wheel and came to rest inside the bottom spoke. He turned around and seemed to call something down to the others, but it was lost in distance and wind. Then a light seemed to crack out of the stone behind him. Eli watched as the light grew from the bottom edge of the spoke, filling the space until it became a human-sized portal of glowing white directly in front of Skywalker. The man turned and stared into the light, lifting one hand over his eyes to block some of the glare. The ones on the ground were calling to him, maybe telling him to come back. Skywalker didn't seem to notice. His body tipped forward, then fell through the portal and disappeared into the light. And then, as suddenly as it had come, the portal shrunk, the black stone door closed, and the light was gone, leaving no trace of the Jedi who'd been pulled inside. Cade Skywalker fell into eternity. Planets and moons, stars and stardust, the vastness of galaxy whipped past him, too fast to understand. He plunged through interstellar void, but he felt neither vacuum cold nor inertia rush. He seemed to have no body at all, only awareness overloaded by a torrent of time and space, and he somehow understood that he was not dropping into the cosmos, but the cosmos was gushing into him, overwhelming his consciousness with knowledge no human mind could grasp. He would have screamed, but he had no mouth. He had nothing to grab onto and no hands to arrest his fall. Cade tried to huddle against the torrent and focus on himself alone. He tried to recall Delia's touch and smell, his father's gentle smile, guarded concern in his mother's eye. He could focus on them for an instant, but then they slipped away. He was fraying apart, pulled into many directions by the infinite rush of the universe. And then, suddenly, the universe stopped. Cade found himself again and took a timeless moment to cling to all the things and people who had made him. Then he dared focus on the things without. He felt all the endless stars and planets moving around him still, but he could no longer see them in his mind's eye. Instead, he was surrounded by white. The white had no beginning and no end. It was as deep as interstellar black, and he was suspended in it, helpless and motionless. Then a voice that was not a voice spoke to him without speech. It said, "What is your name?" He remembered himself and all that had made him. He found himself speaking without words. "I'm Cade Skywalker." And in that voiceless voice, he sensed understanding. "You are the chosen one," it said. There was a person behind the voice, gentle, curious. Female, he thought, but couldn't know why. All around him was white. "I'm not the chosen one," he said. "That was Anakin Skywalker, my ancestor. To be a Skywalker is to shift the balance of the Force. Therefore, you are still the chosen one." "I'm really not. I'm just a guy," he insisted, though it had never really been true, not in all his life. Because he needed to understand, he asked, "Who are you?" For another timeless moment, his response was only the white. Then form merged from void, and a vision appeared before him, a body with shape hidden by loose green cloak, exposing only a smooth young female's face and twin gray Twi'lek Leku. In her black-gloved hands, she clutched an 8-sided object shaped like 2 pyramids joined at the base. Like the monolith on Tython. Like, he realized, the bigger monolith around Mortis he'd seen in file holos from the Jedi archives. "Who are you?" Cade repeated. "I was Tasha Rio," the Twi'lek spoke to him, though her mouth did not move. Her head was lifted, blue eyes staring past him into the white. "Are you a Jedi?" "I am Jedi," she replied, and somehow he sensed the difference. Before the Jedi ever were. "When?" he asked. "When were you from?" "Time has no meaning in the Force," she said, "and none in the year." He recalled the great black pyramid islanded in a snowfield and the bright portal that had opened before him. It felt a galaxy away. "Though you're. Is that what this place is? What does that mean?" "Let me show you," Tasha Rio said. Cade felt the white begin to fade and the cosmos rush in on him again. "Wait," he cried. "Hold up. Not again. Let me show you the dawn of the Jedi." The white disappeared. Time and space attacked him. Images swirled around, each one stamping itself on his awareness. A great black monolith shaped like joined pyramids, a though-year, rose above a world of lush jungles. Another sunk into bottomless depths. Another rested amidst icy mountains, and another on barren plain. Cade understood instantly, and without reason, that there were all different monoliths on different worlds. He saw white doors open in each though-year. He saw living beings file inside, humans, Twi'leks, Wookiees, Zabraks, Nori, Katla, and more. He saw the though-year lift off from their planet-bound resting places and soar swiftly through the cosmos, gathering more and more beings as they went. It was a time before hyperspace, when the young civilizations were scattered in isolation across the galaxy, Tasha Rio told him as more images swarmed by. Different though you're converged and joined together above a familiar world circled by twin moons, one light, the other dark. "You brought them here," Cade said. "You gathered them all to train in the Force." "I did nothing," she replied. "The though you're collected those who could touch the Force and brought them together here, on Tython, so the Jedi Order could be born." "Then who created the though you're? Who created the Jedi?" "Patience," Tasha gently chided. "Watch." More images filled his awareness. He saw life on Tython in the ancient days, where beings of so many races trained together in the ways of the Force. They built great temples all across the planet. He saw one made of 8 cyclopean rectangular stones arranged around a blue pool. Another looked like 3-armed spiders suspended by curved metal legs over a great black-bottomed chasm. In all these places the Jedi studied and trained beneath the though-year. Generations lived and died, lived and died. They created a civilization that lasted in isolation for millennia, so long that they forgot their own origins. And then, devastation. Cade didn't just see flashes of fire and destruction, He felt the pain of thousands dying and the dark, angry desperation of those who fought to survive. "What is this?" he asked. "What are you showing me?" Suddenly the images shuddered to a halt. He saw a gray-skinned Twi'lek in green robes, the Tasha Rio who communicated with him now. She stood on a promontory, overlooking a field of battle. Beings of many species fought below, wielding lightsabers against an army of larger aliens with broad, fierce mouths lined by pointed teeth and eyes jetting out on stalks from either side of their heads. These were invaders, come from across the galaxy to conquer secluded Tython. "I was a Jedi seer when the Rakata came to Tython," she told him. "I was no warrior. There was little I could do except watch those stronger than me hold back their tide. Or so I thought." Another image. Tasha Rio stood beside another Jedi, this one a Zabrak. She clutched the 8-sided object in both hands, and Cade realized it was a holocron when he saw an image of a cloaked figure appear before it. He couldn't tell what it was saying, but as it spoke to Tasha he could feel the Twi'lek woman fill with bleak determination. He saw the woman jump into a shaft of light. He saw the light consume her and saw her soft, wise smile as her physical body dissolved and what was left of her joined the Force and became one with the Thoyur, timeless and eternal, connected to the cosmic force and every corner of the universe. It was knowledge no mortal mind could handle. Cade felt himself fraying apart again, but the torrent stopped and he was back amidst the white, without form or substance, seemingly floating before the lingering image of Tasha Rio as she'd been in death. Tasha Rio as she'd been preserved in the Force these many millennia. "I gave myself to the Thoyur and became the Thoyur," she said. "Why?" he asked. "Because the Thoyur needed to awaken to save Tython." More images flashed on him. Black double pyramids rose into the air and spewed destructive energy, but it was not the hungry chaos of the dark side. Rather, it was the Force in its purest form, strong and bright, and it blasted away the Rakata and their warships. With her sacrifice and a flash of light, the Jedi had been saved from the invaders' galaxy-spanning empire. "Is that what these Thoyur are?" Cade asked. "A weapon. They are so much more. We must go back." And they went back. Everything he'd seen played out before him in reverse. The Rakata retreated, the Jedi trained, the Thoyur scattered across the galaxy. And eons before that, the Thoyur converged on the place from which they'd been born. The black stone double pyramids, each the size of a small mountain, were dwarfed by the giant monolith around which they gathered. Its shape was the same, but its sides were smooth, devoid of the 8-spoked wheel stamped on each Thoyur, but marked by red lines, faintly glowing. "I've seen this before," Cade said. "This is Mortis." "Mortis was where it began," Tasha said. More images, flashing fast. He saw a landscape of mountains and ridges and barren trees that seemed to glow with inner life. He saw a dark chasm around a lake of fire through which virulent darkness surged. He saw a great castle rising from a mountain peak. 3 figures stood at a balcony, looking out at Thoyur half faded in the sky. One was a young woman, ethereal and light. Another was a young man, dark and brooding. The third was an old bearded man, and though they said no words, Cade knew the old man thought on his children behind him with foreboding, and the Thoyur in the sky with pride. He knew the old man had created them all. The father prized balance, Tasha Rio told him. He knew the Rakata were marshalling darkness across the galaxy, and he knew something was needed to counter them. Everyone else of his kind had abandoned the physical plane to become wills within the living Force. Thus he created the Thoyur, spread them across the galaxy, and gathered those who could feel the Force to Tython, where they honed themselves into a new order that would keep the scales between light and dark even. "The father, the son, and the daughter," Cade said. "I heard about this from my dad. I thought it was just a myth, a metaphor. A powerful enough metaphor is its own truth. But they're gone. Mortis is a dead world now, and the ones are destroyed," Tasha said. Another torrent came. He saw the father, son, and daughter endure for many eons, timeless with the Force within the isolating shell of the Mortis monolith. Sometimes they received mortal visitors, ones Cade could not recognize, until finally the rush came to a shuddering halt at the sight of man he'd seen in his own Force visions. Anakin Skywalker, the Chosen One, stood before the Ancient Ones on the patterned floor of a vast and empty, facing their inscrutable judgment. Even they were not timeless, Tasha Rio said. They beseeched the Chosen One to intervene and keep the balance. He refused. The daughter fell to the son's blade. The father and the son, together, stood impaled on Anakin's saber. The light of Mortis dimmed and died, but in the gloom one image remained, a stone throne, sitting empty on an empty dais. Then the white returned, and Tasha Rio. Even now, she said, Skywalkers retain the balance. It was the weight of destiny again, and Cade instinctively revolted. I just did what I had to, lady. I've never cared about balance. But you keep it nonetheless, as all Skywalkers have. It's what you were made for. He remembered Milady's rambling speech on Tehasa, minutes before her death. She told him that Anakin, and thus all Skywalkers, had been born of the Force itself to act as the Force's agent in response to the dark manipulations of the Sith. The idea repulsed him. Even after all Cade had been through, he wanted to believe his will and choices were his own. These ones, did they create the Skywalkers? Did the Father make us to create balance? A timeless moment drew on with no reply. Then she said, no. The Force has deeper roots. Even now, in whatever formless timeless state he was in, things refused to make themselves clear. What are you talking about? What roots? These ones, I thought they controlled the Force, kept the balance. They tried. Since their death, the galaxy has become racked by war and imbalance. Some Skywalkers have tipped it to the dark. Others have corrected it. It's a role you have all played. Don't you agree? He couldn't argue. But what created Anakin? If it wasn't the ones that pushed back against the Sith, then who? What? Another white moment, and then she said, the ones stayed behind to watch over the galaxy. The others went ahead. Went ahead to where? Into the Force. They surrendered their crude bodies and became one with it, as did I. Even now they guide it. It was from these wills that Skywalkers were born. What assailed him next wasn't images. It was knowledge. Without a mouth he couldn't scream. He could only take in the agonizing rush of space and time, backwards from this galaxy now soaked in silence to a distant era where beings he could never comprehend strode like gods across the galaxy, arranging star systems like children's toys and wielding the Force as pure extension of will. Though he couldn't wrap his mind around their physical or mental forms, he knew these were the Celestials of legends. More knowledge came of the races they'd enslaved, warlike Rakata, wise Sheru, industrious Kilix, peaceful Kwa, and artful Kree. As with the Celestials, the Force was a natural part of them, and all were linked together in it. They traveled the galaxy on great portals that leaped across light years, and there was nothing they could not do. And then the gods departed. Dissolving into the Force, they left the physical galaxy behind save for the three who lingered within the Mortis monolith, guiding the new civilizations after the old ones fell, creating the Thoyur, and gathering the Jedi on Titan to create a new order that would bring down the Rakata and all other who waged darkness. At the same time, the Force powers that had once been spread across every living being in the galaxy withered and died, leaving individuals isolated in themselves. Without the Force, the civilizations of the celestial slaves began to die, leaving a great gap into which humans and other species would spring out and populate the stars. But something of the ones who gone ahead remained. Cade received another vision of a planet glowing bright as any star, walled on all sides by the stellar gases and tight-packed suns of the deep core. The world was a beacon of life. It sang in the Force and emanated raw power. On its barren surface he saw one ancient arch that recalled the ruined Hypergate he'd seen on Seberus. The Rakata came to Titan seeking something to restore their failing grasp of the Force, said Tasha Rio. They saw the ruins of the ancient Kwa Infinity Gate beneath the Jedi's old city and thought this was the planet their prophecies claimed could restore their power. They were wrong. What is this place you're showing me? Where is it? Locked away at the heart of the galaxy. Many thousands of years ago, before the stars constricted, it was passable, but not longer. This was a place from which the wills departed. Whose will? I don't understand. They are the wills, she told him, stressing the word clearly. Those who surrendered space and time and voluntarily merged their life essence with the cosmic force. In ascending they guide and direct it, now and ever and always. Cade strove for something he could comprehend. The gate? Why are you showing me the gate? Is that what you showed him? Tasha understood. What I show you now, I showed the one called Katla. Finally, something made sense. Then he's trying to rebuild a hypergate so he can get to this planet. I get that, I understand, but where did you send him? She said, he is already there. Before Cade could ask anything, Tasha disappeared, and so did the visions. He plunged into infinity once more. His awareness was overwhelmed by planets and moons, stars and singularities, pulsars and quasars and stellar dust. He felt himself fraying again. Even the wisdom Tasha had just imparted seemed to slip away like sand through fingers. He was being pulled apart by too much truth. When the rush receded as awareness focused on a single solar system, it seemed walled by darkness, and he knew it was at the very edge of the galactic rim. At his heart he saw two stars swirling around each other, one white, the other blue. Bodiless and timeless, he traveled through his void, passing 3 lifeless planets, a blue gas giant, a red one, a single dead gray rock, before finding a small planet draped in forest. It was strange and ghostly in the blue-white light of his dual suns. Vision fell toward the planet, faster and faster. Continents rushed up to meet him. Suddenly he saw it, the empty arch of an ancient hypergate, relic of departed gods, forgotten at the galaxy's edge for too many eons to count. Vision rushed toward the arch's center. A grid of light appeared, and the vision rushed into it, no matter how hard Cade tried to stop it. He plunged into light beyond understanding, and finally, at last, the fraying edges of himself tore free, twirled away, and dissolved in white. When the portal in the monolith opened and Cade fell inside, Jeriad didn't move, didn't speak. He watched it like it was a dream, unreal, but when the door slammed shut and Cade disappeared, the enormity of what happened staggered him like a blow. Everyone else was shocked too, but Delia was the first to move. She sprinted to the base of the monolith and called, R2, get up there. See what happened to him. Now. The droid whistled and rose up on his leg jets. Jeriad joined Delia and the others as they stared up, helpless and silent. Even C-3PO seemed stunned beyond words. R2-D2 set himself to hover at the bottom of the 8-spoked wheel, and Jeriad squinted to see the droid extend and instrument one of his arms and examine the monolith's surface. After a moment, the droid whistled something else, half lost in the wind. C-3PO understood perfectly. R2 says that the surface of the monolith is completely fused. That is to say, he can find no seam and no door. What do you mean, no door? Jeriad snapped. We just saw him go through. I understand, Master Jeriad. R2's sensors must be malfunctioning. I can't think of no other explanation. We need to get up there now. Delia glared at the overhang. It loomed almost 10 meters above their heads, unreachable to anyone without the Force or jet boosters. I'll go back to the ship, Jo offered. There's got to be a grappling hook somewhere of a fiber cord gun. I know where it is, Jeriad said, and he started for Mynock in a sprint. He barely got 5 steps before Delia called at his back. He stopped, spun around, and saw the white portal had reopened. R2-D2 hovered to one side as Cade's familiar form appeared, silhouetted against the monolith's inner light. He seemed to stand there, arms outstretched, and Jeriad thought he was trying to tell them something. Then the wind blew, and Cade pitched forward like a tipped mannequin. He hit the black slope and began rolling down. The portal closed behind him, and R2-D2 tweeted frantically as he shot down after Cade. Still powered by his leg jets, the astromech shot a mechanical claw out from his barreled body and grabbed hold of Cade's trailing jacket. That stopped his tumble but not his fall, and R2 wailed as he was dragged after Cade, further downslope. Cade finally stopped tumbling when he reached the bottom of the pyramid. The droid nudged him carefully over the edge, and Lobaka was there to catch the smaller human in both arms. The Wookiee lowered him to the ground as everyone else gathered around. Delia dropped to her knees, gathered her head in his lap, and stroked his face. "Come on, Cade, baby, wake up," she muttered. "Come back to us, come on." Jerry bent closer and stared into his friend's face. His eyes were closed, but his eyelids twitched, as though he was lost in dream. His limbs stirred too, very slightly. Jerry bent low and gave him one light slap on the face, then a harder one, but he remained limp in Delia's arms, lost behind closed eyes. Wherever Cade was now, he was far, far away. Chapter 20. The great entry doors to the repulsor lift factory outside Salas DR were spread wide, and 1,000 people were filing out into Bakura's noon light. After days kept as hostages inside the factory, they shambled wearily ahead. Squinting into the sun, their faces grew soft with relief. Some of them had never expected to see the sky again. Shadow Vale felt a flush of pride as he watched them move. The sun shone down on his head too, warming his scalp and Leku. He stood at the open gate that warded the factory grounds, and though 2 human security guards stood on either side of him, he felt he was in no danger. Vlathal and his Pewek could have hurt him at any time while he was in the factory as their voluntary hostage. In the end, he convinced them to let him go, along with all of the human hostages, and the most valuable prize of all. As the tail of the hostage column marched through the gate, Vlathal's final relinquishment left the factory. 4 Pewek ringed by a full dozen human security guards plodded along, tasting the air, with flicking tongues but betraying no emotion Shadow could read. These, Vlathal had said, were the ones who passed him's technology to the SS Iruuk. He presented some evidence as well, though it would take time for neutral investigators to verify it. Help promised by the Federation had yet to arrive, which meant a final resolution for the standoff was still far away, but what the Pewek had done today was an unmistakable sign of goodwill. Shadow knew that most of it was his doing, and though it may not have been Jedi-like, he allowed himself to indulge in pride for what he'd accomplished. Even without touching the Force, he was still working his will. Once the captive Pewek were loaded into a secure airspeeder and whisked away, Shadow got into another vehicle and allowed the guards to take him to the presidential pyramid on the other side of Salas DR. Flying high in bright daylight, he could see the Pewek districts marked by scars of violence and the security vehicles forming rings around them. The city was still halfway under siege, and it was a sobering reminder that while progress had been made, they still had a long way to go. When Shadow entered the president's office, he took it as a good sign that General Karijan, Bakura's bullish defense chief, was absent. Instead, there was merely President Ricardo and Gerald Storr. Both were on their feet, and they greeted Shadow with warm handshakes. "Getting those hostages released is a major step, Master Jedi," said Storr. "You're to be commended." Surprised, Shadow gave him a tight smile. The Imperial looked slightly humbled. It was a dangerous undertaking. "I'm glad it's paid off for now." Always the qualifier. "When will the Federation team get here?" "They're due within 6 hours. In the meantime," Ricardo said, "our investigators will start looking into those Pewek we've been handed. Not to be callous, but they're even more valuable than the 1,000 hostages." He was likely right. The Pewek are still waiting on restitution for their own losses. Vlathal made it very clear he won't leave the factories until he's got them. That could take days, weeks. The damage to our economy is already dire. We need to get those factories producing again. "Once the team for Coruscant arrives," said Storr, "they'll do everything they can to expedite matters." In other words, Shadow thought, they'd make certain Bakura remained a viable link in the supply chain. He didn't begrudge anyone for the economics of wartime, but it was a reminder why the Jedi had always been reluctant to wed themselves tightly to any government. The door to Ricardo's office slid open, and Karijan marched in on long, fast strides. The sight of him was disappointing but not unexpected. The general gave Shadow a curt nod. "Congratulations on your efforts." "Thank you," Shadow nodded back. Ricardo crossed arms over his chest. Master Jedi, you spent a long time in that factory. We're going to need you to recount what happened every step of the way. He'd expected them to plumb him for intelligence, but he was mildly surprised it was happening in the president's office. Nonetheless, he did as requested, describing how he'd been taken through the factory into the observation room overlooking a mess hall packed with prisoners. I didn't get to see much, he added. I'm sure that was intentional, so I can't say to how the Pewek are spread out inside. But you spoke to Vlothar repeatedly, Ricardo said. What did you get from him? It was a vague question. With the Force, Shadow might have had an answer. Instead, he took a guess. I think he's in a difficult situation, and he's trying to deal with it as best as he can. He's doing everything for his people, but he never struck me as a radical. Corrigan snorted. How would you describe his actions, then? I think he, and the Pewek as a whole, see them as self-defense. They're the ones who collaborated with the SS Siruuk. We can't forget that. They're cooperating with us now. Why else would Vlothar hand over 4 of his own? To stall us or throw us off the real culprits, Storr said, thoughtful rather than accusing. Maybe. But you asked my opinion. I don't think he wants this to end in blood. None of us do. We started making a path, Ricardo said. We'll follow along it for a time and see where it gets us. But we need to travel faster than we are now. Until we do get to our destination, said Corrigan, we need to keep the factory surrounded and the Pewek district secure. And we need to keep our soldiers on standby. The sight of all those security vehicles in Solace DR had made Shadow uncomfortable, and he hoped that some might be withdrawn with the relaxing of tensions. He and Corrigan both stared at Ricardo. The president shirked and looked away. General, keep your men in place for now, including the ones in the cities. It's as much for the Pewek's protection as anything else. Yes, Mr. President. In the meantime, Storr said, what do you need from myself and Master Veo? Ricardo considered. A buzzer went off at his desk, and the man walked over to tap on his comm system. This is the President. Speak. Mr. President, this is Lieutenant Empress. We've just received a hail from orbital control, the young voice said. They've picked up new arrivals from hyperspace. 6 hours early, Shadow thought, and gave Storr an encouraged look. When the young man didn't continue, Ricardo pressed. Well, Lieutenant, out with it. Sir, we have over 20 ships in orbit. They're SSE Ruuk. Rather than show shock or anger, the president closed his eyes and exhaled. Corrigan bent over the desk and said urgently, Lieutenant, this is General Corrigan. Are our defensive screens up? Yes, General. Our defenders in orbit are angling to intercept, but there are so many of them, sir, and they're spread out wide. It looks like a standard siege pattern. They haven't moved to engage yet, and they haven't broadcast any signals. Understood. Have all ships hold the line and do not fire unless fired upon. I'm on my way to headquarters now. Yes, sir. Understood, sir. Corrigan closed the link and told Ricardo, you should come with me, Mr. President. The old man drew himself up. Yes. Let's get going. They started for the door without a word to the ambassadors. Shadow called, we'll come with you. The general glared at him. Haven't you done enough damage? What do you mean? If it weren't for your negotiating, we could have sent troops a day ago and seized those factories. Vlothar was using you, Jedi. He was using you to stall us so his SS Ruuk friends could get here. It was such a stunning thought Shadow struggled for something to say. He looked to Storr for support, but the ambassador had gone stony. He neither confirmed nor denied the accusation. Corrigan and Ricardo hurried from the room. Storr joined them, and Shadow, still shocked beyond words, followed in their wake. When Sora Ox's commandos had taken the Tabana refinery platform, they charged inside to quickly disable its crew and seize key locations. The fast-track approach had succeeded in its initial goal, but they'd left themselves open to an attack from the rear. Now that they'd taken the facility, and Sora's people with it, Marin's team was determined not to make the same mistake. They were burrowing in for a siege. The doors from the landing platforms into the refinery itself had been barricaded waist-high with supply crates. Tripod cannons had been dragged out of the bottom line and mounted at each entry point, and sharpshooters had been placed at several windows looking onto the platform. What really unnerved Ania, though, were the detonite charges that had been placed on the outer shells of half the Tabana gas tanks on platform's outer edges. Blowing just a few of those would be enough to knock the platform from the sky. Exploding all those charges at once would instantly incinerate everything and everyone. It was clear to Ania that her mother wasn't just readying for a siege, she was preparing for a last stand. For the past month, she'd learned a lot about Marin's ruthless means and obsession with bringing down Yaga Arches, but her actions on Bespin still surprised her. Marin had seemed determined to orchestrate Ock's downfall in a controlled fashion, and see that justice was done without ruining more lives than necessary. Now she was ready to destroy herself and most of her people, maybe even her own daughter. The fact that she was using Arch's own child as bait was stomach-turning. As expected, Marin was too busy giving orders to make time for Ania. She finally managed to pin her mother down in the processing plant at the south end, the same room with the tall central pillar where she'd first seen her mother plunge from the highest platform and pin Yaga Ock's daughter to the floor. Sora Arches was still there. Her helmet was off, but the rest of her armor was on, and they had her hands bound and on her knees midway between the pillar and the entryway. Two Mandalorians, she thought one was Yanger Scarada, lay on the elevated platform behind her, ready to pump a blaster bolt into her or if she moved. When Ania stepped inside the room, Sora met her eyes and held them. They were dark eyes on a young face framed by dark hair. There wasn't anger in those eyes, or imploring, just a veiled curiosity, as though she were wondering what this unmasked, Mando woman was doing here. Those eyes unsettled her and Ania turned away. Her mother was in the far corner, scouring the tableau like a director evaluating the stage before her play. Marin looked at everything but Ania until her daughter was right beside her. Hondo just sent a message to Arches, Marin said. He spoke to him directly and told him we have his daughter. He's on his way down to negotiate. And then what? Marin gestured to the large room and the small figure kneeling on the floor. What do you expect he'll do? Surrender. Admit what he did so everyone can hear. I've tried for years to get proof. It doesn't exist because the Sith wouldn't let it. I waited too long, and now both of them, Arches and the Sith, are wrecking the galaxy again. Enough is enough. I'm stopping it. Today? How? By blowing yourself up. Ania gripped her arm. The Beskar plates were unyielding beneath her fingers. I'm ending it any way I can, Marin said, staring hard at Sora's lonely figure. From the cold in her voice, Ania didn't doubt her mother was ready to die. She felt her own throat go dry. Is this the justice you were talking about? It seems more like murder-suicide to me. No one is here who doesn't want to be, Marin said, voice brittle. I've told most of our people to get off the platform and wait in the clouds. Ania looked at Sora's kneeling figure and knew her mother's words a lie. So what if you blow up Arches here? The Sith are still out there, and the Nagai and SS Aruak and all Ock's lieutenants. You're not going to accomplish anything like this. Marin jerked her arm free. I'll accomplish what I should have 40 years ago. 40 years ago, Ania thought with a chill, she'd shown mercy to young Yaga Arches after killing his father. Ania struggled to remember the mother she'd once had, the woman who'd taken joy in the simple pleasures of raising her child and fixing their ship, the one who warned Ania over and over not to get involved in the big, messy affairs of the galaxy. What matters is the life in front of you, Ania Solo had said. It was advice Ania had always tried to live by. Looking at her mother now, the whole thing seemed like a dream. You know, Ania whispered, you're one of the last few people in the galaxy who can use the Force. Doesn't that count for something? Let Skywalker and his Vong puzzle out his mysteries. I'm doing what I can, here and now. Her mind went back to J.O., far off J.O., and the things he told her about the mystical force that guided his life. What about the dark side? Isn't that what this is? Anger, hate, despair, You were a Jedi once. A very long time ago, Marin said. If I hadn't been afraid of the dark side then, things might have been different. For you, and a lot of other people. Damn it, you don't have to live in the past. Marin looked at her, finally, with very sad eyes. You're so young, Ania. You need to get out of here. I mean it this time. Take your friends with you. Maybe go find Skywalker and help him. It doesn't matter. Just go. Her mother had been telling her that since they'd reunited, without words at first, and these last 2 times explicitly. Ania had been telling herself that too, but deep down she balked. If she left now, then everything since meeting her mother again was a waste. Every action she'd taken, choice she'd made, desire she'd had. Even caring at all about this twisted, tortured old woman was a mistake. Ania refused to accept that. Without a word, she stepped away from Marin and stalked out of the room, sparing only a short glance at the prisoner. Sora was watching her, and as soon as their eyes met, Ania looked away. She hurried through the refinery, all the way out to the landing platform. Oren Vevik was manning the tripod cannon there, and she asked him, any sign of Alches? Not yet, but Hondo say he's on the way. Oren looked meaningfully at the sky. The sun was a silver disk at the top of his arc, shining down through Bespin's milky upper layer clouds. Ania grunted, vaulted the barricade, and hurried toward Free Agent, which remained on the landing pad's far side. Salk and AG-37 were waiting beneath his nose, watching her, expectant. When she got close enough, she said, Salk, warm up the engines. I'm going to ask around. If anybody else wants to get off before Alches shows up, I'll send them to you. Got it. The Mon Cal nodded eagerly. He'd been brave coming to Bespin with her, but the sight of detonate pinned to all those Tabana tanks was too much for him. That means you're coming too, right? Ania took a deep breath. No, I'm staying. But you're leaving. No matter what happens, Salk, you're gonna fly off, settle down with some nice Mon Cal refugee, and father a school of kids. That's an order. She turned to AG-37. I'm ordering you too. I don't expect you to be obey, but you should get off this platform, AG. Get as far away from me as you can. The assassin droid's twin photoreceptors pulsed. I made a promise to a Solo once. There are 2 Solos here. My mother doesn't think of herself as a Solo anymore. Nonetheless, I made a promise. Ania knew it would be like that, but she didn't want to be responsible for ending a life a century and a half old. She chided herself. No one was responsible for AG-37 except AG-37 himself, just like Ania's and Marin's choices belonged to them alone. She turned and saw Salk watching them, emotion welling in his bulbous eyes. Before he could say anything, Ania pulled him close, squeezed him hard, then released. No time to get mopey, she told Salk and herself. Get those engines hot and get going. The Situation Center inside the Baccarin Defense Headquarters was a shallow bowl of ringed tiers with a massive holo projection lighting the center of the room. It showed, in horrifying detail, the spread of ovoid SS Siruvi and blocky Nagai warships to surround the planet in their continuous assault on the shield umbrellas raised to defend Bakura's key cities. Shadow, Trailing Store, Ricardo, and Corrigan had arrived just in time to see the last of Bakura's orbital defensive cruisers burst after sustained attacks by swarming SS Aruvi battle droids. They've never come at us like this before, Ricardo muttered as he looked at the holo. Their allies have made them confident, Corrigan said. They don't seem to have brought Mandalorians with them, Store observed. That's something. The general shook his head. They have all the allies they need here on the ground. Shadow asked, has there been any word from the factory since the SS Iruak showed in orbit? None we can tell. The Pewek are sitting tight and waiting for their masters to come back. We don't know that. If they were plotting to help the SS Iruak, why not take over the shield generator stations? Because the shield generators are defended by the military. The factories weren't. Besides, those are what the SS Siruak are after. I'm sure of it. The Pewek secured their primary targets in advance so they can attack us with impunity. Corrigan spun on Ricardo. Mr. President, We have to deny them use of our industrial resources. It's our duty to hurt the enemy, and we have to do it now. Ricardo exhaled and bowed his head. Shadow said, "What do you mean, deny?" "Destroy. Doing that will cripple Bakura's economy for a generation," Stor said warily. Corrigan pressed, "The SS Seberus are going to take this world. We can't defend against that kind of firepower. We have to hurt them the only way we can. Destroy the factories and destroy the Pewek." "Which Pewek?" Shadow snapped. "The ones in the factories, or all of them?" The general's face twisted. "Your obsession with mercy put us in this mess, Jedi. If we had control over those factories, we might be able to negotiate with the SS Seberus, or at least stall their attack. We should have struck first and hard and tipped the balance in our favor. The Federation would never condone a government that slaughters its own citizens." "The Master Jedi is right," Ricardo said, picking up his head. "And it would only stall the invaders, not stopped them. As you said, General, they have too much firepower." Corrigan wasn't chastened. "That doesn't mean we shouldn't take the option now." The president looked to Stor. What kind of reinforcements was Coruscant sending? Just a frigate, and not enough to be helpful. General Yeager's fleet has been battling them in the Javan sector, and they could reinforce us. The ambassador couldn't sound confident. They all knew the Imperial fleet was in the process of a retreat from their tripartite enemy's advance. "Bakura is on his own, as it always has been," Corrigan said. "Mr. President, I will do whatever you order, but please, let me destroy the factories. Don't give them more than they're already going to take." "You'll ruin all Bakura's industry," Shadow warned, "and you'll lose the Pewek forever." "I have a feeling they've been lost for a while," Ricardo said, "despite your best efforts." Stor tried to sound reasonable. "The Nagai have shown a consistent pattern of mercy to planets that surrender quickly. That doesn't seem to have changed since they've joined with the SS Seberus. There doesn't seem to be the threat of entrenchment either." "We'll still be slaves to the Fluties," sneered Corrigan. "We have to strike now, while we have the freedom to do so." "The Federation won't let this world rest in enemy hands," Stor insisted. "And if they liberate us," the general insisted, "the SS Seberus will be smart enough to deny them resources when they pull out." "Those are Bakura's resources," Ricardo said heavily. "And those are Bakuran citizens inside them." "Not anymore. They've chosen treason." Shadow wanted to argue, but he wasn't sure the general was wrong. When he'd worked out the pact with Vlathal, he'd been sure the Force was moving through him. Now the conviction seemed bitter vanity. He only knew that the prospect of more slaughter filled him with revulsion. "So it comes down to mutual ruin, or balance." The president took a deep breath. Shadow leaned close and whispered, "It's about destroying the future, or having hope in it." Ricardo's eyes met his. They were old, tired eyes, but there was still strength in them. The president said, "General Corrigan, broadcast a signal to the invaders. Tell them I'm ready to discuss terms of surrender." Yagg-Alch's shuttle plunged through Bespin's upper cloud streaks, ripping holes in vapor shining silver and white in the midday sun. Standing in the cockpit and peering over his pilot's shoulder, the Mandalore watched the Tabana refinery swell in size as they descended. He counted 3 ships on the landing platform, leaving room for Alch's own shuttle and nothing else. His enemies would have the place thoroughly fortified, and he was a fool to walk in there, but he couldn't leave his daughter in their hands. Standing beside him in the cockpit, watching the refinery grow close, Thorm Rao said, "Let me go in first, Mandalore. I'll negotiate for you." Yagg glanced at the man beside him, fully suited in maroon and gold armor. Rao was a good soldier, but rhetorical finesse was not his strength. "It's my dick in there, not yours," he said. "Besides, Hondo Kara's grudge is with me, not you. All the more reason for me to go down." Yagg snorted. "You just want a shot at the chacker who killed Chern and Ordo, don't you?" "Bet your shebs I do," Rao muttered. Yagg was glad he had a helmet to cover his face. In the years since he killed Ordo, he'd asked himself if he felt guilty for betraying his Mandalore. The answer he'd been forced to come to was that he didn't, not really. He regretted choices he'd made, getting in bed with Sith most of all, but he didn't feel any pang of conscience when he thought of Badajeff. He only felt guilt about a precious few things and knew how dangerous it was. He'd seen how it had hounded his father and ultimately gotten him killed by that red-armored, force-wielding Mando who still haunted his nightmares. Maybe Yaga had walled himself off from that feeling from that day on. It didn't matter, and he chided himself for not focusing on Sora. He had no plan for tackling Hondo Kar and whatever help he'd used to secure the Tabana refinery. He had to assume the Barv had planted charges and was ready to blow the thing out of the sky. Were Sora not there as hostage, he'd gladly send Rao down to negotiate and get incinerated, but his daughter's life was his responsibility alone. His shuttle lowered itself onto the platform between unfamiliar ships. Yaga marked the main entrance to the refinery, barricaded by storage crates and protected by tripod-mounted cannons. A few windows from higher levels looked down on the pad, and he had to assume those were manned by snipers. After the shuttle set down, he clapped Ral on the shoulders. "Stay here. I'll patch you into the audio for my buy. Hold position unless I give instruction otherwise." "Understood." "Very. Good luck, Mandalore." Yaga tilted his helmet in a nod, then walked down to the landing ramp. He'd armed himself with a Beskar knife and 2 blasters, one holstered and one hidden in the underside of his right-hand wrist armor. He expected to be deprived of the first one, but the latter usually got past inspections. 4 of his warriors went down with him, though he gestured for them to stay at the base of the ramp. He stepped out from under the shuttle shadow and saw a sole black armored figure waiting for him on the platform side of the barricade. At least 4 other Mandas waited behind it, including the one man in the cannon, and all had barrels aimed at him. Arches wasn't afraid. He knew he might die here, but not yet. They'd want to talk first. It wasn't until he stepped closer that he recognized the figure in black and gold as Hondo Kar. Back when he'd last seen the man on Badajeff, he'd had a green kit, but the new paint job was no surprise. Black was, after all, the Mando color for justice. Kar had pistols holstered at either hip, but his hands were empty. He didn't draw as Yaga stepped closer. The Mandalore said, "I'd heard you were alive. Even heard you convinced your wife you didn't kill Ordo." "We both know you killed him," Kar growled. Yaga didn't mind that the conversation was being fed back to Rao. It was nothing he hadn't heard before. Saying it over and over again doesn't make it so, Kar. "I'm impressed you managed to get enough people as you have to believe you're Osik." "I'd say the same to you." "Well, now that we're even, I want to see my daughter." "We've got her inside." "Then bring her out." Kar planted hands on his hips. "Can't do that. The boss wants her to stay put." "You've got a boss now, Kar." That genuinely surprised him. According to rumors, Kar and his wife had been running their little band, but those rumors had never suggested they had the firepower they clearly did. "Bring your boss outside, then, so I can talk to him." "Her," Kar corrected. "You come in or you don't see your daughter at all. Take your time and think. I've got all day." They were fools to think him helpless just because he was outnumbered, but he'd still be at a huge disadvantage inside. He switched the comm to his private frequency and told Rao, "I'll go in and talk to their boss, whoever that is. I've got the tracking beacon on my suit activated, so you should be able to get my location within the building. If I give the signal, be ready to kick off the pad and bring the ship around to deploy at another location on the refinery." "That's risky, Mandalore. Those tanks are wired to blow." "They have my daughter," Yaga said. It was really all that mattered, and Rao was Mando enough to understand that. "Understood, Mandalore," he said, then killed the link. Yaga switched his helmet speakers back on and told Kar, "Fine. Let's talk to your boss." Kar nodded and gestured for his people to make an opening in the barricade. They pulled 2 crates aside just enough for the men to slip sideways through the gap. He was surprised none of them made a move for his blasters, visible or otherwise. They still had him thoroughly outnumbered as Hondo led him through the refinery's narrow industrial hallways. 3 more Mandas were at his back with guns drawn. The one in gold might have been Kar's wife, but he wasn't sure. They finally reached a large room where a thick pillar ran 4 stories up to the ceiling with circular platforms ringing each level. At least a dozen Mandas stood armed at the room's edges, and 2 more lay on the lowest platform with rifles aimed at Yaga as he walked inside. His eyes caught 2 out-of-place figures, all the more incongruous together, an ancient-looking assassin droid, and a young woman in a simple white jacket, black hair pulled into a ponytail. Then he let his eyes go to the center of the room where his daughter knelt alone. Her hands were bound behind her back and her helmet was off. He was surprised not to see bruises marring her face. Her expression was controlled as their eyes met, but he could see the neediness of a frightened child, the child she would always be to him. And then one more figure stepped into view from behind the pillar. It froze Yaga's breath and erased all thought. The figure walking up behind Sora was dressed in full red Baskargam, the same red armor he'd seen in nightmares for the past 40 years. In that instant, Yaga was reduced to a terrified child again. He didn't think. He acted as he should have acted all those years ago as he cowered in mindless fear before his father's murderer. He didn't grab the blaster at his hip. He raised his right arm, triggered the release of the small holdout beneath his wrist, and twisted his palm so it fell into his grasp. Before anyone else could react, he whipped the pistol to level and fired. And the woman in red reached out and caught the blast on her palm. They fizzled to nothing against her glove, evaporated. Like a Jedi could do. Or a Sith. There were no Jedi. Not anymore. Not like that. It was like he was trapped in his nightmare 40 years ago. Like he'd never left at all. A second after his shot went off, Yaga got a barge in reply. The 2 commandos on the platform pumped laser fire into his chest. It sparked against Beskar, punched breath from his lungs, and knocked him off his feet. His bottom cracked hard on the floor, and as he gasped for air his vision cleared, and he watched the red-armored woman holding a hand high, signaling her men to cease their fire. Hold, Ox rasped to Ral. Hold, damn it. I'm okay. He pushed himself off the ground. No one shot him back off his feet. Steadying himself, Yaga looked at the red-armored woman, the one who'd killed his father, and stood behind his daughter now, ready to take everything from him once again. Who are you? He asked her. What do you want? The woman stared at him in silence. She had no weapon in hand. She didn't need one if she still could use the Force. Yaga had no idea how that could be. Not even Darth Nil could touch it. What she could do was impossible, but a monster like her would be capable of anything. He was surprised, though, when she reached up and took off her helmet. He sucked in breath as the visor moved up off her head, showing him what he'd never dare imagine. The face revealed was the worn one of a woman at least a decade older than him. Gray hair was pulled back and braided, and her dark eyes were tired. She said, "Take off your helmet." Her voice was surprisingly soft. Yaga didn't do it. What are you? Maybe we should trade confessions, she said thoughtfully. I'll tell you what I've done if you tell me about how you killed Churn and Ordo for the Sith, and how you're working for them now. If she had the Force, she'd feel the lie and truth in his every word. So with all her commandos watching him, some surely recording too, he glanced purposely at Hondo, a black statue on his right flank. He said, "You've been listening too much to Kar's fairy stories." "No," the old woman said. "I know what you did, Yagalachus. I know you made a pact with Darth Maladi. And I know the Sith came to Mandalore and helped you silence your enemies. If you brought me here to tell me lies, I'll just take my daughter and go." "There was a guy among them," she said, and shiver ran down Yaga's spine. He had no idea how she could have known that. "Is it the same guy you're working for now? Is it the one who's commanding these campaigns? Has he been your master all this time, Mandalore?" His voice cracked, but he got out. "I'm my own carking master." "Liar," the woman said. Not harshly, almost sympathetic. "You've always been a slave to your family's legacy. To your fear." "To me," she said, though her lips didn't move. Maybe he'd imagined it. Yaga felt himself cracking beneath the old woman's gaze. Somehow she'd been less terrifying when she was a faceless red nightmare. He didn't dare look at Sora or show her the terror in his eyes. He growled, Give me my daughter. You still haven't confessed. He wanted to shoot her, stab her, erase her from existence, but he was trapped here and had been the moment they'd taken Sora. The monster was right. Ties of family bound him now as ever. What are you? A Scarada. He asked for his benefit, and for Ral's. The old woman nodded. I know you killed my Boer, and my Bavodu Jever. You're Mandalore? That would get Ral's attention. I was no Mandalorian then, she said, then added, you killed people I cared about too. Dorn. Nanette? Fine then, blood for carking blood. It's not really about the Sith Asik at all, is it? The Sith had you killed Chern and Ordo, she said patiently, just like you're working for them now. Asik, he repeated. You barge into my work, steal my daughter, all for some carking delusion. You Scarada Dharma Jedi trash. Insults felt good, but she was unmoved. Confess, she said. He dared look down at his daughter. Bravery and need mixed in her eyes. He remembered that day 40 years ago when the Scaradas had come for him and his father seeking blood for blood. He imagined his own eyes had looked just like that. On it went, generation after generation left restless by past crimes and seeking bloody recompense. He'd been running from the nightmare for decades, seeking domination over anything and anyone to escape the red monster in his memories, but the monster had finally caught up with him, and it was just an old woman tired and sad but bitterly resigned to bringing her long hunt to completion. As he looked at Sora's face, Yaga remembered the face of another young woman in this room, incongruous against all the masked Mandalorians. And then he knew what to do. Behind his own mask, Yaga took a deep breath. Then he raised his right arm, slowly and deliberately, so his holdout pistol was pointed at the old woman again. An empty threat, but a good distraction. Give me my daughter, Scarada. Confess, she repeated. Give her to me, Yaga said, and as he did so, Quick drew his other pistol with his left hand and aimed it across the room at the maskless woman standing beside the tall droid. Hold, the old woman called before anyone could fire. Damn right you should hold, Yaga rasped. The young woman was far away, but he was a good shot and stood solid odds of dropping her. They all knew that. To the old woman he said, this is your daughter, right? Right? Let mine go or I kill yours, right Shabla now? No one spoke, no one moved. Even Yaga held his breath for fear of losing his aim. He struggled to keep one eye on either woman. The old one sighed, shook her head, and said, do it. Marin registered shock from everyone. Sora, Ania, Arches himself. The Mandalore didn't budge and didn't shoot. Maybe he was wondering if Marin could block a shot at Ania through the Force. Truthfully, Marin didn't know if she could, but she would try. She would have wrestled his pistol sideways already, but wasn't positive she could keep it from going off in his hand. Do it, she repeated, but if you shoot her, I'll detonate the Tabana drums and blow us all out of the sky. His hands trembled, but his pistol stayed on Ania. You're prepared to burn your own carking daughter just to kill me. Or we can let them both go, Marin said. And then I'll let you go, but only if you confess. I've got nothing to confess because I didn't do it. He snapped, but she could feel the desperation of his lie. You killed Chern and Ordo, and you're serving the Sith now. I swear if you don't let Sora go. You have your shot, Marin reminded. Take it. She felt Arch's confusion, his anger, his desperation. Even with the Force, she had no idea what action he might take, and she braced herself for the flash of either blaster. To her shock, it was Ania who called out, stop it. Just carking, stop it. She looked sideways. Ania was stepping closer, forming the third point of a triangle with her and Arch's. The Mandalore shifted his left hand to keep his pistol aimed at her chest. Marin wanted to snap at Ania and tell her not to get too close. Arches would never miss at this range. But Ania, holding both hands in the air, said, he killed your family, you killed his family, that was decades ago, and you're still trying to do it. That's enough. Ania, you people have been going in circles for how long? 50 years? More. You need to end it. I'm trying to. Mom, wait. Hand still held high, Ania turned to Alchus. How long have you been in the Sith's pocket? A decade? More. Bet that must be real fun. Shut up, girl, Alchus growled, but he didn't shoot. I've got a friend. This Sith offered a pact with him once. J.O. didn't take it because he knew they're all lying, cheating Sleemus, and if you agree to anything they'll use you for all you're worth. That sound about right. Alchus didn't speak, didn't budge. Ania pressed, I bet those Sith would have gotten nice proof you killed Ordo, right? Something to hold over your head and make sure you do anything for them, even crazy Osik like this. Am I right? Of course I'm right, cause I know Sith. I carking shot one. In the heart. They died just like anybody else. Ania was babbling, but impossibly, Marin felt something change beneath Alch's mask. In a very low voice the Mandalore asked, What do you want, girl? What do I want? I want you to stop trying to kill each other's kids. We can end this, really end it. Don't you get it? She looked frantically between them. You've both got the same problem, and it's not each other. It's the Sith, and if you work together you can get rid of them forever. Marin didn't know if the surprise she felt was Alch's or her own. The Mandalore kept a blaster trained on each of them, but she felt the wavering inside him. His desperation and anger had been replaced by doubt, and with doubt came freedom he'd never expected. Mom, please, Ania pleaded. You can't end this, really end it, the right way. And Marin wondered if it wasn't the right way out of the cycle of vengeance that had ensnared 3 generations of Alchus and Skaratas. Maybe Ania could see a way out that Marin and Alchus, so old and wounded, could not. To her, Yaga Alchus had always been an object of hate, and defeating him the goal to strive for. But memory returned to her from many years ago. Her own mother Tamar, whose feud with Jevern Alchus had started the cycle of vengeance, had once explained that she'd seen Jevern as the locus of her pain and fulcrum of her life. It was only after Jevern's death that Tamar had realized she'd made the Mandalore a talisman onto which she transferred her own anger, regret, and self-loathing. In hating Jevern, she'd really been hating herself, and liberation only came with letting go of it all. Tamar Skarada had always tried to be a hard Mando warrior, but she'd been capable of Jedi wisdom all the same. Realization felt like a heavy weight lifting from her shoulders. Through the Force, Marin could feel some weight leave Alchus as well. She stepped back from Sora, and with the tug of the Force lifted the young woman to her feet. Sora looked around, uncertain as to how she'd risen. Then, with slow, deliberate steps, she went to her father. Alchus lowered the holdout blaster aimed at Marin, but kept his other aimed at Ania. Are you serious? He asked Marin. Will you really help me with the Sith? She felt him tilting, felt Ania's relief, felt the confusion and shock spreading through the others in the room. Hondokar was still right beside Alchus, blaster in hand. His hate for Alchus had been just as strong and just as personal as Marin's, and the prospect of a truce roused only anger. Marin put her eyes on Hondo and added a touch of Force suggestion as she said, We will. Ania's right. This new war's about more than just us, but maybe we can stop it. Together. Alch's pistol wavered before he lowered it. Ania exhaled and dropped her hands. Hondo lowered his blaster, just a little. Marin watched Yaga and Sora Alchus embrace and felt empathy she'd thought long gone. When they separated, Yaga turned to Marin. He holstered both blasters, reached up, and pulled off his helmet. It was her first time seeing his face in over a decade. Short hair fuzzed his scalp and jaw, as gray as hers. Jowl sagged off a strong chin. Bags gathered under his eyes. They'd both been fighting this battle for too long. Do you have a plan? He asked. Not yet, Marin admitted. But we've beaten Sith before. Together, I think we can do it again.